Arc 7, Chapter 12, The Wallachian Empire. He felt like something horrible was swirling around him. A vortex, indeed, it was a vortex. The vortex was swirling round and around, spinning fast, swallowing everything. Swirling round and around who knows where, actually, no, it was swirling around his core. This horrible black vortex, as ferocious as a storm, as stark as a bolt of lightning, as scorching as magma, was going to end up swallowing everything in its path as it swirled around. Perhaps it was the horrible malediction that had been sleeping for so long deep inside his body. A malediction of death, that had never been removed, always intertwined, tied together, linked forevermore. A curse befitting greed, which would not sell his life over to anyone, as if saying, it has already been pledged. These begrudged curses, which should by all means have eaten away at his life, meddled with each other, detested each other, refused to hand him over to the other, opposed each other, and fought with each other, and as a result, they reached a conflicting answer. The curses would have it so they would not let this vessel perish. The vortex was swirling round and around, spinning fast, swallowing everything. Smack dab at the core of this vessel, which had been cursed by beast and dragon, swirling round and around. 1. Tents with a red flag were for medical treatment. There were 5 of them in total within the encampment. Tents with a black flag were for their stores. There were 25 of them in total within the encampment. Tents with a white flag were for the top brass. There were 3 of them in total within the encampment. The tent with a golden flag was for the commander. There was just the one within the encampment. He'd been given the freedom to bustle around the place, acting as a handyman. So even though the time he'd spent there had been brief, he'd managed to pay attention to various areas. Surprisingly enough, the Empire marked the second time Subaru had seen an actual military encampment. The first time was around the time of the White Whale battle in the Kingdom of Lagunica. Back when they'd set up around the flugel tree, to prepare for the White Whale's arrival, they'd prepared something like an encampment. Though that one did not have the scale this one had. Following that, he did have some more chances to set up camp, though on a much smaller scale. That said, all of them had been far simpler, hardly any of them had been a full-blown camp, like the one in the Empire. Thus, he thought he'd take note of things here and there, with curiosity being a helping factor. Naturally, the Imperial soldiers bar one did not seem to hold favorable impressions of him, so had he made any attempt to enter anywhere possessing anything of importance, they would have probably separated Subaru's head from his body, and that was just if he were lucky. However, even having this much knowledge was plenty useful. There is a world of difference between having some information and having nothing. And most of all, knowing their formation should give us a rough idea of the enemy's strength. All that is left now is to show our courage and strength. This I know, my brethren. Indeed, then show it. Show the pride and valor of the people of Shudrak, the valiant warriors who once swept down enemy after enemy, standing alongside the Emperor lauded as the martial emperor. He felt exhausted, as if he were wearily drifting through warm water. In the midst of this, the voices of a man and woman brimming with ambition became audible to him. And many other sounds of breathing could be heard, apart from that of the man and woman the voices belonged to. He could feel the presence of a great number of people. He could feel something akin to the fervent zeal of a great number of people. He could feel those things swelling up rather strangely, with him smack dab in the middle. Then let us begin, Shudrak. We shall raise the beacons of our counterattack from here on. Ooh. A cacophony of battle cries echoed throughout, as if crunching the entire world into pieces. Whoa? Feeling something cold and wet squelched against his face, Subaru's whole body jumped up in surprise. While wondering what had happened, his awareness swiftly rose, and his vision was covered in white as he blinked in surprise. Actually, no, this was the answer to the wetness he felt. A wet cloth, that had barely been wrung, was what was covering Subaru's face. He'd once read in a book that there existed a kind of torture where someone would cover your face with a towel and pour water on top of it. All that was needed was a towel and some water, and then it would be easy to make someone feel like they were drowning, just like in the hellish waterboarding technique. Subaru, I've got nothing that I can tell you. Question mark. Oh, Sue, you're up. You too is glad you're in good spirits. Subaru, ah? Subaru could hear a voice, that for a torturer, was rather young. He shook his face in surprise. Following that, the cloth that had been covering his face slid off, allowing him to recover his normal vision. It didn't seem like it was torture, and in his unobstructed field of view he could see the sky, with the leaves of some large trees slightly clogging his view. And then, suddenly poking her face around, as if hiding the sky was. Subaru, why, you're Utakata. Use your guard, Sue. And nurse. And babysitter. Thank goodness you're awake. Subaru, I still don't get what you're on about. A black-haired girl with the ends dyed pink let out a shrill cackle and asserted herself. Right, it was Utakata. This girl was one of the people of Shudrak, someone he'd met in their village. The one who'd once killed Subaru with a poisoned arrow. However, from the smile on her face, it looked like currently they'd established an amicable relationship, so he probably didn't need to worry about having his life snuffed out by a poisoned arrow like that one. Subaru, of course, there's no sign of me being waterboarded. Is there? Utakata, Sue, the lifeblood ritual, you finished it. Elgina, you beat it. You and me and who, everyone and everybody surprised. Subaru, it's starting to come back to me. That's right, I was forced into the lifeblood ritual. To get the people of Shudrak to acknowledge Subaru and Abel, they had challenged the lifeblood ritual. It was a traditional Shudrakian rite of passage and it was used to recognize one's coming of age. The then court Subaru and Abel had challenged it together. The opponent for the ritual had been a giant snake that inhabited the Buddin jungle, the witch beast Elgina. Subaru and Abel had put their lives on the line to try and break the snake witch beast's horn. Subaru, it's no use. Dunno if it's because I was super absorbed during the fight or not, but I can't recall anything from the last half. If I'm alive, does that mean Abel managed to pull it off? Utakata, Sue, you don't remember? Me, was in stitches. Subaru, in stitches as in laughing at my pathetic self? Gimme a break. Wait. Frowning at Utakata who had her head tilted in puzzlement, Subaru tried to sit upright. In the process of doing that, Subaru felt a weird sensation as his right hand touched the ground. It was not a normal kind of weird sensation, like touching a floor that was wet or walking over something rocky. No, the source of this weird sensation felt much closer to home than usual. To put it frankly, it was not the ground, but more likely, Subaru's arm that was the source of the sensation. Subaru, Utakata-san. Is something happening with my right hand? Utakata, Sue's right hand? Oh yeah, it was cool. It went all like guju and bois. Subaru, guju and bois. Only getting bad feelings from those onomatopoeias, Subaru widened his eyes in surprise. Repeatedly taking deep breaths, he settled his heart down, before readying himself for his next course of action. First, he turned his neck towards his left hand. 3 of his fingers were broken. They hurt, but he felt relief from that. Then slowly, he moved his gaze towards his right hand and... Subaru, what the heck is this? For a moment he questioned what he was looking at. That was how unnatural the circumstances were. Originally, Subaru's right arm was covered in an unnerving, mottled, black pattern. That was an outcome of the fight with the Sin Archbishop of Lust, at the Watergate city of Priestella. The Sin Archbishop of Lust Capella declared her own blood to be dragon's blood and had dripped it on Subaru and Crush. As a result, Crush received an injury that could not be healed and Subaru had a black pattern etched onto his right arm, as he took in the repulsive blood that ran over her body. Despite all of that, it did not seem to have any negative side effects. Subaru would wear long sleeves to hide the black pattern as they showed no signs of special behavior. But now, that black pattern. Subaru, .. Actually, this was not the time to talk about the pattern. Subaru's right arm, from his fingertips to wrist and wrist to elbow, the distal half of his arm was clad in black, as if he were wearing a black glove. Swallowing his saliva, Subaru tentatively touched his black right hand with his left hand. His left hand contacted something with a soft and flabby elasticity. On the other hand, he could barely feel his right hand being touched. It felt like he was wearing a rubber glove, so its movement was sluggish as well, and... Subaru, hang on, actually, is this? He felt something familiar within the weird sensation. To help that feeling take shape, Subaru strongly dug his left hand's fingernails into the black hand. Forcing his fingers in, he made a motion like clawing it. At which point, the black parts of his right hand peeled off like paint. Yelping in surprise, Subaru bore his fingers into the peeled pieces. He then continued to peel off the remaining black areas with enough fervor to make others think that he was possessed. In the end, he peeled off all the black spots from his fingertips to the front half of his right arm, and out came a clean, fresh new right hand for Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, oh my good? Utakata, Yukian. Witnessing the shocking event unfurling just before his very own eyes, no less on his own flesh, Subaru yelled out. Surprised by his yell, Utakata fell on her bottom. However, Subaru had no time to spare to even give a helping hand to the fallen girl. Subaru, WH. What's going on with my hand? This is my hand. Right? Still in a state of shock, Subaru opened and closed the new right hand. He also hesitantly touched his own face and prodded the ground with it. In terms of its sense of touch and movement, there were no problems. It was completely normal. The black pattern originally on his right arm was also gone. Subaru's clean right hand was unmistakably the same as the one which had been tossed and knocked about during his year in another world. It was the right arm of the Lilimancer. Subaru, wait, who's calling who a Lilimancer? Abel, I thought I heard you talking, what nonsense are you spouting? Confused, Subaru confirmed his right hand was in good health, and somebody came along. No, it was not just somebody. He knew only two people with such a haughty and arrogant way of speaking, and it was easy to distinguish between the two since they were separated by gender. This was the voice of a man, namely Subaru. Abel, huh? Guess you lived. Abel, naturally. I am much more level-headed than you. Speaking with a snort, it was Abel, wearing his unchanged disguise. Subaru was becoming used to seeing it. He had challenged the lifeblood ritual with Subaru, but somehow survived the battle with the Elgina. Rather, it should be said that it was thanks to him that Subaru had survived. Because, most likely, it had been him who had brought down the Elgina. Abel, You, how is your right arm? Are you done looking repulsive? Subaru, can you please stop talking like I can change the color of my right hand at will? This isn't a Western-style video game character creation screen, you know, I don't have that kind of freedom. The black part came off cleanly when I picked at it. Right, Utakata? Utakata, yep. Sue's right hand peeled off dry and crumbly. Gross. Subaru, I get it, but geez. His cheeks stiffened from Utakata's straightforward reaction. Subaru stuck out his right hand to Abel. Abel scrutinized it and muttered, I see. Abel, in any event, I do not care if it is returned to its previous state. I certainly had not expected a strike using the entirety of the magical sealing stone ring. Everything below the wrist was gone, and I believed you to be beyond saving. Subaru, wait, are you trying to scare me? Everything below whose wrist was gone? Abel, yours. Utakata, Sue's. Abel answered with his arms crossed, and Utakata cheerfully thrust his right hand into the air. Subaru shuddered at that answer, and stared at his lovely right hand. Not only had it been blown off, his right hand was now in brand new condition. Subaru, there you go again, saying that sort of thing. If it was gone, then what's with this right hand? Abel, it was a disgusting and curious phenomenon. Your arm was gone, and on the verge of death I had you speak your last words. I thought you were a dying man, but from your hand, black sludge flooded out. Subaru, slew sludge? Abel, in the blink of an eye it took shape, and formed a black arm. If you wish to ask me what happened, I would have to inquire you back about the meaning of what you were doing to yourself. Pierced by his sharp look, Subaru's breath caught in his throat. His eyes returned to his right hand immediately, but no matter what Abel said, even Subaru did not understand what had happened to cause this result. However, the black pattern that had been engraved on his arm for some time, its disappearance was not unrelated, that much was certain. Perhaps it was really the effect of the dragon blood at work, but Subaru, still, it becomes a question of why it wasn't triggered up until now. That being said, close to 3 months had passed since the incident where Subaru had been showered in dragon's blood. Afterwards, during the journey through the Augria sand dunes and in the midst of the deadly struggle at the Pleiades watchtower, Subaru had walked the line between life and death more times than ever before, and in the end entered the Empire. During that time, numerous literally deadly situations came about, however, nothing conveniently happened to heal his wounds. So why here, why now? Subaru, there's no point thinking about what I don't understand. Besides, except for my right hand, my wounds haven't healed at all. Subaru grumbled, as he checked his whole body. The broken fingers of his left hand, the wound on his back by his scapula, the strange burns overlapping on the nape of his neck, the numerous other bruises as well, none had healed. Honestly, since only his right hand had been healed, it raised the possibility that, much to his misfortune, it had only been healed because of the black markings. Subaru, and what was on my right hand is gone too, so it probably won't heal again. If you asked me to blow off my hand once more to test it, I couldn't do it. Abel, ultimately, you are saying it is a situation you cannot speak of. You have a considerable amount of secrets, it seems. Subaru, I don't want to be told that by a guy who hides his face. Subaru answered while making a bitter expression, and exhaled with an ah. He had been leisurely thinking about the strangeness of his right hand, and checking on Abel's safety, but he remembered there was something he had to prioritize over that. He had participated in the lifeblood ritual, and if the end of the ritual had proceeded without him dying, that meant time had kept on flowing even while Subaru was unconscious. That is to say, a number of hours had passed since then. Subaru, Rem. That's right, Rem. I can't sit here like this, I need to. His goal from the start was to bring back Rem, whom he had left behind. For that reason he had challenged the lifeblood ritual, but if too much time had passed for her to be rescued, the meaning of risking his life in battle would be lost just like that. Utakata, Sue, don't be silly. You'll die. Subaru, fuck that. Even if I don't die, if Rem dies there's no, GGHH. Compelled by the anxiety in his heart, Subaru shifted his posture to get out of the bed. It was at this point that Subaru noticed the apparent strangeness of the bed. He had been sleeping in a portable shrine-like box made of crossed logs seemingly taken out of a building. From there Subaru came down with great force, groaning as pain pierced his entire body. Subaru, Gar, Ha. HH. Abel, what foolishness. Did you truly think your body would recover from the verge of death simply because your right arm grew back? I told you. I witnessed you as a dying man. Do you think I erred in my judgment? Subaru, that's. Looking down at Subaru balled up in pain, Abel's cold voice came down like rain. As if to affirm Abel's words, Subaru noticed a sensation deep within his own body, as if something was slowly but steadily oozing out. Having experienced fatal injuries many times, Subaru knew this was a bad sign, like a balloon or a bucket with a hole where it should not be, with water or air or whatever else inside. It was a feeling as though what had been keeping him inflated was spilling out. Subaru, but, Rem needs. Abel, dash. In this situation still, rather than yourself, you worry about that woman? Well, fine. I knew as much. Since that was what you desired, even at the cost of your right hand. Subaru, ah? Abel, this way. Subaru cared more about the safety of Rem, who was not here, than about his own life. Abel let out a sigh of exasperation at Subaru's words, and jerked his chin. Immediately, he walked off without a second glance at Subaru. As if to say, follow me. Utakata, Sue, can you walk? Need my shoulder? Subaru, nah, I can walk. If I used your shoulder, the height difference would just make it harder. Seeing her expression, seeing that Utakata was worried for him, Subaru forced a smile for her sake. And then, Subaru took a deep breath and somehow managed to stand up. Limping, he caught up with Abel walking ahead. Abel, dash dash, Abel was a little further ahead, waiting for Subaru to catch up with him. Using rocks covered in green grass as footholds, he had a good view, looking out from near the cliff's edge. With a great deal of effort, Subaru also clambered over the large rocks and stood next to him. And finally, Abel, look. Once more, in accordance with a small jerk of his chin, Subaru raised his eyes. Like that, his field of vision increased. From the high ground, Subaru swept his eyes over the unbroken view and opened his mouth. As in open-mouthed astonishment. Because over there. Subaru, ah? Black smoke rose up, the camp engulfed in flames, the Imperial soldiers' campground was swallowed up by the blaze. He could hear battle cries. They reverberated through the air along with songs of victory. Subaru, MH. The people who were shouting war cries, or otherwise loudly singing songs Subaru had never heard of, were a group of olive-skinned female warriors. They ran freely through the battlefield, carrying bows on their back. Due to the surprise attack by the people of Shadrach, the Imperial army's camp fell into a state of ruin. The Imperial soldiers lost the ability to counterattack and could only hope to run and escape, only to get shot one after the other. Subaru, this is. Abel, go on the offensive, steal their weapons, burn their medicine and pierce a hole in their command. After losing their fingers and head, all they can do is turn tail and run without a thought of how they look. How unsightly for so-called sword wolves. Subaru, dash dash. Below, the scurrying figures of the Imperial soldiers could be seen as they were evicted by black smoke and drawn bows. However, escaping from the Shadrachians, whose livelihood was to hunt beasts in the jungle, would be impossible. Their arrows, which could fly far and beyond, struck the fleeing soldiers' backs, piercing their hearts with deadly accuracy. How many had managed to escape? How many had managed to survive? Just how many people had died? Subaru, this. Abel, why do you look bewildered, Natsuki Subaru? This is what you wished. The information you brought forth helped your brethren achieve these results in battle. When do you laugh, if not now? Looking down at the battleground-turned-campsite, Subaru felt faint. On top of that, Abel strongly pushed the reality of the situation in Subaru's face, declaring that these were the acts Subaru wished for. Unable to bear those words, Subaru stood up with great force and grabbed Abel by the collar. Clutching Abel with his newly healed right arm, he glared Abel closely in the eye. Subaru, I wished for this? This kind of scene? Don't be stupid. Abel, then, did you think you could fulfill your wish without any blood being spilled? Subaru, MH. Against Subaru's angry outburst, however, Abel snapped back. Cut deep by his sharp tongue, Subaru could not retort. Subaru, dash dash. Being questioned if he thought that he could fulfill his wish without bloodshed, Subaru could not say anything in return. He thought he could achieve it without bloodshed, he thought it was possible. Because. Abel, let me rephrase, Natsuki Subaru. You thought you could realize your wish without any blood being spilled, aside from your own. Subaru, Abel, that thought process is moronic. A foolish and incorrigible assumption. Did you seriously think that, by spilling your blood, the warring third party would stop? That hero mentality you strive to hold up is nothing but a ridiculous and negative quality. They are delusions of heroism. Subaru, Abel, you are human, Natsuki Subaru. You are neither a hero nor a sage. Therefore, humans like you will repeatedly bleed, die, take and be taken. Still having his collar clutched, Abel showered Subaru with metaphorical blows, as Subaru's grip slowly weakened. Hit by those words, Subaru's jaw trembled. He half-heartedly shook his head. That was probably true. That was a reality he could not deny. He understood that. Even so, Subaru could not accept it. Until now, he had not lived in this world accepting things like that. Even after coming to another world, Natsuki Subaru's morals were still that of a Japanese high school student. He could not acknowledge the tenets and common sense of the battlefield as obvious, everyday facts. Abel, I do not desire to be a hero. Nor do I cling to them, rely on them or entrust them. To shoulder various matters and advance towards a bountiful future. A hero cannot do that. Subaru, what? What do you want? Losing his strength, Subaru fell to his knees once again, unable to comprehend Abel. Having challenged the lifeblood ritual together, he was the person Subaru had wrenched victory with. They unexpectedly matched each other's wavelengths and Subaru thought they had had some good chemistry between them. But now, he could not understand what he was thinking. Of course he was unable to. Against someone who refused to show their face, how could one come to understand the other? Subaru, from someone who doesn't even show their face, what do you? Abel, my face, is it? Then, let me show you. He was not even given time to finish wording his question. Hearing Subaru's thin, desperate retort, Abel put his hands on his face. As he undid the frayed knots on his wrapped mask with his fingers, a wind blew. Blown by the strong winds, the mask energetically came undone, flying far away. Flying past the battleground-turned encampment. Riding the outbound wind, it would travel elsewhere, anywhere, flying far and beyond. Abel, we will go to the imperial capital. To the capital where the throne I ought to be sitting in is. Subaru, Watching the flying rags, Abel proclaimed those words of hyperbole. Looking at that man, his face exposed, Subaru's breath quietly hitched, unable to look away. He saw an attractive black-haired young adult with memorable slit eyes. He seemed to be in his early to mid-20s, an age higher than that of Subaru. His features were enchanting enough to steal your gaze. And although his hair was unkempt and his cheeks were dirtied, likely due to his time spent in the jungle and the settlement, they only served to amplify his natural beauty. His arms and legs were long and slender. And on top of that slim body rested that face, so you could say that his existence had been made to be perfectly attractive. Even so, his most defining characteristic lied in his black eyes. Eyes that seemed to make anything prostrate before him. Their gaze extruding an air of overpowering supremacy and intimidation. Feeling the full frontal assault of those eyes, Subaru, already down on his knees, became consciously aware that there was another reason that made him unable to move, besides being injured and fatigued. He understood it. That his soul knew he must submit to the person in front of him. The reason for his overpowering presence was because of Abel, Vincent de Bellux. Subaru, what? Vincent de Bellux, that is my name. At least, until I sit on my throne once again, that is my name. Though, I believe using Abel is most sensible, going forward. Saying that, Abel curled his lips in response to Subaru. Struck with dumbfoundment, Subaru realized too late that his smile was a terribly villainous and wild one. Unable to understand the significance behind that name. My Zelda, Abel. Subaru. What woke Subaru from his stupor was a sharp voice. Snapping his head to the voice, he saw a figure swinging their hands as they walked towards them. The figure was an Amazon with red-dyed hair, the Shudrak's leader, Myzelda. Myzelda relaxed her belligerent face into a friendly one. Myzelda, the takeover of the camp is complete. The casualties on our side are minimal and... Oh, Abel, it's my first time seeing your face, but you're quite the lady killer, aren't you? Subaru, Myzelda. Myzelda, ahem. Subaru, I'm glad you're up. Dying back then, even as brethren, it did not come to mind. Coughing away her momentary enchantment by Abel's true face, she looked at Subaru with kind eyes. Her smile was warm, directed to those living, yet at death's doorstep. Seeing that smile, Subaru's heart and body shrunk. Like Abel, she had come to the conclusion that Subaru did not have long to live. Additionally, her being able to put on a happy demeanor, even while he was dying, was because their viewpoints on life and death was different. However, her stances on life and death were not the sole reason she could stay cheerful. Her next action confirmed it for Subaru. Myzelda, Holly, bring them here. Holly, yeah, I will, Tilda. When Myzelda beckoned, she received a cheerful reply in return. Lumbering towards was the young woman with blonde hair, the one who'd effortlessly lifted a huge boulder. Holly was her name. She strode forward with a smile on her face. In her arms was Holly. Come on, stop being so fussy, Tilda. Poor little Kuna, she hasn't even woken up yet after you sent her flying, Tilda. Rem, like I'll stop struggling. Let me go. What do you want to do with me? Holly, come on, you're not listening at all, Tilda. Though Holly only pouted, the girl locked in her arms showed no signs of stopping her struggle. He had been wanting to reunite with her, to hear her voice, to look at her blue hair and her lovely face, which was currently puffed up in anger. It was none other than Subaru, Rem. At that moment, Subaru forgot everything, the awe he felt for Abel, the pitiful condition he was in, and even the sea of flames that this battlefield had been turned into. He tossed it all away and broke into a sprint. He was painfully slow. Unable to simply leap off the boulder, he dragged his feet behind him, running barely faster than a toddler. He dragged himself over to Holly, who had been carrying Rem and Rem, you. Subaru, Rem.
Thank goodness you're okay.
Rem, you were behind this? You scum. The moment he stretched out a hand to her, she slapped him across the face. The sudden, sharp sound startled Holly, Myzelda and even Utakata. That slap had been strong enough to blow him off his feet. But he did not crumble, nor did he even utter a sound of complaint. After all, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Rem was here. She was alive, awake, talking. That was all he wanted. Subaru, Rem. Rem, tch, you and your. Even though he had been slapped with quite the force, Subaru nevertheless held Rem in an embrace. He took her from Holly as if he were snatching her away into his chest, much to her initial surprise, but immediately after her face reddened with rage. And to punch him with her back put into it, she closed her hand into a fist and Rem, you. She stopped, seemingly having noticed how he was covered in wounds. Rem, .. Relief took away the strength in his knees, so Subaru plopped down to the ground right then and there, with Rem still held in his chest. And while in his chest, Rem looked, and was left speechless by the injuries on his shoulders, at his torso, legs, left hand and many other places. Subaru, you were the one who broke my left hand, remember? Rem, I know. But, everything other than that. You'll die. We have to treat you right away. Myzelda, it's useless. Rem fretted over his wounds as Subaru gave her a weak smile. However, her request was instantly denied by Myzelda's curt answer. Rem's breath caught, startled by how sharp Myzelda's denial was. And as she raised her face to look, Myzelda met her gaze, then shook her head slowly. Myzelda, his wounds are deep. Too deep. Even if we tend to them, they won't heal. Only his will is keeping him with us here right now, but even that looks to be fading away. Rem, fading away. But why? Why now? Why all of a sudden? My Zelda, dash. Because he got the woman he was fighting for back. Why else? She tilted her head to the side, slightly puzzled, then spelled it out for her as if it were the most natural conclusion. Hearing that, Rem's breath caught in her throat, and Subaru, unable to even lift his head, smiled bitterly. Subaru, my Zelda-san, that phrasing's kinda. My Zelda, did I misspeak? It's a comrade's final wish. Of course we'd do our best to comply. You've earned that, Subaru, haha, much obliged. Half of him found my Zelda's frank display of trust refreshing, while the other half of him found it detestable. He knew all too well that their appearance and words held no lie, they were to be taken at face value. Thus, he made Rem shoulder everything else, including his heavy legs. Though in the end, he made his own heavy legs even heavier. Rem, why? Unable to even lift his face, he silently listened to Rem's voice. He noticed her voice crack, and at some point, their positions had been flipped. He realized he was being lifted up by her shoulder. Her blue eyes dart to him, watching him carefully. In them rose suspicion, distrust and sadness. Rem, why do you have to go so far? Why do you? Subaru, dash. Rem, why? Tell me. She inquired. She sought his reason. His purpose. He recalled a memory of this, of being asked the same question once before. What had he replied back with when she first asked him? This important person was asking this of him yet again, but being so close to losing consciousness, he could not recall the rest of that memory. So, he thought, he would give this girl who was on the verge of breaking into tears, the answer that was in his heart, at this moment. Rem, why? He had been asked. Subaru, because, I want you to be happy. Rem, dash. Subaru, I want you to laugh, to smile. That's all I really want. That's all I need. I want you to be surrounded by your loved ones, in a place where you're accepted. There, I want you to be happy. I want you to smile like you always do, that smile like a blooming flower, like the stars that twinkle in a clear night sky, far, far away. I just want you to be happy. That's all I ask. Subaru, dash. Rem, wah. Wait. Subaru's body slowly grew limp. His head hung low, his neck became unable to support it, and his upper body was about to tumble over. Rem immediately pulled him closer to herself with a firm grip, calling out to him as his head drooped down by her side. There was no answer. My Zelda, dear comrades, may we bring peace to the spirit of this warrior. My Zelda straightened her posture, expressing respect and furthering it with a melody that began flowing out of her lips. Following her song, Holly and Utakata, as well as the other people of Shudrak, the women who had previously been singing a song of victory, all started to sing in unison. It was a requiem to bid farewell to a warrior, who had fought until his last breath, who had upheld his dignity to the very end. Rem, wait. But. To me, he's. Sent off by that requiem, Subaru was on the verge of relinquishing his hold on his life. Rem shook her head at his peaceful face, unable to accept it. Rem, dash. She did not know why. She did not understand it, either. In the end, what he told her had not answered her doubts. But, she knew the answer would be lost forever at this rate, so. Rem, please, don't die in a place like this. Don't die. The man who had looked at her so tenderly and compassionately, despite being encased in such an unbearable, repulsive smell that she wanted to instinctively avoid. You must not lose him here, it begged and pleaded to her soul. Like that, Rem bit her lip, longing for salvation. You? Suddenly, simultaneously with the child's groaning voice, Rem felt a hand on her shoulder. Rem, turning around with tear-filled eyes, Rem saw that the golden-haired girl had placed a hand on her shoulder. Still looking as if she was zoning out, the girl stared at the unconscious Subaru. When the girl mumbled out an, "Yuau." Rem, this is? Little by little, a warm sensation seeped into Rem from her shoulder, where the girl had touched her. It was soft, a feeling that slowly tickled at the depths of her heart. Rem found it difficult to breathe, unable to hold back her tears from flowing down her cheeks. Whatever it was that seeped into her from the girl's palm, it was stimulating a strange sensation that laid within her. It was swelling up, and she must not bottle it up like this. She had to set it free somewhere. Commanded by her instincts, Rem released it from her whole body. It streamed down the girl's palm, overflowing into Rem, like that. Subaru, pouring into Subaru's body, who she had been holding, with his life in the balance. Healing magic, I see. Even I had not anticipated this. Rem, eh? A man's voice reached Rem's ears, leaving her dumbfounded, unable to understand what exactly had occurred. Upon raising her head, she saw a black-haired man gazing at her through narrowed eyes, his arms folded together. Rem was about to open her mouth to question him, and close your mouth, woman. Although you are doing it subconsciously, it is a type of miracle, one that has been activated due to the conditions having been met. Should your mind wander, it will be broken off and lose its effectiveness. Rem, leave your doubts and anger until you have finished what lies in front of you. Do not let this opportunity go to waste. There was a weight to the man's words that Rem could not deny, so she closed her mouth right as she was about to argue back at him, and then, just as the man told her, she focused on sending the warmth into Subaru's body, placed in her arms. She had no idea what sort of effect the heat would bring forth. However, Subaru's breathing, which had been growing weaker as he laid in her arms, had regained a little bit of its stability. That alone was enough for the current Rem. Rem, I still don't know what you are, for now. But, she took a pause there and then, hesitating to continue what she was about to say, and closed her eyes. I want you to be happy. Those words she had heard did not seem like a lie. Rem, if you don't stay alive, then you won't be able to see me smile. She called to him, almost as if she were whispering. The healing light had been activated, and Natsuki Subaru's fatal injuries were being treated. While folding his arms, the man who gazed down at the scene, the person who had called himself Vincent Abelix, let out a sigh, as Subaru's life was just barely sustained. The man considered Subaru to be terribly unlucky, but also extremely lucky at the same time. He had won over the hearts of the Shadrakians while on the verge of death, regained what he had wanted to regain on top of that, and he had also narrowly escaped from his own death. He could also theorize that Subaru could be shrewd, having calculated that he would survive if he took back that blue-haired girl, Rem, although the chances were narrow. Vincent, if he were truly that clever, then he would have had the broken fingers on his left hand healed to begin with. Despite having his fingers broken by Rem, and leaving them without any treatment, Subaru was a man who had wished to take her back, whilst being covered in blood and mud. If he did all of that to make his ambition come true, it had to be admitted that Subaru's ploy was unfathomable and otherworldly. However, the brilliance of a wise man could not be felt from him, neither did he appear to be one. Not a slightest bit, not even a glimpse of the hero who was mentioned in various rumors, could be seen in that man, Vincent. It was supposed to be an offering to a man who would have been killed in action, however. If he survives, then I suppose that is fine as it is. Having lost the sensation that covered his face, the man narrowed his eyes while touching his face, the wind caressing his skin for the first time in a while. Natsuki Subaru had narrowly escaped death, and a pledge of blood had been made with the people of Shudrak. It seemed as if the group of Imperial soldiers had not been notified of anything, but that was also within the man's expectations. The people on this land, no, the majority of the people in the Empire had yet to realize it. They had not realized the grave crisis, the unprecedented, political upheaval that had arrived to the great power known as the Sacred Empire of Wallachia. However, Vincent, Prime Minister Bastetz, you traitorous 9 divine generals, and you foolish imperial soldiers who are ignorant of the apex. Standing on the hill where the heat-laced wind was blowing, the man, Abel, turned around towards the imperial capital, which was located at the far west, the heart of the Sacred Empire of Wallachia. The imperial capital Ljubljana, the land that held the throne, ought to be reclaimed. Vincent, shiver and tremble as you await my return. And then, Vincent, since you have survived, after all, I shall have you accompany me, Natsuki Subaru, to take back the Wallachian Empire into these hands of mine. Arc 7, Chapter 13, As a Mortal. His consciousness wavered slowly. Like a ship traveling across the vast ocean, it wobbled to the right and to the left. His consciousness teetered, its feeling heavy, and it felt as if he were going to become dizzy, despite his eyes being closed. It was not enough. He did not have enough of everything. Blood, flesh, bones, peace, anger, and happiness. Of those various things that formed a human, there was not enough. He did not have enough of them, almost as if everything had been spilled somewhere, falling apart like droplets. He had to gather them up, he thought, he had to pick them up again, pack them in again, and then he had to stand up once again. There was a place where he had to go. He had a desire that yearned to go there. There was a reason why he had to live. He had a wish that cried out, I want to live. That's why, that's why, that's why. Even if there was not enough of everything in him, even if he remained flawed and imperfect, he had to keep moving. For that reason, Natsuki Subaru would. Subaru, Yuba. As soon as he awoke, Natsuki Subaru curled his lip at the sticky sensation on his face. It felt like the area from his face to his chest was drenched. Its lukewarm sensation seemed similar to the sweat he would feel on the morning after he had had a nightmare. Combined with him spacing out with his head feeling heavy, he thought he might have had a fever, perhaps. Subaru, the ceiling is unfamiliar. Subaru mumbled out what he saw in his field of vision, a shabby wooden ceiling, with the intent of making it sound like a cliché. He was in a shack, built by putting wooden materials together in a crude manner, and far from adhering to any architectural style. Subaru was confused on what to think of it for a while, looking at the masterpiece that compensated for its inexperienced technique with raw muscle. What had caused him to be in this shack? To remember that, Subaru recalled his memories at a gradual pace. Subaru, if I remember correctly, after I exited the convenience store and blinked, I found myself in another world. I met Emilia Tan there, and, it's a bit long, so let's omit the rest of the details. It was a monologue he would not let anyone else hear, but as he continued to joke around, the speed at which he could process his thoughts returned to him. Yes, after young Natsuki Subaru had been summoned to a different world, he had met a super beautiful silver-haired girl, had gone on various great adventures after that, finally conquered the Tower of Sand, and had been sent away to a neighboring country. Subaru, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Anyway, the real situation at hand was how these bizarre situations kept persisting, almost to the point he wanted to bemoan his current predicament. And then, although he searched through his own memories, he did not remember seeing this shabby ceiling, as expected. Subaru, somewhere like the place in the sanctuary is a narrow possibility, but the building from the time I was imprisoned by Garfield was decent. Nowadays, the adorable Garfield admired him and called him captain, but the memory of being imprisoned by him, with his hands and feet tied together, lingered inside of Subaru, despite it being a memory from a world that was lost. It was not as if Subaru held it against him, but being imprisoned was a valuable experience, so he could not quite forget it even if he tried. However, the memories he had of his ceiling did not match the poor environment from back then. He had been living life in a different world, in a place where the level of civilization was rather high. After all, Subaru, a man from the modern era, realized one of his few occasions of fortune right there and then. While he was filled with deep emotion, thinking about how he wanted to make that realization in a better environment. Subaru, HK, as he organized the disorderly contents of what went through his head like that, one by one, a sudden realization pierced through him without warning, almost like a clap of thunder. Yes, this was not the Lagunican kingdom, but this was the Wallachian Empire. In the neighboring country where he had been unexpectedly thrown into, the people he could rely on were not there. Subaru, Rem. The girl who he had to protect no matter what had arrived in this country, together with him. In addition to that, Subaru had been separated from her, and she was still with the dangerous men. Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. This isn't the time to. Question mark, what are you busying yourself and making a racket for? Subaru, As Subaru immediately sat upright on the verge of going out to look for Rem with great determination, upon hearing a stiff voice thrown towards him from the side, his breath caught in his throat. Subaru only noticed it as he sat up, but it seemed like he had been placed in a bed just as shabby as the ceiling. His eyes met with a pair of blue ones beside him, staring at him with a scornful gaze. The eyes belonged to a girl with rather short blue hair, who was looking at him, her pretty eyes narrowed in a stern manner. Subaru, Rem, I'm not really positive about answering yes to that. I still haven't acknowledged that I am this person you call Rem, after all. Subaru widened his eyes as Rem spoke to him stiffly, sounding as if she were trying to sound impassive to the best of her ability. However, she was right in front of him, she was speaking, and he could also feel her warmth and sense the gentle fragrance that wafted from her, as evidence of this being neither a dream nor an illusion. Yes, the warmness of her hand also counted. Subaru, huh? A hand? Rem, Suddenly, Subaru was stunned as he realized his right hand was holding the girl's, Rem's hand, under the ragged cloth covering his body. He had no recollection of what had exactly happened, however. Subaru, wait, were you holding my hand until I woke up? Rem, huh? Don't say something so disgusting. You can tell by looking at it. You seized my hand and refused to let go. Subaru, oh, I see. I guess that's right. Yeah, I'm the one who was grabbing your hand. He had spurred Rem's souring mood, unable to tell the difference between expectations and reality. Apparently, he had been grasping Rem's hand the whole time he had been unconscious. Even so, the fact she had not shaken him off weighed on his mind. Rem, what's that look in your eyes? Subaru, no, it's nothing. Yes, it's nothing. Rem, I see. Let go of me already. Your hand is slimy with sweat. Subaru, an enormous amount of damage done to an adolescent boy. When said by a cute girl, it was a blow that would inflict an incurable wound, depending on the person receiving it. Fortunately, Subaru only got away with nearly dying because he was made of tough stuff, but when he timidly let go of Rem's hand, she brought her hand to her chest and wiped it on her clothes, resulting in him being hit by a follow-up attack. Anyhow, aside from Subaru's inner feelings. Subaru, Rem, are you hurt anywhere? If you are hurt anywhere, please don't hide it and tell me. Rem, huh? Subaru, what's that face for? Did I say anything weird? Setting aside their first interaction, Subaru wanted to be certain of Rem's safety. However, despite his question being rooted out of concern for her well-being, Rem's reaction was terribly frosty. Subaru spontaneously panicked, wondering if he had said something he should not have, but he did not have the faintest idea of what it was. All he had stated had been about his worry for Rem, without anything out of the ordinary. Rem, you're the one who was seriously injured. You aren't aware of it, even though you were at death's door. Subaru, aware? That's. Rem, I see, it seems like you aren't. You can't be trusted, just as I thought. Subaru swallowed as she met his eyes, all the while flinging out words of rejection at him. She had lost her memories. The smell of the miasma that encircled Subaru had been of assistance in making a bad impression of him, and Rem's attitude towards him had remained consistently standoffish and cold. Much more than that, he had been unable to create an opportunity to bridge the rift between her and himself this time. Subaru had been really desperate, trying his best to save Rem from the Empire's camp. Subaru, Another piece of his deficient memory was filled, and it felt as if he were under an illusion that caused his brain to tremble. The astonishment he currently felt was special to the point it rivaled Rem's existence. Subaru had risked everything to save Rem, after he had been captured by the Empire's camp. In the end, he had come across the tribe in the forest, the people of Shudrak, and underwent their ritual, along with the prisoner of war who had been placed in the same cage with him. And then, Subaru, I have a right hand. And it's not black, Subaru mumbled as he lifted his right arm, looking at the torn sleeve and the arm that peeked out from there. A dreadfully dark pattern that had surfaced on his right arm. An after-effect of an encounter with the Sin archbishops at the Watergate city of Pristella, but it was gone without a trace, despite having been indelible until now. That black pattern had treated the wounds of his tattered right arm. It was an event he remembered as a horrible memory, but it seemed like it was neither a dream nor a nightmare. No, it was a nightmare, but it appeared to be something that had really occurred. His crippled right arm had been healed, and Rem was at his bedside. That meant Subaru had finished the lifeblood ritual without dying, and he was also successful in taking back Rem, causing many casualties in return. Subaru, Rem, you look pale. I think you should stay in bed. She declared that as she looked at Subaru, who grew silent as he glanced down at his unnaturally taintless arm, showing her concern to someone when they looked ill, even if she did not have a good opinion of them, was probably a result of her innate kindness. Or it may have been because Subaru's expression looked like a dead man's. A part of him wanted to depend on her kindness. However, he could not do that. There were too many things he had to make sure of. Subaru, thanks for worrying about me. But I have a lot of things I need to ask you about. Just asking, but this house belongs to someone from the people of Shudrak, right? Rem, they were calling themselves that, it seems. Subaru, I see. If that's the case, I want to see my Zelda-san and the others. Also. It was a subject he did not want to ask her about, but he could not afford to not verify it. Rem, who had been imprisoned in the Empire's camp, was here. If so, he was also curious about the person, Louis, who was similarly held captive over there. To put it bluntly, he was worried. Not about Louis's safety, but more about the damage that would be caused if she were to be left alone. Subaru, I'm gonna be honest with you, but where's that girl? Louis? Rem, You have a disgruntled look on your face. Why do you keep her at a distance? Subaru, it's hard to explain. And I have reasons you probably won't understand even if I did. Any conversations regarding Louis would always incur Rem's displeasure. Subaru felt pained by that, but he also thought of it as a matter that could not be communicated by talking about it. Subaru, anyway, where's she? Was she left in the CA, Rem? You'd know if you looked to your left. Subaru, Pondering over what she had told him, Subaru widened his eyes, and directed them to his left, towards the side opposite to Rem, who was at his right. And then, glancing over, Subaru's face grew stiff from the delayed bewilderment. Laying there was Z. Subaru, Louis was sleeping soundly, showing off her innocent, sleeping face. She was at his left side, sleeping in the same bed and wrapped in the same, ragged cloth. Saliva dripped down from her wide-open mouth, and looking at her shameless display, Subaru finally caught onto the situation. The identity of the stickiness and wet sensation on his chest and face, when he had awoken was Subaru, Subaru let out a soundless scream. Oh, Subaru. It seems like you've woken up without any problem. The person who welcomed Subaru as he showed up at the clearing, guided by Rem, was my Zelda. Her black hair dyed red, the young matriarch of the people of Shudrak walked over to Subaru, who exited the shack, and double-checked his condition from head to toe. He let out a small, dry laugh at Zelda's unreserved, yet powerful demeanor that felt rather refreshing. "Subaru, I made it back alive, thanks to you. It seems like I've made you worry, too. Zelda, don't worry about it. If you were to die, all we have to do is return the soul of our brave comrade to the skies, and bury your corpse under the soil as we mourn. It's a good thing your soul remained instead of that happening. Subaru, Zelda-san." Crossing her muscular arms, the olive-skinned, tall Zelda held her head high. Her unpretentious words bore into his chest, and Subaru felt quietly and deeply impressed by them. Although, to be honest, back when he had been captured by the Shudrak and placed inside that prison, he had steeled himself for another death. Like that, while Subaru was impressed by her, Zelda narrowed her eyes with a, "By the way. Zelda, it's too bad you're taken. Rem and Louis. Will you add at least one more person?" "Rem, Zelda-san." Next to Subaru, Rem raised her voice at Zelda's somewhat mischievous-sounding offer. She had a stern expression on her face, still shaky on her feet as she walked with her new wooden cane. Having woken up just a little while ago, Louis was clinging onto her arm, her eyes widening out of surprise at Rem's voice. While caressing Louis's blonde hair, Rem called Zelda by name once again, and then, "Rem, you shouldn't say that. I do not trust or understand this person." "Zelda, then, could he be given to me?" "Rem, yes, of course. I will give him to you." "Subaru, the conversation isn't reflecting my will." "Louis, AAA. Ooh." With a prickly attitude, Rem agreed to the proposal to transfer Subaru. When Subaru rushed to put a stop to it, Louis shouted as well, going along with the momentum of the atmosphere. "I'm only joking," Zelda laughed as she heard him, but Subaru could not hold back his astonishment once he saw her affable disposition. He could barely remember what had happened right after the lifeblood ritual. Even after that, he still could not define the line that distinguished his memories from his desires, made to be favorable to him. Seeing how Zelda was acting, it did not seem like a fantasy, however. "Subaru, so, for once, I was able to build a good relationship with someone I've met for the first time. That's great, but..." "Zelda, you look pale. Are you feeling unwell? I can cut off any impaired parts on your body." "Subaru, I feel like it's going to turn out to be a disaster if I carelessly say, 'Yes, please,' so I'll decline." It was not a joke, but an earnest offer, probably. He figured it could be a fatal mistake if he were to say, "Yes, please," without thinking it through. Anyhow. "Subaru, last time, I didn't have the time to look around leisurely, but..." Going around in a circle to observe the village of the Shudrakians, Subaru muttered. The village existed deep inside a vast forest, and it looked like a world where the level of civilization's improvement had come to a halt, including the shack where Subaru had awoken. It was a sight befitting the impression of what would be called an ethnic minority, living in an uncultivated jungle. Amazons who lived their lives while taking part in hunting, with no male workers. It seemed like an undeveloped area, indeed, as Subaru saw no signs of civilization in the village. "Subaru, their numbers are few, so they can keep living by going hunting every day. But, Rem, .. Subaru murmured, knitting his eyebrows in a distressed manner while biting his lip. Rem was wordlessly staring at his face from the side, with a cross look on her face. Whatever she was thinking in the depths of her blue eyes, the current Subaru was unable to perceive it. He was scared of being unable to read her thoughts. He also could not smile back with ease at Zelda, who had smiled at him. That was why, in order to overcome this situation. "Subaru, I want to talk to you, Zelda-san. I think I also need to speak to that guy. As well." "Zelda, yeah. You said it at a good time. He's probably at the meeting area with Tarita and the others right now." Hearing Subaru's words, Zelda nodded and jerked her chin. She was pointing towards a large building at the back of the clearing, a place that had been referred to as the meeting area. It was most likely a place that fulfilled its role as its name suggested, and setting aside whether it was the most fine-looking construct in the village or not, it seemed as if the role had been assigned to the largest building. Subaru, let's go. Locating his destination, Subaru began walking in that direction. He held out his hand to be of assistance to Rem, just in case, but she had rejected it. Taking Louis with her, she indicated that she would walk on her own with her attitude. Laughing dryly at the invariable response Rem sent towards him, Subaru tightened his expression. And then, the group passed through the entrance of the meeting area, and went inside. There. ? It seems like you are finally awake. Have you enjoyed yourself, Natsuki Subaru? Yes, he was greeted by a masked man, who sat on the ground of the meeting area with one knee raised. Amidst the Shadrakians, who were surrounding a fire, a man had slipped into the center of the meeting place. Subaru's cheeks twitched at his reception, and he was also at a loss for words. Subaru, ... What is it? Surely, you shall not declare that you have lost your voice, in return for barely returning alive? A price such as that? Perhaps, it was an appropriate one to pay, looking at the results. Subaru, no, I haven't lost my voice. My voice isn't gone, but I'm at a loss for words. What's with that mask of yours? Having said that, Subaru pointed at the man who spoke in an arrogant manner. Placed on the man's face, where Subaru's finger was pointing at, was what looked like an Oni mask, painted in red and white. However, since the Oni existed as a race in this world, it could not be an actual Oni mask. A mask that simply resembled the face of something frightening. That was what the man was wearing. The man, sounding disinterested, responded to Subaru's indication with a yes. ? It is an offering. Originally, I had the intention of keeping my face hidden going forward. I suppose it will do. It was troublesome to re-wrap my face every time I washed it. Subaru, yeah, it looks like you might get itchy if it gets dirty. Wait, it's not the time to be talking about that. ? Oh? Grimacing at the man's indifference, Subaru walked towards him from the front without hesitating, and then, seated in a circle together with the man, Tarita attempted to stop him with a, hey. However. ? Halt, Tarita. It seems as if this person has business with me. Tarita, why yes. However. ? When I say it is fine, then it is fine. Are there any other words that are necessary? Held back by none other than the man, Tarita shook her head and backed off. It seemed like the man had won over a hefty amount of trust from the people of Shadrak, all within a short time period. No, considering that attitude, control was more appropriate than trust. Tarita neither acted out of fear nor trust, but respect. The same applied to the other Shadrakians that surrounded the same area, at least. Subaru had no idea what sort of method the man had used in order to do that, however. Subaru, for now, I just want to speak to you, one-on-one. Vincent Abelix. Vincent, ... Subaru declared, standing in front of the man who was sitting, gazing down at him. He could not see how the man's expression had shifted behind his mask upon hearing Subaru's words. However, the air around the meeting place grew tense, and it was almost as if he could feel that the temperature had decreased. The pressure in the atmosphere almost made him inadvertently hold his breath, but Subaru endured it with willpower alone. And then. Vincent, I shall overlook the first time because of your befuddlement, so do not make me repeat myself. Therefore, know that there shall not be a third time. You shall withhold yourself from uttering my name indiscreetly. 1. Subaru, what if I say, I don't want to? Vincent, I shall administer punishment accordingly. I know a great number of ways to force you to surrender. The man stood up on the spot, glaring at Subaru while facing him directly. Judging from the feeling of his proclamation and his demeanor, there were no falsehoods within the man's words. There was no possibility of them being a bluff, either, even if the number of moves he could make and the measures he could take were limited. Subaru was sure the man could implement the punishment he had been talking about. Subaru, you're an annoying guy. Vincent, then, will you make me say it a third time? Subaru, no, I'll pass. I didn't come here to argue. Abel. It's meaningless to remain stubborn, Subaru thought, giving in first. Like that, Subaru decided he would heed the advice of the masked man and call him Abel. Drawing his chin back at Subaru's decision, Abel commented, a wise choice. Abel, had you not withdrawn, then there would have been an instance of bloodshed. Subaru, you wish. I'll probably offend you if I say this, but I think it'll be just barely an even match if we both went at it. Abel, if that is the case, you are the one who should look behind himself. Subaru, behind myself? Abel said to Subaru, who had received his earlier words as provocation and crinkled up his nose. When he complied and turned around, his shoulders shook as he exclaimed, "You way." Rem was standing there, watching the argument unfold between the two men with an icy stare. Subaru, you Rem-san? Your face. Rem, no. It's just. Even after you were about to die, having been asleep for 3 days, it seems like you're ridiculously stubborn, refusing to take good care of your own body. Why don't you just drop dead at the side of the road, then? Subaru, sorry. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Giving in to Rem's cold eyes, Subaru apologized desperately. In the end, he could not make any changes to Rem's disappointed expression, but he had a sudden realization. It came out of the blue, but there was a high possibility that the reason why Subaru had been able to survive, narrowly escaping from his death, was thanks to healing magic, unless there was some sort of miraculous elixir. If that was the case, the person who did that was Abel, including that, I must speak with you, Subaru, Abel. Abel had apparently deciphered Subaru's feelings after seeing him hold his breath. He shrugged his shoulders lightly, then turned his face in Myzelda's direction. Abel, Myzelda, make everyone leave. I only require myself and this man to be here. Myzelda, well, you're just doing as you please, now. I would have been angry if you weren't handsome. Tarata, sister, please get angry even if you're up against a handsome man. While Myzelda obeyed Abel's orders without any resistance, Tarata's shoulders dropped as she looked at her sister. However, Tarata had also followed Abel's command earlier, so her words were unconvincing. Once Myzelda, the chief of the tribe, had been persuaded, the other people of Shudrak would not stay put. All of them streamed out of the meeting place, one after another. The problem was whether Rem, and in addition, Louis should be placed among the wave of Shudrakians, but Abel, it is inconvenient for you to speak about your desired topic if that woman is here, is it not? Subaru, GH. He saw through the reason of my hesitation, Subaru thought, his breath catching in his throat from Abel's words. However, in the end, what Abel had said was correct. Subaru did not want Rem to hear the conversation that would come after this. Subaru, Rem, can you step outside with everyone else? It'll be over soon. Or, well, I don't know if we'll get it done soon, but we won't take too long. Rem, when you put that way, it sounds like I'm the one who's behaving like a spoiled child. Subaru, I didn't mean it like that. Then, can you step outside for now? Rem, what would you do if I were to say, I don't want to? Subaru, eh? He was astonished by Rem's response, having believed his hands to be already full from dealing with Abel. Subaru immediately understood she was ridiculing his interaction with Abel from a short while ago, but he was a complete pushover whenever Rem held her ground. If it were possible, he wanted to grant any of her wishes and let her do whatever she wanted to do. However, Subaru, I think. I don't want you to. Listen to this, Rem, I could remain here by force. Subaru, then, I'm being cheap, but I'll run away in that case. If Subaru started running, then Rem would not be able to catch up to him with her speed, since she had to use a cane. That was the only point where Subaru could clearly surpass her right now. He had to say it was rather shameful of him, as Subaru could not think of anything else other than that. Louis, ooh. Louis groaned as she pulled Rem's arm, in front of the distressed Subaru. Apparently, she was trying to take Rem out of the meeting place. Looking at Louis, Rem chuckled. Rem, I'm sorry, I must have made you worry. It's just. I wanted to say mean things to this smelly person, just a little bit. Louis, oh. Subaru, smelly person. The term pierced him, deep and razor sharp, more so than any other mean things, but that was currently not of importance. Just as she had told Louis, Rem quickly withdrew with a, well then, and left the meeting place with the blonde girl in tow, while using her cane. Subaru scratched his cheek as he watched Rem's back, with it never turning around for her to look back at him. Whether Rem seriously did not have any interest in Subaru, or whether she had said that out of consideration, it was hard for him to make a judgment. Of course, he would be happier if it were the latter, however. Subaru, she was brought here with the worst impression of me. I won't wish for more, that's my lifestyle. Abel, you have downright ridiculous perseverance and vanity. Sit, I shall listen to what you have to say. And so, the two were left alone in the meeting area. Following what Abel said, Subaru dropped himself onto the ground, sitting cross-legged. In front of him, Abel also seated himself on the ground, with one knee up. He watched Subaru through his mask. Sitting opposite of the burning bonfire in the middle, the two men faced off against each other. Subaru, first thing I want to ask, how much of it was a dream, and how much of it was real? Abel, I suppose that is a question no one but you would ask. How would you like me to answer? Everything was a dream, we avoided utter catastrophe and the situation is approaching a peaceful conclusion. Would hearing that satisfy you? Subaru, you know utakata and utter catastrophe kinda sound similar, you might confuse me with the girl if you say that, too. A young girl, one of the people of Shudrak. Subaru was pretty sure her name was Utakata. The unintentional pun was confusing, but that was not the true meaning behind Abel's words. No, Subaru understood what Abel had meant, and used that light joke as a brief escape. Abel did not overlook Subaru's timidity. Abel, I do not plan to keep up with your cowardice, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, yeah, I know. Attacking the Empire's camp, that was real, correct? Abel, of course, that is correct. The Empire's camp deployed outside of Budim was completely destroyed with the power of the Shudrak. The scene you saw was no illusion. Again, Abel confirmed the reality of that scene. Hearing that, Subaru felt something profoundly heavy pierce the back of his chest. Tightly biting his lips, he used the pain to keep his consciousness from fading. That kind of easy escape was not permitted for Natsuki Subaru.
Subaru, I understand the situation now.
You commanded the people of Shudrak and attacked the Empire's campsite, chasing them away. That's the gist of it. Abel, yes. However, that explanation is lacking. Let me supplement. Subaru, supplement? Abel, I commanded the Shudrak to destroy the encampment. Moreover, that was done with no casualties suffered on our side. Subaru, So, is that you just bragging about how amazing your commanding ability is? Abel, no, that is not the case. This feat is your achievement. Towards Abel, who shook his head, Subaru widened his eyes in surprise with an audible ah. It was a completely unexpected statement. Abel actually acknowledging Subaru's achievements was one thing in and of itself, but Subaru could not even fathom as to why he was getting any sort of credit. What in the world was he talking about? Abel, do you not understand? The reason why the Shudrak and I could achieve a flawless victory was because we had detailed knowledge of the enemy's organization. We got this information from none other than you yourself. Subaru, huh? On top of his raised knee, Abel spoke with his chin rested on his hand. Meanwhile, Subaru's thoughts came to a standstill. Those words were completely contrary to his expectations. It did not just come out of left field, it gut-punched him from left field. Finding it difficult to accept the implications behind those words, Subaru opened and closed his mouth silently like a fish. Abel, if you roughly know the enemy's stationing, layout and personnel, the probability of success of a siege rises. In reality, we won with no casualties. That was your contribution. You even received a reward. Subaru, Ward. Abel, we safely rescued your woman. I reward work. I do not have the ability to reward the dead. I thought that only while you still drew breath, but the devil's luck in you is strong. Although he had been told that he had extremely good luck, Subaru was still in a state of shock. It could be that, as far as Abel was concerned, those words were supposed to be considered a compliment or praise. However, unfortunately, Subaru did not have the capacity to accept them, nor did he have the mores rooted in him to do so. That was natural, of course. Why did he have to be happy about being useful as a tool of war? Subaru, why did I even talk about the campsite? Abel, it was the side effects of the medicine. After finishing the lifeblood ritual, you were on the verge of death. There was a need to keep you alive until the takeover of the campsite and the rescue of the woman was complete. The medicine used kept your mind in a clouded state. Hence why you spoke. Subaru, I just blabbed about anything that was asked of me. Aghast, Subaru held his face in his hands, his voice trembling. It was true, Subaru had a general understanding of the particulars inside the encampment. He had once spent several days in the camp as a choreboy after all. He knew what was where and the rough number of people that were there. He also knew where their weapons and tools were stored, so if one were to crush those locations as a first strike, it was no question that they would get the overwhelming advantage. He understood that. He understood, but so what if he did? Subaru, medicine? Are you messing with me? Using that kind of thing without asking me? You. Abel, however, without it, you would have died, unable to reunite with the woman. It means the woman's healing magic would not have reached you, either. There is no reason for you to speak ill of me, who let a dead man live. Subaru, oh of course there is.
I didn't want to assist in a war.
So many people died. But, you're Abel, it seems like you are misunderstanding something. He said bluntly to Subaru, who was breathing heavily, positioned in a stance to denounce evil. Pierced by the coldness in Abel's tone, Subaru stiffened his cheeks. Subaru, misunderstand, you say? What am I misunderstanding, exactly? Abel, for example, we shall pretend your consciousness was not befuddled by the medicine. In order to rescue that woman, you would still need the aid of the Shudrak, nevertheless. Naturally, you would disclose what you know, and give it your all. If so, you would have spoken about who is assigned to where in the camping grounds. Subaru, Abel, you understand it, do you not? The result would be the same. Whether you were on the verge of death or not, the secrets of the encampment would be exposed by your knowledge, and those soldiers would perish. Receiving Abel's indication, Subaru searched for a way to protest against it. However, Abel was correct, and Subaru could imagine what would have happened in that case, off the top of his head. In fact, had he lived through the lifeblood ritual in a better state, and had there been a discussion on forming a plan to save Rem, then Subaru would have talked about the Empire's camp. He would have divulged the positions of the soldiers, as well as their numbers, and he would have used his knowledge to aid him in thinking up any measures to save Rem. Subaru, but I would be a part of the Council of War in that case. I would have definitely been against a strategy that would result in casualties. So, Abel, you claim you would have been able to convince them? Would it have been possible for you to convince the people who do not know, nor have any other means aside from bloodshed, find a more appropriate method of carrying things out, and save the woman without any casualties, peacefully and civilly? Subaru, that's Abel, I will tell you this. That is what would be called a pipe dream. Pierced by Abel's words, Subaru's soul shrieked as it bled out. No, he wanted to yell, wanted to deny Abel's words. However, everything that came out of his mouth was baseless, driven by emotion, and it would not be able to inflict a single crack on Abel's mask, nor make his expression waver. The things they saw were different from one another. They led their own lives differently. Contrasting views on life and death laid within Subaru and Abel, as well as the people of Shadrach. And it was impossible to remove and break through such a wall. During the short time in which he had lost Rem, at the very least. Certainly. Subaru was sure of it. Subaru, I didn't want to give up just because of that. Abel, in return for your perseverance, someone other than you would die. Perhaps, that person may be a complete stranger to you. Or they could be someone who may be akin to your other half. When you stand still and indulge in your foolish thoughts, it means you are allowing that to happen. Abel carried on with shoving it into his face, despite Subaru cursing the unforgivable reality while grinding his teeth. Perhaps, in exchange for the harsh, unmerciful way of how things had been done, Abel had reeled in a definite result. However, why did he have the privilege of selecting which lives would be lost in return? Subaru, who do you think you are? Do you think you've become a god or something? Abel, fool, I am neither a god nor a hero. Naturally, I am also different from those wicked observers who look down on this world. I am a king. A king amongst kings. Subaru, Abel, the one who stands at the apex is called the emperor by their people. I am that. Abel announced, placing a hand on his chest daringly. Subaru could not see his expression beyond the mask that hid his face. However, Subaru imagined Abel's face, a face he had only seen once, displaying a bold smile, a bright fire lit within his eyes. Emperor. Hearing that, the thought of holding his breath completely slipped from his mind. The man had proved his existence with his own words, in such an imposing, majestic way. And then, Abel, Vincent Abelix continued speaking to Subaru, the latter shell-shocked, the former maintaining the dignified tone of his voice. Vincent, the 77th Emperor of the Sacred Empire of Wallachia. That is me. Subaru, Vincent, however, I have left my position as of now, having been ousted from the apex, Arc 7, Chapter 14, Unbridgeable Values. Subaru, the 77th Emperor of the Sacred Wallachian Empire. Hearing Abel give his title, Subaru's mind went blank. The reason was not because he was unable to take in the meaning of the words, nor that he was afraid to square off against royalty. Certainly, in this other world he was in, this was the first time Subaru had met royalty in person. By the time when Subaru had been summoned to another world, all members of the royal family of the Kingdom of Lagunica had succumbed to illness. Felt was suspected of being a surviving royal, but Felt didn't recognize herself as such, and since she had nary a trace of anything like royalness, she didn't count. In that respect, of all the people Subaru had met in this world, the ones of the highest station were the people he happened to see at the place of the royal selection, the dignitaries of the Council of Wise Men, or perhaps the Duchess Crush. Roswell was also a margrave of a remote region, which in itself was a high position. Actually, as Emilia was a royal candidate in the selection of the next sovereign, what kind of position did that correspond to? Subaru, wait, this isn't time to be running away from reality. Subaru restrained himself before his thoughts could become scattered and chaotic. In any case, the important thing was that Abel had revealed himself to be the Emperor. Ever since he came across him on the jungle plain, Subaru had a feeling he was no ordinary person. Still, he would never have imagined that this person actually held the position of Emperor. Provided that. Subaru, well, if it's actually true. Abel, you doubt my word? Subaru, it's only natural to doubt it. How is it in the middle of a forest I just happened to get stuck with the most preeminent person in the country? I can easily believe your brazenness is Emperor class, but... Then, Subaru paused, and scowled directly at the fiendish face Abel wore. From Abel's side, only the sharpness of his gaze could be felt as they stood facing each other, which was not fair. Certainly, there was a strength of will in Abel's voice that only a person of importance could possess. Having come in contact with people of various stations in this world, Subaru's intuition verified that. Still, that was not what this was about. Subaru, it's like I said before. How the hell am I supposed to trust a guy who doesn't even show his face, huh? Opposite the open fire, through the flickering flames, Abel considered Subaru's words. Subaru glared harshly at Abel's masked visage, referring to the words they had exchanged while he watched the burning encampment in a daze. Abel's face had been concealed by old rags rather than a mask then, but he had said the same thing to him. And finally, having heard that, Abel had undone the binds and revealed his face of his own accord. Abel, you are a tiresome man, going on and on about inconsequential matters. While saying that, he set the mask to the side. In that same moment, Subaru, Abel, what is with that insolent look? There is nothing about me that is exceptionally different from you. Subaru, that's true, in part. I'm sensing God's spite in the arrangement. Staring fixedly at Abel's face, the irony of it struck Subaru. It could be said that Abel and Subaru were similar. However, that was only speaking in broad terms. When broken down to a finer degree, they were different on a grand scale. Glossy black hair, an imposing sharp-eyed look. It was an overbearingly powerful impression, but his devilish face had a peculiar charm that was difficult to look away from. That was the countenance of the Emperor of the sacred Wallachian Empire. Nevertheless, Subaru had no recognition of that face. From his position as a Knight of the Royal Selection candidate Emilia, he had, somehow, also become involved in national affairs of a neighboring country. Subaru, is that how it is? Even though you're at the top of the nation, your face is. Abel, there is no reason you would know it. From the beginning, my face has not been seen outside of the imperial capital. The reason being there are far too many in this country aiming for my head. Subaru, so it's for self-defense? You must have really stirred up people's resentment, huh? Abel, no. It is because being powerful is the creed of the citizens of the empire. The weak-willed must die, the frail must die, and the cowardly must die. Because the strong deserve to have it all. Subaru, Abel, the position of the emperor is also no exception. It is the grounds for the empire's unparalleled strength as a nation. Resting his chin on his own knees, Abel spoke of Wallachhia's extreme ideology, leaving Subaru at a loss. His words were not false. Having spent a few days at the Imperial soldiers' camp, Subaru knew it too. Todd and the other Imperial soldiers would likely greatly approve of Abel's words just now. Them included, the citizens of the Empire earnestly believed in the notion that victory would balance out everything. The way they existed was the embodiment of, long live the Empire. If they could fulfill that, then they would not hesitate to burn down the jungle to exterminate a tribe. If they could fulfill that, launching a surprise attack on their fellow countrymen and massacring the soldiers was also. Subaru, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Abel, what is it? Subaru, for example. For example, if you were really the emperor, then why did you attack the Imperial soldiers' camp? If you just walked over there and spoke with the camp's higher up, then. Abel, fool. How could I saunter over there with such nonchalance? I do not have a desire to end my own life. Do not lump me in with yourself. Subaru, I don't have a death wish either. But, suicide? Subaru did not understand the reason as to why an emperor interacting with his country's soldiers would be referred to as a suicidal act. To Abel, all of those imperial soldiers should be his subordinates. It was unreasonable to consider it as a suicidal act to interact with them. No, there was a way to rationalize it. That was. Subaru, if I haven't misheard it, then. Did you say you were ousted from the position of the emperor? Abel, it seems like you did not fail to hear it. However, I have also announced that I will not repeat myself. Subaru, don't joke around. It's an important section, isn't it? Is it true that you've really been kicked out of the emperor's? With Abel's unchanging expression, Subaru started to doubt whether he was a human like Subaru himself, or not. Because if Abel's circumstances were just as Subaru had predicted, then he must be in a situation that was practically hopeless. The thought made Subaru hesitate to continue his words. Abel, your way of thinking is correct. However, Abel nodded, stepping over Subaru's hesitation with ease. In front of Subaru, who was holding his breath, Abel's gaze was lowered ever so slightly, staring at the burning fire. The wood crackled amidst the flames, and the faint noise sounded as if they were throes of death. Abel closed one eye whilst listening to it. Abel, the group of Imperial soldiers that had been deployed outside of Budim were dispatched by my political opponents, in order to dispose of me. To be precise, you have become embroiled in this. Subaru, but, the people at the camp didn't say anything about that. They said their objective was to negotiate with the people of Shudrak in the forest. It was not like Subaru had the ability to see through someone's lies. Even with that, he thought it unrealistic to consider that everyone, in a place where dozens of people had been crowded together, had coordinated their stories to match each other's, all just to deceive the outsiders who were Subaru and Rem. That was why the Imperial soldiers, Todd and his group, had believed they were after the people of Shudrak. Subaru, though, capturing you being their true objective is. Abel, do not beat around the bush, they were plotting an attack. You are the one who said that. And then, in order to protect yourself and the woman, you have weighed the Shudrakians and the Imperial soldiers on a scale. Subaru, no. Abel, I am not mistaken. What has already occurred cannot be changed. Those soldiers will not come back to life. The dead will not speak of anything, nor are they able to exert their influence upon the living. Subaru, The dead will not come back to life. Subaru squeezed his eyes shut, struck by Abel's fierce words. How dare he say whatever as he pleased, when he knew absolutely nothing? There was a way to revive the dead. The method was the one and only authority, which only Subaru was capable of holding. Subaru, If he were to return by death, then there was a possibility he could go back to the time before the encampment was wiped out. Once he did that, Subaru could warn the Imperial soldiers and save them from their deadly fate, perhaps. However, if he did that, then the safety of the people of Shudrak would be put in jeopardy. He was trapped in a dilemma of choosing which side would be left standing at the cost of the other side. It was difficult to save both of them, when they stood diametrically opposed to each other. More than anything, Subaru did not have the courage to return by death for them. Even if he did redo it, how much of a chance did he have at being even more successful? This time, the fact that Subaru and Rem were safe could be referred to as second best, rather than the very best. Asking for anything more than that was equivalent to confronting an endless challenge. In order to do that, letting his own life wear down would be. Abel, you are a foolish man, bearing enigmatic woes. As Subaru asked and answered his own question, Abel's words had abruptly disturbed his eardrums. Subaru's eyes flew open out of astonishment, unable to comprehend what Abel had said to him for a moment. Abel was staring at Subaru from the front, on the other side of the flickering flames. It was almost as if Abel was pitying him with that gaze of his. Abel, why would you always desire to curry favor with others? Subaru, curry favor? You're saying I do that? Abel, you are always gazing at others. You have intentionally constructed yourself to be that way. Similar to how a warrior would hone their skills, you have concealed your own heart with a deception called charity. Subaru, it's none of your business. Intense rage coursed through Subaru as Abel spoke as if he understood him. To someone who did not know anything about Subaru himself, nor about return by death, it was impossible for him to understand even a fraction of what Subaru was saddled with. There was no reason for Subaru to be lectured, nor pitied. Subaru, you haven't answered my question at all. The Imperial soldiers were after the people of Shudrak. They never mentioned anything about why. Abel, it is a topic that is not disclosed to the foot soldiers. I suppose even the commander is unaware. The emperor, having left his position, is not something that could afford to be leaked out of the empire. Neither do I, nor those who have deposed me, wish for the empire to be shaken. Subaru, Abel, additionally, it was inevitable that they would target the Shadrakians. Forced out of the emperor's throne, the only hand an emperor can take after escaping the capital are the Shadrakians. Therefore, killing the people of Shadrak is equivalent to cutting my hands and feet and sinking me to the bottom of water when I am already half drowning. Letting Abel's nonchalant explanation sink in, Subaru's questions melted away. Why Todd and the rest of the Imperial soldiers surrounded the jungle? Why they sought to negotiate with the people of Shadrak to demilitarize them or otherwise exterminate them? Only now did he understand the reason for it all. Subaru, why are the Shadrakians the only ones you can rely on? Abel, an emperor of Wallachia has saved Shadrak from a predicament in times past. Shadrakians never forget their debts. There is also the lifeblood ritual. They are my path to victory. The old debt that the tribe pridefully owed to the emperor, and the way the Shadrakians respected their rituals. Driven away from the imperial capital, Abel bet on that and attempted contact with the people of Shadrak. Consequently, Abel's political opponents tried to prevent him from doing so, by dispatching imperial soldiers to the jungle to try and entomb the emperor. It was a bet with terrible odds, but one could say that he had won that gamble. Superbly defying the opponent's expectations, he repelled the enemy's first wave that was meant to corner him. However, even Subaru knew the opponent would not stay their hand here. Subaru, you and your enemy's battle hasn't ended. Abel, of course. It would end if I were to die. However, I still draw breath. Therefore, to take back my things, I shall use my utmost power to go and reclaim them. That was the Emperor of Wallachia, Abel, Vincent Obelix's choice. To Subaru, the word things that Abel had used seemed like it had an asterisk next to it, with a note saying this actually means country. The scale in which Abel looked at things was too big for Subaru. At the same time as being overwhelmed by his absurdity, Subaru came to realize something far too late. Subaru, so, you're planning to start a war using the people of Shadrak? Abel, correct. I have made them promise cooperation. The results of the lifeblood ritual and the pact they made with the emperor before. People who extol pride are easy to manipulate. They will undoubtedly fight with me. Subaru, you're saying it wasn't enough after doing all that? Retaking the emperor's throne. To do that, there would inevitably be more battles to come. Resulting in war, a fierce battle where humans would fight other humans, with their lives on the line. Abel, The imperial camp, which had been burnt to the ground. As far as Subaru knew, there had been at least 100 imperial soldiers there. If Abel and the Shadrakians had only attacked that one encampment, even if there were some who managed to escape, there had been over 100 casualties. If not, it was probably safe to say casualties had not reached 1,000. During the few hours Subaru spent unconscious, over 100 lives had been lost. Subaru, just because of that. Throughout the days he had lived in another world, this was the experience with the most casualties. There had been victims at the White Whale subjugation and at the fight with Betelgeuse. There were people he could not save at the fights in Prestella, and even more in times now gone. Compared to those unpreventable casualties, the number of lives lost here was greater. Additionally, the enemies fought were not witch beasts nor were they evil entities. They were human beings. They were not people who could not be reasoned with. They were people who could come to an understanding with dialogue. Subaru, why did they have to be killed? Abel, there was no other method, that is all. Subaru, is that really true? Did you seriously try and find another way? Before all your options were snatched away by murdering them, did you try to find another option until the very end? Abel, Abel narrowed his eyes at Subaru's feeble grievances. His look told Subaru that, instead of carefully considering Subaru's opinion, he was questioning as to why he had to do something like that. He was questioning the fundamental part of Subaru's argument. It was not like he did not understand the words exchanged, nor was it that he was unwilling to partake in discourse. The reason they could not come to an understanding despite this, was because Abel's ethics were terrifyingly secluded from his own. Fortunately for Natsuki Subaru, until now, he had not fallen into a situation where he had to build a relationship with someone whose values greatly differed from his. The majority of people he had encountered in this other world were rational. They lent their ears to Subaru and interacted with him, while communicating their own opinions. Once upon a time, an idiotic Subaru had failed to understand this and was thus unable to notice their tact, resulting in him throwing all that away. Even so, he managed until now. The people he had been unable to come to an understanding, because of their different sets of values, were mostly either witches or sin archbishops. However, by defining them as different beings, Subaru could continue going on without having to knock morals with them. But Abel was different. The people of Shadrach and the imperial soldiers were also different. They held no ill will, they did not toy with life and death, and they did not wield tremendous power for selfish reasons. Excluding their base principles, they were humans, just like Subaru. But even then, Subaru, I just want to bring Rem home. The battle to retake Abel's throne was going to commence. If this were another person's affair, or if it was a past event detailed in a biography or something similar, Subaru would eagerly turn those pages with excitement. This was reality, however. In a foreign country, where there was no one to rely on, a fierce internal struggle that would shake the very foundation of the country was about to take place. To intervene in this situation and try to change history, there were no plans to even entertain that thought, in Subaru. The objective was to bring Rem and return to the kingdom of Lagunica. He needed to reunite with Emilia and Beatrice, his friends at Roswell's mansion, as soon as possible. They had to celebrate Rem's awakening, and discuss what to do moving forward. Any issues other than that, he could not keep up with. Subaru, tell me the location of the nearest town or village. I'll find a way back from there. Tapping his cheeks with both his hands, Subaru stated his single-minded goal. Receiving that, Abel responded with a small sigh. Abel, ho, that makes sense. Nevertheless, it will not be a simple path. Subaru, easy or difficult, if it is necessary, I will walk that path, a paved path though, if possible. Abel, humph. Standing up in front of the snorting Abel, Subaru strongly bit the inside of his cheek. Stimulating his brain with the pain, he struck down his rising doubts and faced forward. He looked towards Abel, who remained unmoving. The lonely emperor had one of his eyes closed, his gaze crossing over with Subaru. Subaru, I still haven't thanked you. Putting aside the method in which you did it, thank you for rescuing Rem. I'm grateful for that. Abel, it was not only the girl, another one was rescued too. Subaru, that was unnecessary. Thanks to you, my worries will stay as is for a while. Of course, even in the case Louis had been lost in the Imperial camp, it did not mean that the problems Subaru held would be neatly resolved. If one were to narrow it down to just his problems with Rem, there was a rather high chance that his relationship with her would become more strained. He did not know which was better. And because he did not know. Subaru, I will pick the path that I agree with. I have mixed feelings about it, but you do the best you can do. But the people of Shadrach. Abel, are you saying I should not involve them? Either way, if you and I did not intervene, a scorched jungle was what awaited them. This is already their fight too. Subaru, .. There was no room for denial. They were already in a position where they were forced to fight to protect themselves. However, Subaru, it's impossible for me. I don't think I will ever be able to become like you. Shaking his head, Subaru muttered while looking at Abel. Abel had one of his eyes closed, the closed eyelid was opposite of the one before. To explain further, Abel's blinking was unique. He would blink one eye at a time, never letting both eyes be closed at the same time. Subaru recognized that this was done so that both eyes would never be closed even for an instant. Subaru feared the Wallachian Emperor, who lived in a world where habits like that were formed just to survive as the one on the apex of the Sword Wolf's empire. He feared in reverence. Listening to his mutterings, Abel, unsurprisingly with one eye closed. Abel, naturally. You, nor anyone else would be fit to be my substitute. Stated that. Leaving the people of Shudrak, Subaru and his group would be heading to the town closest to the Budin jungle. Such a decision had been made by Subaru. After the people surrounding him had listened to it, their reaction was unexpectedly mild. I see. It's unfortunate, but if that is my comrade's decision, it can't be helped. That was my Zelda's reaction after hearing what Subaru had to say. She regarded his decision with respect, her dignified face tinted with sadness to some degree, just as what her words suggested. Truthfully, Subaru had made his declaration whilst bracing himself against verbal abuse, such as, "You're not a warrior if you don't fight," so he felt all the more regretful because of her thoughtfulness. Once Subaru had obtained permission from the chief, no one could stand in the way of his decision. The existence of Utakata, who appeared to be more dejected than my Zelda, made Subaru feel reluctant to leave, as if something was tugging at the back of his hair. However, it would not become a reason for him to stay here. Utakata, Sue is going somewhere. You feels sad. Subaru, yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, do you know what's going to happen from now on? Subaru asked her, caressing the girl's head as she pinched his sleeve. Not a single doubt was held against the values and their sense of unity, and there was no mistaking the fact that my Zelda's decision was the tribe's decision, but Utakata was still young. If she had been pulled by the flow of the people around her without understanding anything. Utakata, a battle's going to start now. You will fight together with me, Tar, and everyone. Subaru, I see. As Utakata said that, showing off the bow she had equipped on her back, Subaru blew out a sigh. He wanted young children to remain ignorant. As expected, such deceit was a facile idea that did not apply to this jungle. In the first place, Utakata had once achieved putting Subaru to death by shooting him with a poisoned arrow. Even if she did not look like it, she was definitely one of the people of Shudrak. She possessed the resolve to fight, as well as the resolve to kill her opponent. Nevertheless, Subaru, don't die, Utakata. Utakata, you won't die. Make sure you don't die, too. And do your best. Although he attempted to cheer her on, a larger voice of encouragement was returned to him, causing Subaru to choke up, managing to respond to her by putting on a feeble smile. In all honesty, Subaru could not imagine how much of a chance at victory that Abel and the Shudrakians would have in their battle. Targeting Abel, who had been deprived of his status as an emperor, their opponents had dispatched a subjugation force to the Budin jungle. That meant the enemy was in a state where they were able to move around the forces that made up the fighting strength of the empire at their own discretion. Meanwhile, the only force that Abel held were the Shudrakians, and they were a small group of less than 100 people. Of course, there was a possibility that Abel would consecutively stack victory after victory, by utilizing an otherworldly, unfathomable plan similar to the one he had used to launch a one-sided assault on the Empire's camp, forcing them to retreat, but... Everything is all set. Subaru, HK. While Subaru had been controlled by the very thoughts he had supposedly casted away by changing his mindset, someone called out to him from the side, like that. Subaru immediately turned around, his shoulders jolting, and the person also widened her eyes from his momentum. What's the matter? Why are you so surprised? The person looking at the stiff-faced Subaru was Rem, who had said that. With a wooden stick in one hand and carrying a small amount of baggage on her back, Rem appeared to have finished getting ready to leave the forest, just like Subaru. Yes, when Subaru had informed her that he had chosen to leave the forest, the person who had reacted to it in the most unexpected way had been none other than Rem. To be honest, Subaru had thought she would oppose him stubbornly, therefore creating a need for him to persuade her. In the worst case, he would forcefully take Rem outside while she was asleep, having steeled himself to part ways with the Shadrakians' village with the momentum of an escape under the cover of night. However, Rem's reaction towards Subaru, who had revealed their circumstances to her with the expectation of being rejected, had been surprisingly simple. Rem, I understand. I will finish making preparations by tomorrow. That was why, even when Subaru looked at Rem once she had finished making preparations for travel, he could not really accept it as something that had actually occurred. Rem, Subaru, no, sorry, I'm all right. Yeah, your preparations look great, too. Cute, Rem, huh? Subaru, I mean, you're reliable. Thank you. With you being such a responsible person, I'm such a fortunate guy. His reply was awkward to the point Rem stared at him with a doubtful look. It was not like he wished to curry favor with Rem. Since he was in a condition where he would be saved by Rem's lack of resistance, of course, so maintaining their current relationship was the most desirable. Ideally, he wanted her to warm up to him, however. Subaru, He could test that out again when he had a calmer state of mind. For now, his honest opinion was that he wished to distance himself from the presence of war, which hung densely in the air, as soon as possible. Rem, so, have you finished your preparations? It seemed like you had the time to be reluctant about leaving, but... Subaru, yeah, it's all good. I didn't have much baggage to begin with, and you're going to be carrying most of them. Rem, what, you're going to be carrying me? With a drop in the tone of her voice, Rem snuck a glance at the handmade, wooden framework that had been placed in the clearing. It was a wooden rack that had been assembled for Subaru to carry Rem on his back while traveling, weaved out of a combination of thick branches and vines. Rem was able to walk with some difficulty by use of her cane, but the journey from this place to the nearest town would take a few days. In the meantime, he did not know how time-consuming it would be if he were to walk at the same speed as Rem. Because of that, the wooden frame had been created through the cooperation of Subaru and the Shadrakians. Subaru, it feels pretty handmade, but there should be no issues with its durability. I already tested it out with Tarata-san, who's heavier than you, so. Rem, I'm not really concerned about heaviness or lightness, but I think you're being rude to Tarata-san. Incurring Rem's displeasure once again, Subaru scratched his cheek with a dry laugh, and then, he directed his gaze behind Rem, towards Louis, their fellow traveling companion. It went without saying, but if Subaru were to bring Rem with him, then Louis would also be accompanying them. Subaru, there's no way I could force a bomb onto every one of the Shadrak, after all. Even if that was not the case, taking his eyes off a Sin Archbishop was purely preposterous. There had been many instances where he had looked away from Louis, and that meant she had had plenty of opportunities to reveal her true nature, but he did not want to let her do that from now on. Even if he had started to believe that Louis's behavior was not an act, but actually genuine. Louis, ooh. The girl in question had her long hair tied behind her head, and also had her white clothes mended, her attire giving her a wholly different impression. Apparently, the Shadrakians had been fond of Louis in their village, and her repaired clothes were a gift from them. Subaru, sorry for making your tribe do pretty much everything for us, my Zelda, don't worry about it, Subaru. You have overcome the lifeblood ritual, displaying the brightness of your soul. The fact that we're lending our strength to you is obviously to honor our comrade. Subaru, comrade. Subaru dropped his eyes at Zelda's words, as she came over to see him off, her arms crossed. He could not face Zelda, who has been referring to him as her comrade with such friendliness. After all, he knew that a harsh battle was looming upon them, and he was aware of being one of the very people who had involved the people of Shadrak into that, yet he was trying to flee from this place. Would something like that be what a fellow comrade, dignified and honorable just as the tribe had described him, actually do? My Zelda, don't trouble yourself about it, Subaru. However, my Zelda said that as if she had deciphered his inner thoughts. Subaru, my Zelda-san. My Zelda, we fight to prove our worth. However, we create our future by protecting those dear to us until the end. It's way of thinking that's necessary in order to protect our tribe. Subaru, my Zelda, protect Rem and Louis. That is the honor we expect from our comrade. Subaru felt the corners of his eyes grow hot from my Zelda's straightforward words. He did not feel like correcting my Zelda, saying she had misunderstood about Louis. He had to at least fulfill that role, to answer to the trust my Zelda and the others had put in him. Although he would never meet the Shadrakians ever again. We're ready tilde. Now is a good opportunity to take our leave tilde. Right as Subaru had been spurred by my Zelda, a woman with yellow-tipped hair, waving her hand exaggeratedly, Holly, called over to him with a wide grin. Next to her was Kuna, who had a slender build, her hair dyed green. The cheerful Holly and in contrast, the reticent-looking Kuna. Those two were the guardians of Subaru's group. Arrangements had been made so that the two Shadrakians would be protecting Subaru, Rem, and Louis, ensuring they would not be attacked by anything on their way to Garrel, the nearest town. Subaru, I'm super grateful for bodyguards, but I also feel like it's too much. Even though this was a foreign country, and Subaru had already died multiple times in the mere span of a few days. He could not deny it was a unique situation, but it was the safest to take precautions. Subaru himself did not have enough prowess as a fighter to be confident in his own abilities, and it was fruitless to depend on Rem and Louis. He could say nothing regarding Kuna, but he had also seen Holly lift a boulder effortlessly with his own eyes. They were more than reliable as the group's bodyguards during their journey. And then, Subaru, Rem, does it hurt anywhere? Subaru asked Rem over his shoulder, while pulling up the wooden rack. Since they would be positioned back to back with the handmade frame between them, Subaru could not see Rem's face from where he was. He had tried packing in soft leaves and fabric to secure her body, but there would be a few inconveniences considering they would be traveling for a long time. Rem, I'm fine.
Are you okay with this?
Subaru, I've been training myself moderately. At least. My stamina hasn't completely returned, but I want to prevent Holly and Kuna's hands from being full, in the case of emergency. In the first place, he was immensely thankful towards the two Shadrakians for being their escorts, but making them carry Rem on top of that was something he could never dare to ask for. Subaru, demonstrating his stubbornness, Rem, carried by him, and Louis had lined up as a group. Accompanying them were Holly and Kuna, having finished their preparations despite being lightly dressed, and they all stood together. Then, the people of Shadrak began crowding around the entrance of the village. My Zelda, well then, may the tranquility and objective of our fellow comrade, Natsuki Subaru, be fulfilled. People of Shadrak, may it be fulfilled. My Zelda called out, standing in the front, and the other Shadrakians followed in unison. Experiencing an illusion of feeling like the wind had blown, filling up the area, Subaru made sure to return their spirit with a, yeah, along with a smiling face. Subaru, thank you, everyone. Take care of yourselves and stay happy. As soon as he had said it, he realized that was a greeting terribly filled with deceit. Thinking about the turbulent path that awaited the tribe after this, stay happy were two words that sounded far too hollow and meaningless. However, he could not say anything more than that. He could not wish for anything more than that. He hoped for the pleasant, refreshing women to stay happy as they continued to live their lives. Subaru, While wishing for that, Subaru searched for the man with the wicked mask among the line of people who had come to see his group off. However, it was only natural that the man could not be found anywhere. He was not someone who would send them off, nor did the relationship between him and Subaru involve something like that. Even if Subaru were to spot the man, he would not have any words to tell him. That was why? Subaru, we're heading off. Louis, you. As Subaru said that, almost in a desperate way, Louis's loud voice overlapped with his words, and then, Subaru and his group split themselves from the people of Shudrak, departing for Garrel, the nearest town, in an effort to escape from the war that would take place hereafter, taking their first step in doing so. Arc 7, Chapter 15, Those I Want to Protect. Deer, moo. At that instant, there was a thud and a loud cry, and animals kicked the ground and fled. On their way through the prairie, they had happened to come across a small forest. Amidst the shade of the trees, animals resembling deer had been eating grass. They were called black deer because of their impressive antlers and black fur. They also inhabited the kingdom of Lagunica, and could be said to be one of the major animals of this parallel world. In the center of the herd, from where they had fled from the sound and impact, one black deer had been left behind, collapsed atop the grass. A thick arrow had pierced the black deer's ribs, its heart destroyed by a single shot. Its forelimbs twitched and quivered in post-mortem convulsion, but, before long, that too stopped, in any event. I brought down the meat tilde. Meat. You could say black deer at least. Huh? What did you say just now, tilde? Kuna's voice is soft. I can't really hear you. The one who'd drawn the heavy bow and raised a cheer was Holly. She wore a sunny smile, and the young girl beside her, Kuna, had muttered inaudibly, causing Holly to begin tilting her head to the side with a curious expression. But, seeing that Kuna pouted her lips. Kuna, it was nothing. Drain the blood. Quickly now. Holly, please wait, tilde. Holly started lumbering to Kuna's side, rushing after her. But before she got there, Holly stopped walking, let out an "oh," and spun around to look back. There, before Holly's eyes, was the figure of their companion. Holly, it's a lot, so we're gonna go take a short break. Subaru, you wanna take one too, tilde? Subaru, not particularly, I'm totally fine, but sure. Pouring sweat like a waterfall, Subaru answered Holly's proposal of a break. Looking at Subaru, Holly said I'm glad, and ran back to Kuna's side. Watching them leave, Subaru slowly fell to his knees on the spot. Behind the totally exhausted Subaru, being carried in a wooden backpack, Rem took a small breath. Rem, stubborn. And muttered too softly to be heard by Subaru. Subaru, man, that really took a lot out of me. I was able to withstand it because I'm the eldest son. But I wouldn't be able to do it if I were the second son or the youngest. Putting together the twigs he'd collected, Subaru gave his explanation in a cool breeze. Rem listened with an unamused look, and Louis listened with a blank expression, one that made it unclear what she was thinking. Nonetheless, Rem let out a short sigh, like she was exasperated with the matter. Rem, I do not understand what you mean. To begin with, is there a connection between having siblings and one's perseverance? Subaru, now it's kind of a dumb cliché, but I feel like there's a correlation between one's sibling's status and relative fortitude. Like, they say the firstborn son is raised strictly by his parents, and the youngest child is spoiled, right? Rem, I don't know if that could be called right. Doesn't that not apply in the case of an only child? Subaru, in that case, you end up getting spoiled while being raised strictly. Naturally, since I'm an only child, that means the special characteristics of the eldest and youngest son both apply to me. Considering his parents' closeness, Subaru not having any siblings was quite the mystery. Since he was aware he'd had his mom and dad's love all to himself, he couldn't help but wonder what having siblings would have been like, but that didn't change the reality of it. Subaru, besides, it's not certain that I don't have younger siblings now that I'm not there. Rem, Louis, Awa. While Subaru was imagining terrible things, Rem looked down, towards Louis, who was being playful on her lap. While on the move, the wooden rack would be secured to Subaru's back, but when placed on the ground, it could also serve as a chair. It was an item with exceptional potential. Thanks to that, going through the trouble of picking Rem up or setting her down could be done without much hassle. Although Rem probably thought the circumstances requiring her to keep asking Subaru for help were shameful, for the time being, she had to get through and accept that disgrace. Rem, siblings. Subaru, aha. Rem, family born before me, or born after. Did I have any? Subaru, oh. Rem inquired abruptly, and Subaru reflexively held his breath. With a start he raised his head, while Rem was minding Louis's hair threading her fingers, those blue pupils of hers turned towards Subaru. In them a faint light flickered, with emotions he did not understand. He thought that perhaps Rem herself did not quite know those either. Nevertheless. Subaru, it's the first time that you've tried asking me about your memories. Rem, where are we? Who are you? Who am I? What will you do? How dare you? I think I have asked a number of questions up until now. Subaru, I'm not talking about that kind of negative stuff. Also, I thought you hadn't yet said how dare you. He gave a strained grin to Rem's prickly objection, however, it provided meager relief. As he had told Rem, this was the first time she had asked him anything in a positive sense. Subaru perceived that as progress in their relationship. Frankly, since their departure from the Shudrak village, all through their journey up till now, Subaru had been continuously uneasy. After all, Rem had laid bare her hostility and suspicions towards Subaru, but despite that, she had not rejected his proposal to head toward the town for a few days because of those. To put it bluntly, he had thought the greatest obstacle to leaving the Shudrak village would be Rem's stubborn unwillingness to listen to Subaru's words. Without opposing Subaru's plan, Rem had been cooperative. Rather than believing it to be a miracle, he had wondered what the heck kind of a calamity it heralded. But not only was Rem being cooperative at present, she had not even troubled Subaru with various, excessive questions while being carried in the wooden carrier. Instead, she had chided Louis for shifting restlessly and hindering the march, and tried to lessen Subaru's burden. Subaru, .. Rem, what is it? You don't feel like talking, is that it? Subaru, no, not at all. You're jumping to the wrong conclusion. Just, look, our relationship has been pretty strained, right? Rem, it still is now, though it is not strained, it is unfriendly. Subaru, I thought the unfriendliness had softened a bit. Rem's eyes looked at him with disgust, and Subaru's heart was wounded once again. But, being careful to protect the injury he had just gotten from Rem, he scratched his cheek with his fingers. Subaru, I don't know everything about you either. But, I know more about you than you do now. If there's anything you want to ask, I'll answer as much as I can. But, Rem, whether or not to believe you is up to me. Subaru, MHM. Subaru gave a short nod, and with a glance examined Rem's appearance. She was carding her fingers through Louis's hair, and frowning as if in deep thought. After a short moment, Rem once again met Subaru's eyes and said, Rem, I do not know. Subaru, you don't know. About yourself? Rem, about you, what in the world kind of person are you? I do not understand it at all. Because what I sense and what I see do not match. Her lips pursed tightly, Rem's icy look was tinged with heat. It was not that the distance between their hearts had increased, it was that the level of seriousness had risen. As Rem evaluated Subaru, the earnestness in those eyes increased. It was evidence that at least she thought Subaru's humanity was worthy of investigation. Subaru, compared to when you treated me like an incarnation of evil without giving me a chance to explain, this feels like a great leap forward. Rem, I still think there is a paper-thin difference between you and evil incarnate. However, it is just that we have reached a point where it seems fine to insert one thin sheet of paper. Subaru, .. The few words she added felt like a conciliatory handshake from Rem. With relief, Subaru reached out to grasp that invisible handshake. Rem made a distrustful face at Subaru, who shook an invisible hand in midair. In any case. Subaru, well, our thin ice relationship has reached a place of having a thin sheet of paper inserted. How about it? Anything you want to ask? Rem, please let me think a bit more. Unprepared to have a heart-to-heart with Subaru, Rem shook her head and requested that. Rem's way of preparation, more accurately, Rem had yet to prepare herself to believe Subaru. Right now, it was possible she was worried about listening to his story, in a situation where she was unable to completely trust Subaru, and the information being too much to handle. Honestly, he would be lying if he said that he did not feel impatient about Rem worrying like that, but. Subaru, gotcha. I'll wait for you to be ready. Rem, please do not say it like that, like it is someone else's problem, since you could say that it also depends on your daily behavior, I think. Subaru, I see. In other words, the only way to gain early access to that route is if I earn Rem likability and credibility points like crazy. Rem, I do not understand the meaning, but I understand what you said is unpleasant. Putting his hand on his chin, Subaru could see that Rem's displeasure was accumulating once again. As that conversation unfolded, from below the two of them. Holly, sorry to keep you waiting, Tilda. We had fun taking apart the black deer and we're done, Tilda. Like that, Holly returned with a face-splitting grin. She took great delight in the dismembered black deer, hung from a branch she carried on her shoulder. Behind the chipper Holly was the tired face of Kuna, who seemed to have worked hard at the job of dismemberment. Kuna, why did I have to do everything myself? Holly, because Kuna can do it better, Tilda. If the meat got ruined, even if I eat my tummy'd still end up especially empty, Tilda. Kuna, why? If you eat something, seriously keep it in your stomach, you weirdo. Kuna yelled at the easygoing Holly, but the latter laughed it off. Holly then set her eyes on the bundle of dried branches Subaru had collected. Holly, oh, you properly gathered them, Tilda. I'm impressed, Tilda. Subaru, I can't do any hunting. I'll at least do this much. Can you instruct me on how to start a fire? Holly, instruct? Never heard of that word before, Tilda. Kuna, obviously it means to teach. Holly tilted her head in contemplation, replying to Kuna with a giggle and a does it, Tilda. Next, Holly brought out a small, black stone from her luggage. Allowing Subaru to witness it, she struck the stone quickly and used the sparks produced to easily light the branches on fire. Subaru, whoa, awesome. That's some artisanship. Holly, it's a fire starter stone, Tilda. It's easy peasy once you get the hang of it, Tilda. Subaru, you try too, Tilda. Subaru, you're letting me try?
Okay, I'll just borrow this.
Holly casually threw the fire starter stone to Subaru. He attempted to imitate Holly's actions from earlier, and as a result, he failed 3 times, but on his 4th try, he finally was able to produce sparks. All he had to do now was to do the same thing over the dried branches. Subaru, it lit up. Holly, well done, Tilda. Now if any meat pops out, it can be cooked and eaten any time, Tilda. Kuna, the meat she's talking about are the animals before becoming meat, so don't take her for her word. Towards Subaru, who had gained a small sense of accomplishment, Holly and Kuna appraised him from opposite extremes. Accepting both of those in his heart, Subaru gazed at the black deer's meat roasting over the campfire. He brought up a new topic, saying, by the way, Subaru, back when we found the herd of deers, Holly's speed was amazing. By the time I realized, you had already shot an arrow. Holly, it's because Kuna found the herd, Tilda. Because of her we could get fresh meat, Tilda. Kuna, the only thing I did was say that the herd was there. Leaving aside firing quickly, anyone in Shadrach can shoot a bow and arrow. Holly, except Kuna, you know, Tilda. Kuna, Yug. Having been prodded on a sensitive topic, Kuna's expression turned into a scowl. Rem widened her eyes in surprise to Kuna's reaction. Rem, really? That is unexpected. Kuna's eyes are good, is what I heard from my Zelda, so. Kuna, even if my eyes are good, if my arms are bad, then there's no point. Holly, Kuna, who loses even to Utakata in archery. It's cute, Tilda. Kuna, shut up. Having been rated as below Utakata, Kuna used her hand to strike Holly in the stomach as if using a dagger. However, Holly's plump body simply bounced the strike back. Rem watched the seemingly practiced interaction between the two with a smile, but hearing about Utakata's archery put Subaru in a conflicted state of mind. Because Subaru was someone who had once lost his life to Utakata's poisoned arrow. In terms of strength, Utakata was not strong enough to kill Subaru. Even so, if poison were to be used, for example, on an arrowhead, there would not be a great handicap in killing power. When it came to hunting and prey though, the use of poison was probably not highly regarded. Subaru, and also. Putting his fingers on his lips, Subaru pondered about the wielder of a heavily drawn bow. This was about the hunter who had attacked Subaru and Rem in the jungle, before being caught by the Imperial soldiers' camp. The bowmaster who had protected Subaru and Rem from the witch beast once, and murdered Subaru the other. The true identity of the hunter had yet to be discovered. That was why, when Holly had shot the black deer, Subaru went pale. Except, after hearing the talk about the people of Shudrak's archery skills. Subaru, it's someone from Shudrak? Is doubting anyone else wasted thinking? At that time, Subaru's group was a suspicious disturbance that had entered the jungle. Subaru was shouting while searching for Rem. So it was not impossible to think that someone had concluded that Subaru was a suspicious enemy seeking to bring harm, and as a result, decided to eliminate him as a threat. It was most likely the same for the confrontation with the witch beast afterwards. Actually, the hunter had in fact protected Subaru's group from the witch beast. The reasoning to declare that the hunter was definitely an enemy was weak. Rem, Holly-san and Kuna-san are good friends, aren't they? While Subaru was sunken in thought, Rem had struck up a conversation with Holly and Kuna. Rem was talking about Holly and Kuna, the ones who were accompanying Subaru's group, the young duo from the people of Shudrak. However, the only one who laughed upon being told they were good friends was Holly. Kuna, on the other hand, scrunched up her face in disgust and stuck her tongue out with an unflattering sound. Subaru, what's with that reaction and face? Pretty girls aren't supposed to do both of those, you know. Kuna, I just remembered that as much as I hate it, we can't be separated. I've been left to suffer over and over. Holly, ha, Kuna's a warrior. Kuna, whose fault is that? A furious Kuna grabbed Holly's shoulder and harshly shook her. However, the difference in physique between the two was too great, and Holly, who had about double the mass of Kuna and her slender physique, did not budge an inch. In the end, Kuna realized she would only tire herself out and drooped her shoulders. She ground her teeth, frustratedly saying, "Damn it. Holly, me and Kuna were born on the same day tilde. We're neighbors and kinda like sisters tilde. Kuna, someone like you, I'd refuse as a sister. Older or younger. Holly, the roast's starting to become a nice color tilde. Kuna, listen to me." Towards Holly, who entirely directed her own pace, Kuna's one-way resistance reverberated emptily and in vain. Witnessing this scene, Subaru thought that the sight of Kuna being at the mercy of Holly somewhat resembled a certain fussy, violent internal affairs officer. Subaru, Kuna's dyed her hair green, so the color theme overlaps. Even in situations he's missing in, that guy asserts himself quite strongly. If that person were listening, he would say something like that false accusation is a positive trait, you know? However, since he wasn't present, Subaru disposed of that thought as an auditory hallucination. Rem looked at Holly and Kuna, who were arguing about the roasted meat's color, with a small smile. Subaru heard her mutter, "I'm jealous." Rem, someone you can honestly talk with just like that. Subaru, Rem, can I just say one thing? There was a certain and earnest envy packed into Rem's mutterance. For the amnesiac Rem, the environment around her, including Subaru, must feel like an invader from the darkness. She could not feel truly at ease at any moment. He did not know whether he had the skill to soothe her strained heart, but... Rem, what is it? Subaru, I said I was going to keep my mouth shut until you wanted to ask about it, but I'll spill about one thing. Rem, Subaru, you have an older sister. Your older twin, who holds you dear from the bottom of her heart. So, no matter where you are, you'll never be alone. Hearing Subaru's words, Rem's already wide eyes opened further in surprise. After saying that, Subaru wondered if he should have been more patient, but he immediately told himself that this was the correct decision. Rem had just said that she would wait until she could trust Subaru. It could not be helped if she disparaged him next. Subaru understood Rem's anxiety, but, nevertheless, he was at his limit too. At the very least, he could let her know about Ram's existence. Ram, who was probably, even now, worried about her younger sister, all the way from the far lands of Lagunica. The Ram who was feeling Rem through synesthesia. Subaru, I don't understand it, but, if you close your eyes and try to imagine it, you might be able to feel it. That's what's called a twin's synesthesia. Rem, synesthesia. Somewhat hesitating, Rem timidly placed her hand on her chest and closed her eyes. Staying still, seeking her other half, born on the same day and from the same mother, seeking the existence of her older twin, Rem's consciousness started to extend its hand through a sea of black night. However, Rem, I cannot feel anything. Subaru, is that so? I guess it's pretty difficult if you can't visualize it. Shaking her head slowly, Rem reported on the failure of her synesthesia. For a moment, he worried something had happened to Ram that made it unable to connect with her. However, he judged that the distance, both physical and mental, was the bigger problem. Frankly, in a situation where the synesthesia had indeed connected, a lot of things would turn for the better at once. It was pretty disappointing, but he could not let that show on the outside. The most frustrated one here was Rem. For now, he had to console Rem's feelings of frustration and Rem, Louis, you? However, while Subaru was choosing his words of comfort, a slight sigh escaped from Rem's lips. The reason for that was Louis's hand, which was placed on top of Rem's resting hand. Louis, while resting her head on Rem's lap, was concerned about Rem, overlapping her hands with her own from underneath. Rem softly curled her lips up at Louis's actions. Rem, thank you.
I'm okay.
Louis, Rem put on a brave smile, and Louis cheerfully laughed upon seeing it. Looking at their heartwarming scene, Subaru grit his teeth. He realized he was too late and his role had been snatched from him. Subaru, damn it. I knew it. You're still my enemy, aren't you? Rem, again, why does it end up that way? Do you not think it is childish? Looking at Subaru, who was glaring at Louis, Rem again lost faith in Subaru. Ignorant to the situation, Louis, the recipient of Subaru's glare, gleefully flailed her arms and legs up and down. And then, the ones who took no notice of the stiff atmosphere between Subaru's group. Holly, it's done Tilda. Kuna, it's still raw. The duo who had an already established relationship raised their voices. Subaru's group had arrived safely at Garrel, having taken 4 days in total. Subaru, so that's Garrel. It's protected by fine-looking walls. A fortified city, surrounded by towering walls, that could be seen from a distance. He was astonished that his prediction had missed its mark, and felt like he had been hit by a stroke of luck. Subaru was experiencing two sensations, as there was a disparity between the sight of the city and what he had imagined after hearing that it was the nearest town. Subaru, the city feels pretty rugged. Is a giant gonna come over or what? 1. Kuna, giants? I heard they were nearly wiped out, quite a while ago. Subaru, really? I wonder if the old fart I know is the last giant, then. Subaru muttered out a purposeless comment in response to Kuna's serious-minded reply. It was surprising to know that Romji, the only giant that Subaru knew, was in such a rare position. Although, he had heard of the Oni race being extremely scarce in numbers from Rem, so perhaps the struggle for survival between races was unforgiving, even in this world. Subaru, thinking about it calmly, I've never met anyone related to elves aside from Emilia Tan, so maybe there aren't many elves out there, either. As a cliché of the fantasy genre, it was common for long-lived species to have low fertility in exchange for a long lifespan, therefore being unable to increase their numbers easily. In addition to that, because of the fear directed towards the Witch of Envy, half-elves were a target of hatred in this world. That was the real state of things. Naturally, Subaru could think of the possibility that pure-blooded elves were also pressured by those conventions, as they were the foundation of the births of half-elves. Subaru, I think about Emilia Tan in a place where she's absent. Damn it, I haven't been able to meet Biko for a while as well. I feel like my Emilias and Beatromin deficiency is becoming severe. The prescribed medicine for both cases of malnutrition would be coming into contact with Emilia and Beatrice. In all seriousness, the mental fatigue that resulted from being continuously worried or tense was substantial, so just hearing the voices of Emilia and Beatrice, who both contributed to Subaru's peace of mind, would make him feel more relaxed. Subaru, I miss Ram, Petra, Frederica, and the others' voices. Hell, in a situation like this, I'm fine with even Roswell's voice. Rem, excuse me, can you give me a break with your meaningless emotional conflict? Subaru, my bad. Rem chided him for his overflowing soliloquy while remaining on his back. Subaru had splendidly managed to carry Rem on the wooden rack for the duration of the journey, without entrusting her to anyone else. He had not learned the ropes on how to carry things during the first and second day, and his waste of stamina had been quite prominent. However, he had gotten the hang of his pacing and sense of balance from the third day onwards, so he had been able to make a lot of progress while walking. Subaru, when it comes to carrying Rem on one's back, I'm second to none by now. Rem, don't try to compete over such an undignified thing. Also, those two are. Subaru and Rem were positioned back to back, so Rem would be pointing towards somewhere behind him. As he turned around, obeying her words, there were Holly and Kuna. And then, next to Kuna, who was lazily scratching her head, Holly took one step towards Subaru and Rem. Holly, well, I guess this is goodbye since you arrived safely, Tilda. Subaru, you two won't enter the city? Kuna, it's meaningless for us to enter. Our role is to escort you two. Subaru, I see. You two really helped us out a lot. With the abrupt farewell, Subaru admonished himself, thinking this would obviously happen. Kuna and Holly had only followed them out of the kindness of the people of Shudrak. He felt that he was dependent on them, because they had saved him multiple times during his travels. Holly, who had cleared the atmosphere with her hunting skills and cheery personality. Kuna, who possessed unexpectedly extensive knowledge and an earnest will to provide answers to Subaru's questions, had been reliable. Parting ways with the two of them, Subaru would be traveling with Rem, this time for sure. No, it would be a three-person journey with Rem and Louis. There had been someone else at the Empire's encampment, as well as the Shudrakian village, but this time, it was different. Kuna, geez, stop making such a miserable face. Subaru, my bad. By miserable face, do you mean? Whoa. Gazing at Subaru's black eyes that had previously wavered with uneasiness, Kuna shoved something towards him. Subaru instinctively caught the item in his hand, and teetered forward from its unexpected weight. A long and thin white wrapping was given to him. It was the object which Holly had been carrying on her back, for the whole duration of the journey. During the trip, he had assumed that it was an item essential to Holly and Kuna. Subaru, now that I think about it, I feel like you never opened this. What's this? Holly, it's yours, Tilda. The chieftain told us to give it to you, once you arrived properly at the town, Tilda. Subaru, it's mine, and once I arrived at the town? Unable to grasp the true meaning behind Holly's words, Subaru knitted his brows out of uncertainty. However, Kuna had prompted him roughly with just open it. Receiving her words, Subaru lowered the wooden rack on his back to the ground, and opened the white wrapping. Inside, there was. Subaru, Rem, is this a horn? A white lump laid in Subaru's arms, as large as his arms could hold. What Rem had murmured after looking at it had told him it was a horn, a witch beast's horn at that. Subaru recognized it. He had seen it twice, and he had taken a good look at it during the lifeblood ritual. Subaru, is this the Elgina's horn, by any chance? Holly, yep Tilda. You were the one who broke it off, so it's yours Tilda. Kuna, it's a valuable item. With that size, it'll fetch a high price. Subaru, HK. Having been told that the horn would fetch a high price, Subaru held his breath at Holly and Kuna's thoughtful arrangements. In other words, they were telling him to exchange the witch beast's horn for traveling expenses, so that Subaru's group could go back to the kingdom of Lagunica. The two had carried the baggage for that purpose, without specifying said purpose. Subaru, it must have been pretty heavy. Kuna, you were carrying Rem on your back for the whole time. Holly, besides. I'm very strong Tilda. So, it was no problem at all Tilda. Both Kuna and Holly had faces looking like they had only done something trivial, while Subaru's voice was trembling because of the two's ulterior motives. Their thoughtfulness had rendered him completely speechless, word for word. Subaru, .. They had helped him on the way to Garrel, and even secured traveling expenses for Subaru's group. Despite all that, Subaru would part ways with them, and go back to his country. Holly and Kuna would reunite with their Shadrakian allies, and join the battle to retake the imperial capital alongside Abel, whilst yielding the life or death of many along the way. Subaru, I. Kuna, don't think about anything stupid. Subaru, .. Kuna, you gotta fight to protect the ones you wanna protect. It's the same for us. Although impulsive words nearly found their way out of Subaru's mouth, Kuna had sharply put a stop to those. Kuna directed an annoyed glare at Subaru, all while emanating her usual feeling of listlessness. She had a lot of complaints, and always seemed irritated towards Holly. However, she had never separated herself from the Shadrakians, nor had she ever given any indication that she disliked Holly. As a member of the Shadrakians, she thought it was only natural for her to fight together with Abel. That must be proof that she had already chosen the ones she wanted to protect in her words. Kuna, don't keep idling around. I have good eyesight. If you do something stupid, then I can see it straight away. Holly, and if Kuna tells me about it, then I can go kaboom with my bow and arrow Tilda. Subaru, yeah, that's scary. From their words, Subaru understood that he had been gently pushed away. If he acted out of impulse here, then he would disregard the people of Shadrak's kindness. He could not do such a thing for the women who had referred to him as their comrade. Subaru, I'll gratefully make good use of it for our journey. Thanks for taking care of us, you two. Comprehending Kuna and Holly's intentions, Subaru swallowed the thoughts that surged forward. Receiving it, albeit their respective attitudes, they nodded. Rem, thank you for accompanying us, Holly-san and Kuna-san. I won't forget my gratitude towards you too, as well as to every person of the people of Shadrak. Kuna, please do that. You've apparently forgotten a lot of things, so. Holly, I think you're going too far with that Tilda. Wanting to at least bid them farewell, Rem had climbed down the wooden frame and seemed to be reluctant to part ways with them. Louis also showing her unwillingness to leave Holly and Kuna was something unexpected. She had gotten close to Holly in particular, who was outspoken and unreserved with her interactions. Louis clung onto Holly's stomach for a while, refusing to separate herself from her. Kuna, bye, Subaru. Don't forget, I'll be watching. Holly, yep Tilda. Subaru, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Turning their backs towards the two waving their hands in an exaggerated manner, Subaru's group resumed their three-person journey. Subaru had placed back the horn he was given into its wrapping, and left it in Louis's care by making her carry it on her back. Subaru had made that agonizing decision because his hands were occupied, but perhaps Holly and Kuna's words had been effective, as Louis was trying to ensure the wrapping would not drop, following Subaru and Rem quietly. Rem, it means she also pays attention to a lot of things. Subaru, I know she's a ball of curiosity. Rem pointed it out while on his back, with Subaru replying to her with a bitter feeling. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb, had devoured myriad lives, in an attempt to find the life most suited for herself. She would be an inquirer if framed in a positive light, or an omnivore if framed negatively. That was why, even if Louis had shown a slightly admirable side of herself, Subaru's impression of her would not change. It would not change. Subaru, let's go. Hearing Rem's sigh behind him, Subaru began walking. He also heard Louis's footsteps as if she were following him. There were only 3 of them, just as how it had been back then, when they had been first plunged into the Wallachian Empire. Finally seeming as if they were all facing the same direction, they moved on. And then, they passed through the gates of the fortified city, Garrel. Arc 7, Chapter 16, The Situation in the Empire. The fortress city of Garrel. That was the name of the first civilized town in the empire that Subaru's party had reached. Because they had constantly been sleeping under the stars at the Imperial soldiers' encampment and the Shadrakian village until now, catching sight of civilization was especially exciting. That said, it was not as though they could just let go and enjoy the wonders of civilization. The reason being? Inspection. Before their eyes, at the entrance to the city, they saw an inspection taking place, and Subaru wet his lips with his tongue. Garrel was surrounded on all 4 sides by a protective wall, and entering or exiting to the east and west was limited to 1 at a time by means of large gates. There were permanent inspection posts at the gates, and even from a distance the gate guards' grim faces as they kept a stern, watchful eye, could be confirmed. Kuna, they'll be able to tell we're Shadrakian with 1 look. So we can't come with you friends, but as long as you're not carrying anything shady you'll be fine. Holly, it'll work out if you're not timid and walk in boldly Tilda.
Take care of Rem and Louis-chan, okay Tilda?
Before they arrived at the city, those were the parting words of Kuna and Holly. Both had advised him not to get more worked up than necessary, but to forget his nervousness and anxiety so easily was a suggestion impossible to follow. Since, at any rate, in the Empire they were foreigners with unknown affiliations and no identification either. Subaru, anyways, even a foreigner with no common sense like me can tell Lagunican people aren't welcome to wander around in Wallachia these days. It seemed that if he foolishly revealed his true identity, he would without a doubt incur the displeasure of the gate guards. It was not just that they could literally be turned away at the gate, to be inadvertently arrested or something of the sort would be a terrible event if it came to pass. He had already gone through that back at the Imperial encampment. Subaru absolutely could not permit an end such as that, where many would burn as a result of his own mishaps, to occur again. Subaru, .. People around you are going to get suspicious if you look too grim. Subaru had furrowed his brows, in reflection of how torn he was within. Upon hearing her voice, his eyes widened in surprise. The voice had come from his back, and had belonged to Rem, who was riding along in the wooden backpack. Because of the way the pack was structured, Rem should not be able to see Subaru's face since their backs were up against each other. Subaru, and yet, how did you know I was wrinkling my brows? Rem, even if I can't see it, I can hear your breathing, your heartbeat too, since our backs are touching, although it is through the backpack. I can feel the tension from here. Subaru, oof. Sorry about that. For my wrinkled brow, and for my loud heartbeat too. Rem, yes. Allow me some quiet, please. Subaru, by that, you mean calm down, not stop breathing, right? In response to Subaru seeking confirmation just in case, Rem remained silent, sighing. Rem's long sigh felt like it was somewhere between being fed up with Subaru and being apathetic towards him. Since it was not born out of clear disgust or hostility, Subaru was a tiny bit relieved. If one were to tell him his aspirations were low, there would be nothing he could reply back with. Louis, ooh. Subaru, I get it, so hurry up. You're also one cause of my worries, you know. Pulling vigorously on Subaru's sleeve and pointing at the line was the long-haired Louis. The witch beast's horn which Kuna had bequeathed to them, Louis was shouldering it in a white bundle, currently wondering why Subaru was not lining up. However, he could not act thoughtlessly like Louis and recklessly line up in the queue. Subaru, right now, we don't have any way to give identification or bribes to the gate guards. So, it's impossible to approach from the front. Rem, isn't it possible to line up and talk it out with the gate guards? Subaru, being honest and talking it out is an option, but a situation in which it fails and we can't recover from is scary. Cause, we don't have anyone that we can rely on right now. Listening to Subaru's concerns, Rem made a small noise and went silent. It may have been difficult to imagine for the amnesiac Rem, but for every place to place, and culture to culture, there was no overdoing cautiousness. Surprisingly, 10 days were about to pass, since the time the trio had been blown off into the Empire from the Pleiades watchtower. The initial chaos had subsided quite a bit, and the heated relationship between Subaru, Rem and Louis had been shelved away for the time being. Nevertheless, it was still difficult to say that everything was looking up. In any case, the only time when Subaru and Rem, and also Louis, were acting together and by themselves, had occurred when they were running from the Hunter and Elgina. It lasted merely a moment after they had been blown off here. Any other time, whether at the Imperial soldiers' camp, the Shadrakian settlement or during the journey to Garrel, there was always someone familiar with the Empire alongside them. They were not on friendly terms with everyone there, but at least they were not lonely. Subaru, but it's different now. Antagonizing Todd and his crew, splitting off from Abel's path and even separating from the people of Shudrak. From here on out, the trio would need to traverse the untrodden lands of the Empire without any crutches. Like it or not, taking care in their decisions would be the name of the game. Rem, so, what shall we do? No matter how troubled or hesitant, our goal is still the same, right? There's no way we can just pass by through this city, I reckon. Subaru, even if we call it quits here because of this inspection, they might be doing the same thing in other cities. If only this were Lagunica, they wouldn't be on such high alert. No. Subaru shook his head, taking into account the situation in the Empire. Though they had since parted from him, Abel had conveyed to them his own situation, and how he had been ousted from his seat as emperor. If that were true, then, currently, the Empire was in the midst of internal strife, one could say. Though Abel had said that the matter of the emperor's absence was being kept from the populace, putting a lid on people's mouths was pretty difficult, and the mood would be surreptitiously contagious. On that, even Todd had looked like he had been holding misgivings at their dispatchment back at the encampment. Subaru, if that's the case, then I guess it's because of Abel that the inspections are so strict. Shit, screw that guy. Though Abel had been of some help to them, he would rather place him as more of a negative, given the problems when you evened it all out, and mood-related ones. Given his personality and attitude, it was easy to imagine a Nobunaga-esque reason as to why the people beneath him had rebelled. Once Subaru, he seemed like a guy who would carry out the phrase, "The king does not understand human feelings," for real. To Rem, are you perhaps wasting time by thinking about worthless things, instead of being worried in earnest? Rem's voice hardened into ice as Subaru muttered that out while rubbing his chin. Her tone harbored genuine anger, stretching beyond exasperation or indifference, causing Subaru to try and explain his previous remark in a hurry. Subaru, no, wait a moment, relax. My round table-like comment was definitely worse than some idle chatter, but it's not like I'm just absent-mindedly staring at the line without a plan. I do have an idea. Rem, don't you feel embarrassed as a person, lying with such nonchalance? Subaru, at least please show that you're willing to trust me, even if it's just a little bit. You're being too hasty by deciding that I lied in a snap. Rem's impression of him continued to decrease without ever reaching rock bottom, and Subaru was desperate to restore her trust. Truthfully, he did not make up lie after lie, since he did have an alternative plan to pass through the inspection process. If it were just Subaru and Rem, it would be impossible to bypass the gate guards' checkup the proper way. If so, it did not just have to be Subaru and Rem. Rem, that means. Subaru, it's time to demonstrate Natsuki Subaru's 108th special skill, relying on other people, 3. Subaru answered with a smile that showed his gleaming teeth, while holding a thumbs up. For some reason, behind himself, he felt as if Rem had frowned at his response, even if he should not have been able to see her face. Passing through the inspection, which had been packed with a unique sort of tension, they went through the towering main gate. Like that, Subaru's field of vision opened up. As he faced the stone-crafted cityscape that overflowed with exoticness, he thrusted both of his hands into the air out of a sense of accomplishment. Subaru, we passed through. Louis, ow. Listening to Subaru's zesty voice, Louis raised her hands up as well right beside him. Subaru had some personal opinions regarding her, acting as if they were companions, but for now, the joy he felt at overcoming the first hurdle to enter the city washed those away. Although he was immensely vexed about it, there was the truth that Louis's existence had been useful in passing the inspection. Subaru, speaking of which, this place really is completely different from Lagunica. Although there were tiny differences between the capital and Pristella as well. While taking in the ambience of the streets, in his mind Subaru compared it to the townscapes in the kingdom of Lagunica. To Subaru the most striking were the streets of Kostiul near the new Roswell mansion, but as expected, the variance was great when compared to a different country. Each had their own idiosyncrasies, the royal capital, Kostiul, and Pristella too, but they had something of a commonality in atmosphere, something characteristic of the kingdom, that he could not sense in Garrel. So to speak, compared to the parallel fantasy world noble-like feel of the kingdom, the stores and houses in the streets of the empire seemed more rustic and devoid of color. It gave an impression of valuing utility over showiness. The entire street was unified in a sense, as they evoked a sense of power and refinement rather than splendor, and it felt like the leveled ground encouraged that impression. Subaru, if it were Lagunica this would be stone pavement, but here it's kinda basic, huh? Considering the size of the streets and population, Garrel could be thought of as an above-average city in the empire. On the whole, it was a pretty good measuring stick to compare various places in the empire. Subaru, well, we don't want to stay too long, so I better not waste time using measuring sticks either. Rem, could you let me down before long? Subaru, my bad. Behind Subaru, strong feelings being evoked in him, Rem requested to be let down from her ride on the wooden rack, and Subaru apologized as he slowly got down on his knees on the spot. She undid the fasten across her shoulders and got out of the carrier, and clutching her cane Rem stood on the ground. While on the long journey, she had been carried in the wooden rack, but if they were going to walk through a street, she wanted to walk on her own 2 legs. There was no reason to hurry either, so there was no reason not to grant Rem's request. Rem, this is. Using her cane, Rem turned around and finally gazed upon the same view as Subaru and Louis. Eyebrows raised slightly, Rem's pale blue eyes held an indistinct sense of wonder and excitement, and seeing Rem's positive reaction Subaru's face relaxed a little. Subaru, how about it, you surprised? Rem, that is. Yes, I am. The cue was similar but. It's because this is my first time seeing people like this, and a proper street too. Subaru, it is, isn't it? This is your first time in a normal human town, huh? As mentioned above, up until now, Rem's experiences had been limited to exceptional places and treatment, and as long as she remained without memories, Rem would possess no recollection of living with anyone either. Life with Subaru, Louis, and the Shudrakians amounted to the entirety of the experience Rem had. Subaru, .. Rem looked deeply moved, smiling with her whole face, and Subaru closed one eye. For now, he folded up the wooden rack Rem had gotten out of and waited for her excitement to subside. It was hard to say Garrel was brimming with life for a city. The queued checkpoints, and the boorish dark colors of the streets stood out. Altogether, the place's impression was a far cry from gorgeous. The size of the city too, appeared to be in the thousands. And yet, that did not detract value from the excitement in Rem's eyes, it seemed. Subaru, so then, shall we look around a bit? Rem, dash. No, it's fine. I don't want to take up too much time. Subaru, if it's for you, I wouldn't say it's too much. Rem shook her head, and Subaru scratched his cheek as he answered, really, if it served as a promising sign regarding Rem's inner feelings, sightseeing around town wouldn't be a problem. If a pressing matter arose, he would want her to hold back, but for now the outlook was positive. After all, it was because of Rem's quick-wittedness that they were so fortunate. Subaru, if it weren't for Rem, I wouldn't have managed successfully with Flop-san and his sister.
It's okay for you to be a little selfish, you know.
Rem, what I am saying is that it's not good to keep them waiting. Even though you're already relying on their kindness, are you going to incur more debt beyond that? Subaru, oh. When you put it like that, yeah, sorry. Turning away from the buildings, Rem's sharp gaze pressed down on Subaru's heart. Behind Subaru's group, slowly with the sound of heavy wheels, came an ox cart dash, a fallow cart, pulled by a brave oxen fallow, came along. Fallows, like ground dragons and the large canine ligers, were a type of animal used for labor. Like ground dragons and ligers, many pulled carts, and many were used for things like transporting cargo. Their pace was slow, and they did not have the divine protection of wind evasion like ground dragons either, and he'd heard they were generally utilized in cities. And then? Hey, kept you waiting, huh? They took their sweet time checking the cargo. Honestly, those officials' task is such a pain. Speaking with a shrug from the coachman's seat of the fallow cart was a young man with long bangs. A character with dazzling golden hair and a fair-skinned complexion, his slender form wrapped in wide-sleeved clothing, it was the person who had assisted Subaru's group with entering the city. At the appearance of the young man on the fallow cart, Subaru gave a "glad you made it," and bowed his head. Subaru, I'm sorry, Flop-san. Next time I'll get them to let you through ahead of us. Flop, nah, I don't mind really. Things like cargo inspection are tedious work, so it's not especially worth coming along to see, I must say. In response to Subaru's words of apology, the youth in the coachman's seat, Flop gently shook his head. With his flowy gesture his long bangs swayed like the mane of a lion, and Subaru felt like he could envision a sparkling effect there. He was a quirky guy, but since his responses were relatively forthright, the gap was large. That sort of mental image before Subaru, he once again smoothed down his own bangs. Flop, yeah, it's a boring task. In the future, travelers like you should leave that sort of thing to me. Actually, I'm sure my sister can handle it. Big bro, I can hear you though. Flop, ha, it's not as if you weren't supposed to hear what I said, dear sister. Don't underestimate an older brother's volume. Walking alongside the slowly advancing cart was the woman whom Flop had let overhear his slightly out-of-focus response. She was a woman of high stature with hair the same color as Flop's, her features very much resembling his. Her shoulders and legs were exposed by a daring attire, and her voluminous hair was parted into many segments in an avant-garde style. Even with that kind of peculiar outward appearance, the two barbarian swords attached to opposite sides of her waist were probably what stood out the most. It was clear these were not weapons for mere show or vain threats, since their condition was that of having been well used. This woman was called Medium, and along with her older brother Flop, the two traveled together as the friendly O'Connell siblings. They had made their acquaintance in the inspection line, and they had helped Subaru's group, for whom providing identification or bribes would have been difficult, pass through inspection. So they were partners that ought to be called benefactors. Of course, it wasn't just out of kindness that they had cooperated with Subaru's party. To begin with, it had been Subaru who had laid his eyes on the O'Connells with the objective of passing the inspection. As they were without money or connections, cooperating with another party was a requirement to get through the checkpoint. So when Subaru saw them, he thought there might be room for negotiations. The reason he thought so was medium, wowie, big bro. So, you saw through everything I was thinking. Flop, of course, naturally. You can't win in business if you can't predict someone's thoughts. Our O'Connell company is viable because of my brains and your brawn, you know. Medium, that's my bro. Though I don't really get what you're saying. Flop, ha 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 ha, it's great that you seem to be enjoying life, dear sister. Both their chests puffed up with pride, the O'Connell siblings laughed together uproariously. Their trade was peddling. To be precise, Flop was responsible for the business of peddling, and Medium was the one in charge of guarding her brother and their goods while on the road and inside towns. Merchants. Well, actually, for Subaru to pass the inspection, that was the selection criteria for companions to depend on. Subaru, the experience of talking about this and that with Otto and Anastasia-san came in handy. His close friend Otto, and Anastasia, with whom he had embarked on a long journey. The latter was not really the person herself, but Echidna who had been acting as her, although the knowledge she showed ought to be the same as the person in question. He had mainly received instruction from those two, and that was the seed of Subaru's faith in merchants. Even across national borders, if someone were a merchant, they would be willing to listen to a partner who presented benefits. Literally ready to take a chance on a strong offensive gambit, after they'd struck out on 4 groups of merchants, Subaru's party encountered the O'Connell siblings. And then, they won over that somewhat quirky pair, and successfully earned their cooperation in crossing the checkpoint. As the leverage for negotiation, the item that captured their interest was Subaru, by the way, is this wooden rack really enough as compensation? Though I did put effort into making it, the crudeness of its craftsmanship still makes it very obvious that it's handmade. Flop, I can't deny that it's very minimalistic, however, the fact it can be assembled from parts, as well as the way it's designed and made for carrying were what piqued my interest. It'd be useful even for transporting heavy baggage, no? Subaru, well, as long as Flop sounds fine with that. Feeling somewhat unassured, Subaru handed the folded wooden rack over to Medium. After receiving it, Medium let out a whoa as she checked it out, then turned around and shoved it inside the cargo bed of the fellow cart. It seemed like she had not seen much value in the rack. In truth, even Subaru himself didn't know what exactly Flop had seen in it. The handover of the wooden rack made by Subaru had been the condition for the O'Connell siblings' assistance. After seeing Rem being carried by use of the wooden rack, Flop had felt it was a unique and fascinating creation, and promised to help break through the inspection with the object in exchange. Honestly, as far as Subaru was concerned, who had been prepared for something like a beast's horn to be brought up to the negotiation table, he could say this had been a rather unexpected proposal. Subaru, I was thinking about remaking it with better materials after arriving in town anyways. Worst case scenario, it was possible that Rem wouldn't want to ride on it anymore. Rem, it's true that I want to walk with my own feet whenever possible. Because if I ride on the wooden rack, your stench will come drifting along with the wind. Subaru, sorry. While leaning on the cane, Rem dished out a jab on the matter of the witch's scent in a low voice. Nonetheless, enduring this whole time during their travels and only saying so after reaching their destination was considerate of her, or so Subaru told himself. Watching this back and forth between Subaru and Rem, Flop shrugged his shoulders as if saying this won't do. Although he displayed a completely rueful reaction, there was a reason behind that attitude. Flop, try to get along better, you guys. To be husband and wife means to be each other's support. The way you relied on each other earlier was absolutely beautiful. Medium, well, the one who took away their wooden rack was Big Bro though. Flop, exactly. What right do I have for saying that, silly me? One held his palm against his forehead, and the other holding her stomach. Flop and Medium bursted out in laughter. Affected by the siblings' guffaws, Subaru's tensed face eased while taking a quick peek at Rem. Without a hint of laughter on her face, was Rem, to whom Louis was holding on to with one arm. Directed at the girl's profile, Subaru voiced timidly. Subaru, you know, Rem-san? Are you perhaps upset right now? Rem, huh? Why would I be upset? Do you have a clue as to why or something? Subaru, oh no, I was just wondering if it was against your wishes to play husband and wife with me, even if it's just made up for the sake of our disguise. While poking his index fingers against each other, Subaru tries to tend to Rem's mood in trepidation. From Flop and Medium's perspectives, the relationship between Subaru and Rem was that of husband and wife. That had been the result of Subaru's sudden speechlessness at the abrupt demand for an answer regarding their relationship the siblings had put out, while having a discussion for passing the inspection. No, it was not because of speechlessness. They did have an answer prepared beforehand, however the credibility of that answer was doubted, so there was nothing that could be done about it. Subaru, to think that the story of traveling siblings was not believable enough. Rem, Flop-san and Medium-san are not only under the same situation, but the two of them are also very similar in terms of appearance, that's why. It's an impossible feat to pull off for me, you, and this child. On the matter of deceiving them, as merchants living in a world filled with deception and honesty, there was no other choice but to say that Subaru was simply too inexperienced to succeed. In the first place, the one who had seen through their lie had been Medium, who had blurted out they look nothing alike, right big bro? In a loud voice. Anywho, after being defeated by those keen eyes, the spectacular story, derived from the brother-sister setting Subaru had prepared beforehand, of how they had traveled far from their hometown with the goal of throwing away a cursed ring in a far-off mountain had been rendered useless. 4. The shock received from that was another reason as to why Subaru had entered a state of stupefaction when the time came to supposedly answer their question. The one that had saved him from that predicament had been Rem, who made use of her quick-wittedness and explained, "I'm his wife." Subaru, so the story is that Rem and I are husband and wife, and this kid is the child of Rem's elder sister, who left her in our care. Rem, wasn't it you who told me I had an older sister? Although, since we're supposed to be twins, I don't think she'll have such a grown kid. But I'll turn a blind eye to that. Louis, Tilda. Having been stroked on the head by Rem, Louis let out a tiny groan with a content look. Louis's harmless presence and mannerism had been one of the reasons why Flop and Medium had not become cautious around Subaru's group, apparently. Leaving aside Subaru and his nasty-looking eyes, there was the debilitated Rem and the vulnerable Louis. This trio did not seem like bad people who would commit crimes in the city to Flop and Medium. Rem, why? Subaru, Rem, why did you fumble your words in that situation? It's not like you're incapable considering how you normally chatter on and on. Subaru, that feels like a complaint disguised as praise. Nevertheless, it was true that Subaru's incompetence had almost caused trouble for Rem. If it weren't for Rem's quick response, the three of them would most likely still be stuck outside the gate, gawking at the line helplessly. Subaru, .. There was a limit to how far he could get by just fooling around. Subaru, wanting to avoid damaging his trust with Rem any further, let out a faint ah, when Rem casted her eyes towards him. Subaru, I was surprised myself, but, the moment they saw through the lie, my body tensed up like crazy. Maybe it was because I was traumatized by the campground from before. Rem, ah. Subaru, I thought that if we gave a sloppy answer, Flop and Medium might have changed their attitude or something. I'm ashamed to say, but that was why my train of thought suddenly stopped. My bad. After conveying the self-analysis of his incompetent self, Subaru lowered his head towards Rem sincerely. A brain full of smart little tricks coupled with an articulate tongue, that was one of the few weapons Natsuki Subaru possessed. That was why, once both of those stopped working, Subaru would be reduced to nothing but a mere nuisance. He was responsible for Rem's well-being. Careless failures cannot be afforded. Rem, . I understand now. I guess it is what it is. Subaru, really? Even though I messed up like that? Rem, anyone would freeze up after having experienced something unpleasant, that's what I think, at least. Subaru, who had thought he was totally going to be yelled at mercilessly, was surprised by Rem's response. Of course, it was because Rem's very core was kind, so he was already aware that she would spare her consideration for other people. The fact that Subaru was among those who she directed her consideration towards, however, was a surprise. Subaru, so you're not mad? Rem, I'm not angry. But, just discuss with me beforehand next time. Because I don't think I'll be able to spin up believable excuses every time.
Subaru, oh, okay, understood.
You sure you aren't mad though, right? Rem, I'm not mad. Subaru, for sure. Rem, haven't I been saying I wasn't mad? Out of excess worry, Subaru had fueled Rem's anger instead. Hugging his head from Rem's sharp gaze, Subaru cowered and begged for forgiveness in the end. With that interlude, Subaru's group finally entered the stage called Garrel. Subaru, I can finally relax, said Subaru, who threw himself onto the bed at the inn, stretching his arms and legs, enjoying the freedom. The bed and sheets, which possessed decent quality, and the ambience of the room let off a decent sense of cleanliness. Both these aspects indicated the quality of the inn was above average. Given their situation, although it was not like they should indulge in too much luxury, this was a necessary expense to ensure safety. Otto, if we are to stay somewhere, I believe it is best that we eliminate the options of cheap inns and camping. Leaving people who have the power to protect themselves aside, such as Emilia Summer and Garfield, people like me or Natsuki-san would be easy pickings for those harboring ill intents. Such was one of the topics brought up in conversations over alcohol, which used to take place in Otto's room. Thinking hard about it, being that cautious was necessary, but in the case that the traveling budget wasn't very high, safety would be something that would slip out of mind easily. However, considering the situation that Subaru and the rest were in at the moment, it was a needed expense, although, speaking of which, Subaru, we sure spent a considerable time fighting over who gets which room. While saying so, Subaru rolled over on his bed, and began staring at the wall. Beyond that wall, in the adjacent room were Rem and Louis. They had decided to rent an inn in Garrel and divided the rooms based on gender, but Subaru felt disappointed with the results. Albeit a while had passed, Subaru had yet to fully shed his suspicions of her. He was still opposed to them being together outside of his personal supervision. That said, Rem had refused his proposal for all of them to share one room. Thus at present, he had no choice but to settle in with the current state of affairs. But my oh my, mister, feeling quite sullen today, aren't we? Wonderful, simply wonderful. So spoke Flop as he entered the room quite belayed. Inside, he tossed his luggage onto the bed Subaru was not mulling on, then winked at him as he caressed his own long bangs. While Flop was indeed being Flop, he did have an actual reason to be present. This room had been rented with the intention that Subaru and Flop occupy it, and Flop's sister, Medium, would occupy the other room with Rem. Subaru, I'm sorry for leaving everything to you. Flop, it's all fine and dandy. You protected yourself with wit. The saying that citizens of the sacred empire must be the strongest does not refer exclusively to the art of war. Subaru, that makes me feel a bit better, thank you. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Subaru smiled at him bitterly. Even after overcoming the checkpoint at the gates, the siblings Flop and Medium had continued to help Subaru and his friends in various other ways. They had helped in finding an inn where they could procure safety as well, but the biggest help Subaru had received regarded the Witchbeast's horn. Subaru, who knows how we'd have been taken advantage of if we were on our own. The horn of the Witchbeast that Louis had carried was already no longer in their possession. This was because, following Kuna's, along with many others' advice, they had liquidated the horn into currency. For some reason, Flop had come along and helped in the selling price negotiations for it. All they could do was witness the unfolding of a fierce battle between Flop and the shop owner, like people watching a court trial in progress while being ignorant of the law. Regardless, they had managed to convert the Witchbeast's horn into imperial gold coins. That adequately heavy bag of coins would provide funds for Subaru's campaign in the Empire. It would have to cover their future traveling expenses, so they had to be careful about it. Subaru, I can't afford to get swallowed whole again like before after all. Flop, ha ha ha. The first move should always be an attempt to be imposing. Straighten your back and stand tall, and you'll see your opposition won't come to make their move so easily. Your baseless confidence may just become the only truth in the meantime. Doesn't profit only exist beyond that? Subaru, yeah, when you put it like that, it definitely sounds really convincing. For better or worse, Flop was full of confidence. Subaru could imagine circumstances where his unreserved way of speaking would bring about unnecessary arguments, but seeing as he had made his way in the world to date, his way of life was evidently correct. In fact, Subaru had been saved by those very mannerisms of his, so he was quite honestly impressed. Flop, that said, it was quite the long trip with the missus, correct? Would you prefer to continue that conversation of ours tomorrow? Subaru, It's a pretty tempting suggestion, but I'm good. We need to get to our destination as soon as possible. We can't afford to waste even a single day. Tempted as he were by the softness of the bed, Subaru managed to tear himself away from it. As Subaru got off the bed, Flop exclaimed, "Truly fantastic," with his hands thrown out. Flop, there are times when dragging along one's feet for the sake of one's loved ones, even if they are heavy as iron, is truly a necessity. For me, that's my sister. For you, mister, it's the missus. Subaru, don't put it like that, it makes me feel awkward. So, may I ask you to show us the way? Flop, by all means. I was the one who proposed the idea in the first place. He smacked his fist on his chest as he willingly accepted. Having received his answer, Subaru pulled his will to lie down back into him with renewed vigor, and headed off to the next room with Flop in tow. He knocked on the door and called out to Rem. Subaru, is everything good on your end, Rem? Rem, yes, everything's fine. Medium-san and I were just having a discussion on whose bed Louis-san should sleep. Subaru, I see. Rem, you thought that we should put her to sleep on the floor just now, didn't you? Subaru, I didn't say anything because you'd get mad at me. Considering how dangerous Louis was, he could not suggest letting her sleep on the same bed as Medium. If he were allowed to speak his mind, Subaru would have opted to stay up all night to keep an eye on her, but given his current physical condition, he'd end up falling asleep within the first few hours after starting. He had no choice but to put faith in her, seeing as she had done nothing worth being on guard for in the last 10 days. Trusting an archbishop would be just a stupid idea all around, though. Subaru, remember that talk we had earlier? Yeah, I'm heading out for a bit with Flop-san. I'll buy dinner on the way back, so let's eat together. Rem, I understand. Well, now that I think about it, there are lots of people around here now, so I don't really have to rely on just you anymore. Subaru, why, of all times, did you have to say something like that now? That just makes it harder for me to go out. Rem, why indeed? I just said whatever came to mind. Even though Rem had just filled him with incredible reluctance, Subaru strived to prioritize his original goal. He waved his hand at Medium, who was playing around with Louis, letting her pull on her hair. Subaru, Medium-san, please look after these two for me. If she bothers you too much, just hit her with everything you got. Medium, really, Tilda? My punches hurt lots and lots, you know. Subaru, exactly. Sometimes pain's a great teacher. That said, Rem would definitely step in should something go wrong. Vexing as it were, Louis was helping Rem gain mental stability. He was thankful for that. Were she present with no purpose, he would surely be unable to find even a shred of justification to carry her around with them. Flop, what a tumultuous journey it must have been, mister. Once he had left Rem and Louis behind at the inn and stepped out onto the streets, Flop tapped his shoulder. Being offered consolation like that had given rise to an urge to begin spewing complaints inside Subaru, but even if he had given into it, it would only put Flop in a difficult position. Especially with how he was indebted to him and Medium. He wished to not pile anything else on top of them. Subaru, relying on others might be one of my 108 special moves, but even that has a limit. Flop, certainly, so long as you do not put your full weight on them, relying on others is not at all a bad thing. My sister and I are traveling together, so we make up for each other's shortcomings. Otherwise, both of us would surely have perished long before. That too is the imperial way. Subaru, the imperial way. As Flop waved around his hands, patting his own bangs once more, Subaru thought about the words he spoke of. The imperial way. They lay heavy on his chest. Perhaps, that was the source of Subaru's intangible fear, the difference in values of life. In that sense, Flop's trains of thought were easy to digest as they hit closer to home. His manner of being was definitely different from what Subaru had experienced so far in the Empire of Wallachia, however. Flop, not everyone can adopt a martial way of life. What is important is to come to terms with oneself within our own outlines of life. Subaru, come to terms with oneself, huh? Flop, as I said a moment ago, if we were to look at Medium and myself as individuals on their own, our numerous weaknesses would be quite apparent. However, should we come together, we can cover up each other's flaws, and they become quite trifling. In fact, one could say my sister and I have made it alive to the present day because of this, and that'd indeed be the whole truth. Subaru, Flop, always keep this in mind, Mr. We, my sister and I, you and your missus, we have all won all of life's challenges so far only because we went at them head on. Do I seem like a man of the Empire more now? His cheeks loosened, Flop waited for praise. Subaru stared hard at him, when he was hit with an epiphany. To make up for one's lackings with the help of others, that was no different from his own values. He had thought there would be none in the Empire with whom his ideals would be shared. Subaru, not everything's that hopeless, huh? Flop, that said, when most of the Empire's residents speak of the imperial way, they do indeed refer to brute strength. My ideals are laughed at. The flapping of a chicken's wings, they call it. My way of thinking is by no means common. As Subaru came to his own conclusions, Flop once more reminded him to not be too trusting. However, Flop, that's precisely why, putting a price on that skill also holds true. Like how I'm referring you to someone. Subaru, yup, thanks a bunch. Nodding, Subaru reaffirmed his gratitude for Flop's referral. On top of Flop's help on getting past the security check and finding them an inn, he was thankful to Flop for the reason of this outing, a meeting with a referral that could help smooth out Subaru's group's journey by securing them a mode of transport and an escort. Just like how Kuna and Holly had escorted them on their way to Garrel, they required a skilled bodyguard to protect them from the dangers of the road. Otherwise the journey would be difficult. There was a limit to how much Subaru could travel by foot while carrying Rem on his back. Ideally he'd opt to acquire an earth dragon, but if that proved to be a difficult task, a brave ox or large canine would do. In any case, a riding beast was necessary for transport. And for both of those, they had to get by with their limited funds. Subaru, that's why, we've been seriously saved because Flop has someone in mind. Flop, you say someone in mind, but I just know about the bar where someone with that occupation regularly visits. Now, if you're talking about riding beasts, then we've got something to talk about. That's right, like a fallow cart. Subaru, you're really pushing fallows, aren't you? Flop, I'm not kidding when I say I grew up on fallow milk, 'cause I'm a fallow fan. Laughing loudly, Flop strongly recommended fallows in a passionate tone. Subaru did not know about the circumstances of travel for those who had large amounts of cargo, but at least for Subaru's group, who wanted to travel long distances, fallows were not a good match for them. Their speed was rather slow, and so, fallows would be their last resort. Flop, anyhow, you should take any little precaution you can when on the road. Just between us, things at the imperial capital seem to be pretty rowdy at the moment. It's not guaranteed that those sparks won't spread. Subaru, the imperial capital is rowdy. Subaru's eyebrows twitched. However, Flop did not seem to notice his reaction and crossed his arms, replying with "That's right. Flop, the Empire's known to constantly have spots of smoldering embers somewhere all year round, but the possibility of an ember sparking and spreading is being feared right now. I didn't want to worry your wife, so I'm telling this only to you. Subaru, thank you for the consideration. By the way, is that related to the Emperor or something in any way? Flop, to the Emperor, Vincent Wallachia? Flop widened his eyes in surprise, as if he had heard something that one would never dream of. He then immediately shook his head saying no no no. Flop, something happening to His Excellency is unheard of. Besides, the Emperor has superbly managed to settle the country's affairs so far. Subaru, but you said those embers are still smoldering, didn't you? Flop, the reason they stay as embers is due to the Emperor's prowess. The current Emperor rose to the throne about 7 or 8 years ago. Before then, the Empire was in a much more chaotic state. Subaru, Flop, the Emperor himself is taking control of the situation regarding these current quarrels. I'm sure our homeland will return to its smoldering state very soon. Subaru, eh? Their homeland smoldering with embers, boasted Flop. However, something Flop had asserted caught Subaru's ears. How he said that the Emperor himself was taking direct control of the situation. Subaru, the Emperor is trying to do something about the imperial capital's troubles? Flop, his own turf. Well, I guess if something happens very close to home, even the Emperor'd start taking action. Anyone who takes advantage of the situation will be spared no quarter. That kind of statement was issued. Subaru, a statement from the Emperor. There did not seem to be any indication of a lie from Flop's matter-of-fact explanation. In any case, Flop would have absolutely no reason to try and deceive Subaru on the troubles going on inside the imperial capital, so at the very least, he spoke what was the truth for him. Nevertheless, that was why Subaru's ears had gotten hung up on it. Subaru, if Abel really is the Emperor, then he was the one that gave out that statement? No, it was strange considering the timing. Of course, giving out an official statement did not necessitate the Emperor himself to be present. A minister could have easily ghost-written it, and deflect blame by saying the secretary did it. First and foremost, if he were to believe Abel's words, the people remaining at the Emperor's palace were none other than the people who chased him out. They would stomp on their respect towards the Emperor and would use his name and anything else for their underhanded tactics. Except Subaru, Abel could just be a crazy dude. I'll keep that in mind, just in case. To see and believe something as presented was a surefire way to a quick death on the stormy oceans. Even if this place were the ocean, that did not mean it would always be stormy. Subaru just wanted to assert his conviction that he needed at least this kind of mindset to face the Empire. Most of all, as a person who had confronted and talked to Abel himself, there was a part of him that thought that his intensity was not something a self-proclaimed emperor could give out but Flop, mister, it's no good to have a scowl on your face. Flop spoke as he circled in front of Subaru, mulling over his expression. Pointing to his own forehead, Flop directed words at Subaru, who unconsciously stopped moving. Flop, good fortune won't come to anyone who doesn't have the time to smile. You're going to try and find companions for your journey now, aren't you? Then, you need to find someone good. Subaru, that's Flop, if that's the case, then erase those wrinkles on your brow and warm those cheeks up. That's what we call the merits of a successful man. Flop rubbed his fingers in between his eyebrows and then proceeded to warm his face up with his hands. Seeing Flop's act, Subaru caught his breath. Next, he slowly loosened his brow and cheeks with his fingers as he was told. Subaru, yeah, I forgot. The look on my face is already nasty, so I should at least carry with me a light and gentle atmosphere, shouldn't I? Flop, sorry. My ability can't do anything about your looks. Subaru, you don't have to take it that seriously. It's something I got from my parents, so I actually don't mind it as much as I say it. Flop's lament was overdramatic, and so he responded in an overdramatic fashion as well. Maybe that was part of Flop's concern for him, and he was just trying to relax Subaru's stiff nervousness. Exchanging quips like that, Subaru and Flop approached the street to their destination. What Flop pointed toward was a hideout-like bar at the end of the alleyway. Flop, were it a lot of people, you'd normally hire a bunch of guards, but since Mr., the Mrs. and the niece only amount to 3 people, it's not like you can say you're a large family. After all, me and my sister can't follow you out of Garrel. Subaru, but I got the feeling Medium-san stick with us if we played our cards right. Flop, if my sister's taken away, I can't cover for my weaknesses, so I guess I'll die. If one were to weigh trustworthiness and security on a scale, Flop and Medium were genuinely not a bad option. However, Subaru could not burden them more than he already had. Subaru, hang on, worst case scenario, we escape the country to Lagunica with the 2 of them in tow. And then, we could grant them the successful merchant life that Otto couldn't achieve. That's also a possibility. Flop, hey, mister. Are you all right? Flop waved his hand in front of the deep-in-thought Subaru, checking on his well-being. Subaru scratched his head, replying to Flop with a my bad. It was just a thought, but he felt that it was not a bad proposal. He felt bad that Flop had gone out of his way to show him the way here, but... Subaru, hey, Flop-san? Medium-san and you, there's a favor I... It was at the moment he tried to say want to ask of you too, somewhere, something faintly hard-sounding reverberated. Flop, mister, it's no good to have a scowl on your face. Subaru, huh? Abruptly, his field of view shifted in a blink and Subaru's mind went blank. In front of Subaru, Flop was pointing at his own forehead. He was loosening the space in between his eyebrows by rubbing it with his fingers, and as if he were lecturing the frozen Subaru. Flop, good fortune won't come to anyone who doesn't have the time to smile. You're going to try and find companions for your journey now, aren't you? Then, you need to find someone good. Subaru, Flop, if that's the case, then erase those wrinkles on your brow and warm those cheeks up. That's what we call the merits of a successful man. Continuing on, Flop started warming his cheeks up with his hands. That action was something Subaru recognized as one he had seen before. Of course he recognized it. Because it had occurred a sparse few minutes ago. It was an exchange that had happened a mere few minutes ago, and the same conversation was repeating. Subaru, oi, hang on, wait a second. Subaru was suddenly assaulted by cold sweat and covered his face with his hands. Seeing that, Flop loudly exclaimed, don't hide it, relax it. However, Subaru's ability to reply to his words had vanished. Looking around, he recognized the surrounding street too. This was his first foray into this town's streets, and he was not well acquainted with Garrel. Yet, his memory was not as faulty as to forget the scenery he had just witnessed. Meaning? Subaru, did I return by death? In an inconspicuous situation, in which he did not know what exactly had happened to him, Subaru hardened his cheeks for a completely different reason from before, with that mutter escaping his lips. Arc 7, Chapter 17, Looming Evil. Reflecting upon the unbelievable truth, Subaru could feel his entire body awash with cold sweat. As far as Subaru knew, this was one of the most terrifying situations he could be in. A scenery he remembered, a conversation he had already heard before. This was not something like déjà vu. This was not an event that he thought had happened before, it was an event he was actually reliving. The reason for that was only one: he had returned by death. Subaru, but why? There was absolutely zero warning. Particularly for Subaru, it felt like the world had switched out in a blink of an eye. It felt so unreal to the point that it was enough to question whether the authority he carried had misactivated. And that for some reason, The death part of return by death had been dropped and only the return part had activated. Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. Subaru disciplined himself as he attempted to look at this situation optimistically. It was a stupid statement, but he had to trust return by death. The power to reverse time that Subaru held had never once been activated without death as a trigger. By losing his life, Subaru would go back in time. That was a certainty.
Subaru, okay, I'll accept it.
I've accepted it. Now, me, what do I do? Pushing his fist into his forehead, Subaru told his panicked self to be calm. Now that he accepted that he had returned by death, the next point to focus on was his cause of death. He thought back to the events that had occurred only a few dozen seconds ago. Subaru, I can't think of anything. However, even when reflecting back on the time he had met his demise, he could not recall anything. He searched for the tiniest of clues in his memory, but turned up empty-handed. The bar which was their destination, a talking flop, the hustle and bustle of the main road getting quieter, the slight, unique smell of the shade in the alleyway, a faint, hard sound, that was all he could scrounge up. None of them were linked to the reason as to why Subaru's life was in danger. Subaru, fuck, why am I always like this? If Subaru had been watchful regarding changes in his surroundings, he would not be exposed to this misery. He detested and cursed his own carelessness. However, the logical part of him understood that that was an impossible demand and it turned an unamused eye towards himself. He was not a security camera. It was impossible to stay alert of his surroundings 24/7. He was not a genius that could take in the small changes in his environment and be able to form a plan to deal with them immediately. Natsuki Subaru was undoubtedly an ordinary person. That was the unchanging assessment he had given himself, even after experiencing his memories vicariously from the eyes of an outsider and seeing himself in a new light. That was why he could not stop thinking and moving forward. Subaru, the situation is similar to when Shaula first killed me. Along the path to Pleiades Watchtower, Subaru's group, who was challenging the sand wind at the Augria sand dunes, had been annihilated by Shaula, who was guarding the area from the watchtower to the sand sea. The sand sea's rite of passage had begun with a white light that could not be reacted to. It was that first strike which blew Subaru away and started the infernal fight afterwards. What had occurred? What was the cause of death? The situation where it was uncertain if he had died or not could be said to be a mercy bestowed by his first death at the sand sea. However, unlike then, he was currently in the middle of a town. The environment was fundamentally different from the sand sea where he had the conviction to face the various dangers to his life. Subaru, what's going to take my life in this situation? A death with no forewarning. The only thing he could think of that fit the bill was still Shaula's snipe, as it left a strong impression. That was why he may have been shot this time too. Subaru had died inside the alleyway, although they were not tall, the surrounding buildings sandwiched them and created a space with poor visibility. If one were to shoot here, they could only do it from the front or back, but this was not the most ideal place for shooting, was what he thought. Of course, since Subaru did not know how accurate his memory was, the possibility that this position actually allowed an ideal line of sight was. Flop, mister? Why is your brow more wrinkled than before? Subaru, Flop, weren't you listening to my advice? Your fortune will run away if you don't erase those wrinkles. To chase something that's run away is an arduous task. 'Cause I'm usually on an ox cart. Hitting his hand on his chest, Flop exaggeratedly gestured in front of Subaru. Sensing that this overaction of his had the purpose of cheering up Subaru's grimacing face, Subaru could not help but freeze up at his actions. To find his cause of death, he would have to investigate the suspect that was traveling with him at the time too. In the case that Subaru's cause of death was not by shooting, the most likely culprit was Flop, the person who was traveling with him, and the person that was nearest to him. However, at Subaru's time of death, Flop had been within his field of vision and there was no sign that Flop had taken action to attack him. Needless to say, Subaru knew that in this world, there was a plethora of attacks that could reap his life in a single strike without him noticing at all. Nevertheless, Flop did not seem like someone who could do that. First of all, Subaru, does Flop-san have a reason to kill me? The most likely possibility was that he had faked goodwill and was trying to mug Subaru. However, Subaru thought that doing so, purposefully, in the middle of a town, was a poor decision. They had met the O'Connell siblings for the first time at the queue outside the gate. If they wanted to do their deed without detection, all they had to do was to deceive and invite them somewhere outside the gate. All could be done before entering Garrel, a place with guards. Even if their objective was the money they could get by selling the Witchbeast's horn, in the end, the reason Subaru had not been cheated out when selling it was none other than Flop's help. There was no reason to trap Subaru. All they needed was to trick Subaru outside and steal the horn, and sell it once they got inside the city. There was no logical explanation for their motive. Quite a lot of people had killed Subaru until now, but they all possessed a rational explanation for doing so. Excluding Witchbeasts where communication was non-existent, that was a solid rule. That was why? Subaru, Flop-san? Why are you so nice to us? Flop, That's a sudden question. Subaru, yeah, sorry about that. I got a bit worried. Flop raised his nicely shaped eyebrows in surprise at Subaru's abrupt question. Faking a chuckle at this reaction, Subaru held his breath, waiting for Flop's response. Logically, he did not doubt Flop. All that was left was whether he could believe him or not. Flop, who acted cordially and had performed various deeds to help them out. Subaru sought peace of mind, to believe that Flop and his sister Medium were not two-faced and that they could be trusted. Flop, whom Subaru did not know if his eyes betrayed his true feelings, but Flop narrowed his handsome eyes as if he could see those emotions. The expression he told Subaru to adopt before, a look overflowing with confidence and carefreeness yet devoid of any grounds for that, disappeared from his face, and was instead replaced with the face of an intellectual gentleman. And then he shook his head at the frozen Subaru. Flop, it's not a complex thing. It's simple. What my sister and I are doing by being good to Mr. and Mrs. and niece Y is. Subaru, is. Flop, is revenge. Subaru, eh? Raising his hands, Flop proclaimed that out loud. The strong and merry tone used, and the disturbing contents of the proclamation clashed with each other so much that, for one moment, Subaru could not take it in. Shocked, his eyes went wide.
In front of the stiff Subaru, Flop brushed his fringe, and said, "Listen, okay.
Flop, long ago, my sister and I were living on the edge of life and death. Thrown away by our parents, we grew up in a home that adopts orphans. That place was pretty terrible. Subaru, a home for orphans." At the back of Subaru's mind, an image of a home vaguely resembling an orphanage came up. However, it was not difficult to imagine that the facilities and equipment of this world's orphanages were much different than the modern buildings Subaru was thinking of. That terrible environment was probably something far worse than he could imagine. While revealing to Subaru the kind of environment he had grown up in, Flop gestured. Flop, every night, huddling with the other kids in the same boat as us, I decided in my heart to escape from that situation. And then, my sister and I got the chance, and were able to escape from there. For the first time ever, living through a night without being beat up, I vowed, revenge, that is. Subaru, revenge as in. Against the people at the home for orphans? Flop, no, not them. At the world. Having the same expression as before when proclaiming revenge, Flop hardened his fists. Towards the intimidated Subaru, Flop put his passionate face up front and. Flop, my sister and I grew up being beaten by the adults at that place. But, were the adults that punched us happy while they were punching me? No, they weren't. They were unhappy too. Unhappy adults were beating unhappy children. Is this kind of hopeless situation even real? Subaru, .. Flop, Even adults who choose violence are unhappy. So I became a merchant to lift me and my sister out of misfortune. And as much as I could, we would bring others out of unhappiness as well. Just like how on that night, those people brought us out of it. Subaru, that's your revenge against the world? Flop, that's right. Me and my sister are resisting against the world which pushes misfortune onto us for revenge. Helping you and your missus is also a part of that. After declaring that, Flop scratched his nose in slight embarrassment. Receiving the fire in his words and actions, Subaru lost the ability to speak. The heat from that fire slowly seeped into his brain, and there, he came to a snap decision. Subaru, thank you, Flop-san. I'm glad I met you siblings, Flop-san and Medium-san, at the queue. Whether he could believe them or not, he wished for a response that would point to the answer of that question. And, the response he had received was far more than he expected. And so it was decided. Subaru would not doubt Flop O'Connell's goodwill. He decided he would trust it to the end, his noble, vengeful heart which had decided to resist against the unfairness of the world. Meaning, all that was left was to Subaru, Flop-san, this street isn't really giving off a good K in the Feng Shui way. So is it all right if we could use a different path? 1. Flop, K? What is K? Actually, is that the reason for the wrinkles in your brow and your eyes? Subaru, it's more like a fortune-telling item for good omens, it's got nothing to do with my eyes. I think. But yeah, this street's no good. I don't mind if we go the long way, so please? Depending on Flop's goodwill, Subaru forcefully advanced the conversation. Deciding that Flop was not the culprit, the next thing to do was to avoid the incoming death. Whether it was a ranged snipe or not, it was no mistake that this was an attack. If he were able to avoid the attack's condition for occurrence, that would result in him being able to avoid this death. To do that, first, it was crucial that he did not follow the same actions as he did before. Changing paths, delaying the timings, he would avoid the disaster that would occur to him before it happened. If he could do that, he should be able to dodge the unwanted death. Subaru, well, to begin with, I've never wanted to die in the furs. Well, only once or twice. And in addition to that, it was an unavoidable option due to the imminent state of affairs. When cornered in a situation where the only way to save someone was to die, in those times Subaru had chosen death. Yes, Subaru also desired revenge on the world. Flop, I don't know about that K thing, but I like your earnest expression. It'll be a bit of a detour, but why don't we take a different path? Subaru, that'd be a great help. Let's go to a main street with as many people as possible. Flop, gotcha. Fortunately, Flop listened to Subaru's unnatural suggestion without opposition. Following his lead, the plan for which way to go to the bar was changed. They turned back from the path they would have continued on and took a route to the tavern that would go through the main street, with minimal alleys. Ultimately, if they passed through the line of fire before the tavern, it was possible that it still would not change the fact someone was after Subaru. However, if he knew the attack were to happen in the alleys in front of the tavern, there would be many ways to deal with it. In the worst case, there was also the possibility his opponent might withdraw upon witnessing Subaru's vigilant look. Flop, well then mister, this way. Passing by Subaru's side, Flop began leading him down a different road. It was in that instant. By accident Flop looked over Subaru's shoulder, and his eyes widened as if he had just noticed something. Subaru, oh what? He attempted to ascertain from Flop's response, but that was not realized. The reason being that, instead of a question coming from Subaru's mouth, his mouth had opened fully to spit out the blood it was teeming with. Subaru, It was a feat of a single moment. Subaru felt something seize the back of his head, forcing him to look up. Then, a hot sensation passed over his bare throat, and blood burst forth. Drowning in the overflowing blood and pain, Subaru understood his throat had been cut open. Subaru, Both hands pressed to the wound on his neck. Amidst the intense pain and blood loss, Subaru sought for a breakthrough solution. The wound was deep and wide, cutting through major blood vessels, blood gushing out. He would take off his outer garment and wrap it around his neck to halt the bleeding. No, the first priority here had to be to get away from the enemy behind him. Moreover, Flop was right there. He was wrong to have doubted him. Afterwards he would have faith in him, he might not be forgiven, but right here was Flop. Subaru, NGHH. Rem was at the inn. One way or another, even with blood flowing from his neck, he had to make it back to her. Go back, take her away, it's not safe, withdraw. Even if she hated him, drag her away. For Rem to live. She had to live. For that, the neck's bleeding, stop it. The blood, the blood, 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 the blood, stop it, stop, sto. Subaru, you. Op. Flop, mister, it's no good to have a scowl on your face. Subaru, -- Flop, good fortune won't come to anyone who doesn't have the time to smile. You're going to try and find companions for your journey now, aren't you? Then, you need to find someone good. In front, Flop emphasized his point while grinding his finger against his own brow. While watching that man's gesture, Subaru promptly put both his hands to his own neck. He did not feel that hot sensation or the heat of life flowing out. The feeling of blood gushing forth with every heartbeat. Of his own life pouring out, the pulsation of despair approaching death. Flop, if that's the case, then erase those wrinkles on your brow. What's the matter, mister? Your face has gone pale. Seeing Subaru keep silent, Flop looked surprised and became concerned. Despite that earnest gaze of his, just before Subaru, he was reminded of the moment his throat had been slashed open. Right, his throat had been cut. His throat was cut, blood spurted out, his instincts sounded the alarm that he had to get away. However, even if he could not hear those alarm bells, he came back to that moment. In other words, he had died. He had once again returned by death. In addition to that, this time was different with instant death from the outset, more explicit, in the form of hostility. Subaru, bois with his hands on his throat, Subaru had forgotten to breathe, which he remembered in a hurry. Subaru raised his shoulders up and down with deep breaths. Flop touched his shoulder and asked if he was all right, but Subaru had no room to respond. However, he could not stay here either. Subaru, Flop-san, today, it's a terrible day for Feng Shui. Let's return at once. Flop, Fuusui? Although, considering that pala to rest a bit would be. Subaru, no, resting would be a waste of time. This is a fit that won't stop until Rem holds my hand. Flop, is that right? What an affliction that is. With a sense of uneasiness and urgency burning in his heart, he had blurted out nonsense, but the good-natured Flop gave more importance to the atmosphere than the content of words. The hand that had grasped his shoulder was grabbed in turn, and Flop nodded in surprise. Pulling on that hand of Flop's, Subaru hesitated as to whether to head forward or back. If they went forward they would be en route, but if they went back they would go by where he had had his throat slit. He felt he was at an impasse where whichever way they went his life would be in danger, so rather than forward or backward, he would return to the main street via some other alleyway. He had failed before, but his opponent would try not to kill them, no, kill Subaru, somewhere in the public eye. If he was going to alert his opponent, getting to the main road was imperative. Flop, mister. Your hand is super cold. We should get your wife to warm them up soon. Subaru, as soon as possible, I want to see Rem's face. As a result, he did not care about the abuse he would face for returning without accomplishing his goal. At any rate, to that place with Rem. Subaru, no. Can I go back? The question swirled in Subaru's mind. In a situation where he had not yet grasped his enemy's true nature, he thought about the danger of going back to Rem. He was unaware of when his opponent had begun targeting him, but if they returned to the inn, he may be kindly revealing the location to his foe. Subaru, -- Cursing his lack of thought, Subaru bit his lip, and at the same time, his field of vision opened. Exiting the alleyway, Subaru and Flop had made it to the main streets of the city. On the right and the left, the number of people coming and going could not be compared to a metropolis, but it was a hell of a lot better than the alleyways with their hideout-like taverns. Nonetheless, it would take some nerve to dive into the crowd of people. To avoid that, he would have to decide on a guideline for their next course of action. Flop, if we're on this street here, that means the inn should be over there. So then, this way. Subaru, that's no good, Flop-san. We can't go back to the inn. To see Rem, such a thing would be inexcusable. Flop, isn't that different from what you just said? His conduct ended up being that of an emotionally unstable person, but his anxiety from before made it so he was incapable of returning to Rem's side. That being said, it was also ungrateful to keep manipulating Flop without giving him any information. But, what could he say to make him understand? He was not an associate of the Emilia camp, nor a long-time traveling companion like Anastasia or Julius. He had no powers of persuasion or grounds to make him take Subaru's opinion seriously. Even for this, it would be asking too much to pin his hopes on Flop's innate goodness. Subaru, damn it. To break the deadlock of the situation, currently Subaru's hand was sorely lacking. He was separated from his precious Rem, and was being hunted down in a strange town. He was with the virtuous Flop, but he lacked fighting strength. Subaru himself had no strong point to show. Without knowing who was attacking him, he did not know who to be wary of. Subaru, no way, the hunter. When he defined his opponent as an invisible assassin, the first possibility that came to Subaru's mind was the hunter. They were a dangerous person who had killed Subaru once in the Buddhin jungle, and after that as well, they had aimed at him while he was with Rem on one occasion. Ultimately, he had not run into them even once since then, but what if they were still meticulously continuing to hunt Subaru? In the Buddhin jungle, the military encampment, and the Shudrakian village, there had always been someone acting with Subaru. To avoid a setup with combat-ready opponents, they may have changed their timing until Subaru was with the powerless Flop. Subaru, if that's how it is, it's like you have the tenacity of a bear robbed of its prey. Why go this far to aim at me? What about me is the reason for? Flop, mister? You all right? What are you so worried about? If there's something I can help you with, you can try talking to me first. You're acting strange. Subaru, Flop-san. While Subaru was looking left and right down the street and losing his nerve, Flop called out to him in that voice. Directly across from him, Flop seized both his shoulders. His earnest gaze and offer made Subaru want to depend on him, and Subaru seriously considered if he should try gambling on his innate goodness. If it was Flop, he might have the faith to believe in Subaru and lend him a hand. Subaru, Flop-san, sorry to keep relying on you, but can I ask you something? Flop, of course, certainly. Whatever it is, even if I can't help, my sister might be able to. After all, my sister and I have the kind of bond where we can cover for each other's weak points, you know. Subaru, in truth, between the two of you this might be a matter for Medium-san though. If his opponent violently struck without mercy, there may be no choice but to respond with greater force. Medium's strength was much greater than Subaru's or Flop's. With that in mind, Subaru would try to explain the situation to Flop. Firstly, he would have to hide the matter of return by death, and explain that someone was relentlessly targeting him. Subaru, actually, someone is presently. Flop, what the? Subaru, huh? His mind made up, while being careful not to trigger the penalty of mentioning return by death, Subaru was going to try to explain the circumstances to Flop. However, just as he was about to speak, Flop's gaze turned toward the wrong direction. He raised his well-shaped brows and squinted in the direction of the street. By his reaction he seemed to have noticed something, and Subaru belatedly became aware of the same thing. Subaru, HK. A long way off, someone was screaming. And it was not just one person, several people shouted in shrieks and angry roars. Then the voices gradually increased in urgency, and sounds that differed from screams multiplied. Flop, wah. Eyes wide, Flop's throat closed, and Subaru also turned in the same direction. Immediately, witnessing what Flop had, the same scene before his eyes also left Subaru at a loss for words. A giant will was headed right for Flop and Subaru. Flop, Mr. Watch boo. Flop's voice was cut off too early, the impact engulfed Subaru's entire body with its intensity. His body was totally blown away, it hit the hard ground and tumbled many times. The momentum did not stop, and he crashed into a wall. But that was not the end. Back to back, another successive impact hit the collapsed Subaru, and once more his body was blown away. Subaru, gah. Having been sent somersaulting and tumbling, Subaru's field of vision was dyed black as his body hit the ground. It was not as if the sky had suddenly been covered in clouds. It was something else, his field of view had been destroyed for a different reason. The cause he did not know, and even if he found out what it was, nothing good would come out of it. However, if there was something he could say. Subaru, DD. Death, that was something every cell in his whole body had been proclaiming towards Subaru's instinct. Up until this point, as someone who had experienced death over 30 times, Subaru was somewhat conscious of just how much damage his body was able to withstand before he lost his life. This time, it was clearly over the limit it could endure. Subaru, a festering pain. Yet, that was something on a whole other level compared to merely localized pain. This aching assaulted his entire body. The existence named Subaru was synchronized with the phenomenon called pain. This was not mere localized pain. Natsuki Subaru was precisely pain itself. Pain was what he was, and therefore it was only natural to be in pain. Anywhere and everywhere hurt. The pain did not disappear. From a distance rang a sound like that of tinnitus or similar to the whistle of a train, reverberating inside his head. Amidst that, the sounds which can be heard were the joys and sorrows of the people hurled into a maelstrom. Nay, there wasn't any joy. It was more fitting to call it a pandemonium. Pandemonium, ha! What a word! Contrary to the echo of sounds, the events that unfolded were overwhelmingly grave. Subaru, ahi, ooh, ah. He could not produce any syllables. The mouth that attempted to enunciate words was in tatters, without any teeth remaining, it had decent ventilation. Somewhere had been ripped apart and air was leaking through it. There was blood, sound, and pain. Something. Subaru, oh, ah. Something had killed Natsuki Subaru again. Flop, Mr., it's no good to have a scowl on your face. Subaru, Flop, good fortune won't come to anyone who doesn't have the time to smile. You're going to try and find companions for your journey now, aren't you? Then, you need to find someone good. Putting his finger in between his eyebrows, Flop rubbed the skin and flesh to relax them. Watching the man's performance unfold in front of his eyes, Subaru hugged his own two shoulders. Then, he recalled his mouth which air no longer escaped from, as well as the pain that had vanished. It can't be, I died again. Subaru, moreover. This time, it was. A dragon carriage, was it? Pulverized by the impact, sent flying and rendered immobile, the candle of life thinned and vanished. While dominated by the pain proclaimed by every inch of his body, Subaru had been killed. He had lost his life. Subaru, clattering, the shoulders in his own grip trembled, and his knees began to shudder. Even if his body did not recall the disaster that had befallen it, his soul remembered. The impact and pain inflicted upon his whole body as if tearing it to pieces, even if it no longer remained, still gnawed at his soul. At last, Subaru could not conceal his fear towards the looming evil that befell upon him. First time was instant death, the second was being beheaded, the third was being run over by a dragon carriage. It could no longer be just a mere coincidence. No doubt, The aim was to kill Natsuki Subaru. It had killed Subaru mercilessly. The most frightening thing of it all was that, despite return by death having been triggered thrice, Subaru had obtained no further information other than the fact an enemy existed. The opponent would not leave behind any information for the lifeless Subaru. Flop, if that's the case, then erase those wrinkles on your brow. What's wrong, mister? You don't look so well. Subaru, Flop-san. Once again, Flop had shown concern towards Subaru, the latter's facial expression having changed. Earlier, the chaos on the main street was most likely the result of the dragon carriage going berserk. Then, in the instant before the collision, Flop had extended his hand in an attempt to save Subaru. Not making it on time, Subaru had received the deadly impact head-on, and it was unthinkable that Flop, nearby as he was, would have gotten off scratch-free. He would have been dragged into the collateral damages as well. Subaru, in the first place, up until now. The enemy would not necessarily retreat in content after killing Subaru. Flop had been there at the scene, and had witnessed the occurrences on both the first and second time. If the opponent was someone of caution, it would be natural for them to seal Flop's mouth, as he was a witness. Would it not mean that, up until now, Subaru's death would be accompanied by Flop's murder? Would it not mean that Flop had already been dragged into the situation Subaru was put in? I won't allow that, thought Subaru as he gritted the back of his teeth. Subaru, KH. Flop-san. Flop, what? Killing any cowardice by gritting the back of his teeth, Subaru faced forward courageously. Next, with that enthusiasm, Subaru grabbed Flop by the hand, catching him by surprise. However, he did not have the leisure to take Flop's bewilderment into account. Considering what had happened so far, the countdown to death had already begun. A situation of dead end times 3, where moving forward meant hell, heading back meant hell, going around still meant hell. Even then, he must search for the path towards survival. Not just Subaru and Rem, but also the kind older brother who had helped them and return him to his sister's side. That was why? Subaru, Flop-san, let's run. Flop, that's sudden? What happened? Subaru, there's no hows or whats, life is finite. We can't waste even a second, right? It would be a bad move to stop here and earnestly try to persuade the other. Subaru made such a judgment, same as previous times, he would use forceful reasoning to destroy Flop's resistance. Sure enough, swallowed up by the momentum, Flop just nodded in agreement and voiced, "That's true. Flop, life is short. For the sake of achieving my sister and I's goal, although time should indeed be treasured. Subaru, let's run. Run towards the bar immediately. The trivial matters can be discussed later." Flop, you understood. I understand already, so stop dragging me. My bangs will get messed up. Forcefully dragged away by his arm, Flop cried out as he stumbled over his feet. Listening to Flop's shriek-like voice, Subaru advanced toward the road he once took, with the same goal of getting a bodyguard. He hurried toward the bar. However, the goal was not to get a bodyguard for the sake of their travels. For the salvation from this series of unavoidable deaths, for the sake of obtaining the necessary help as soon as possible, they ran. You want to hire the strongest one here? The barkeep they finally found raised his eyebrows in response to Subaru's ragged breath inquiry. The middle-aged barkeep, whose hair had started to gray, stared at the panting Subaru from top to bottom with somewhat skeptical eyes. With his demeanor and his age, Subaru too realized that he was lacking in persuasiveness. Moreover, he had barged into the bar, and suddenly brought up a question like that. You could even say he had been generous enough to not immediately jump to the conclusion that Subaru was messing with him. Currently, Subaru and Flop are inside the bar, which was their original destination. At first, Subaru had been killed instantly by some unknown method in the alleyway within the immediate vicinity of the bar. That in of itself had been unsettling, but perhaps because rushing things turned out to be effective, the clutches of the devil that would have stopped Subaru and Flop, who instead hurriedly hastened toward the bar, had not made their appearance. However, it would be premature to assume that they had escaped from danger on the basis of that argument. Subaru, that's why, I have to borrow the strength of the strongest one here. Barkeeper, if we're talking about the strongest one here, that'd probably be Rowan. The barkeep shrugged his shoulders at Subaru, who had asked again while gathering his breath. Then, he proceeded to look at the other person besides Subaru, Flop, who was also out of breath. Barkeeper, Flop, here I thought you haven't shown your face around in a while, and here you are helping someone again, huh? Even though you won't get a single penny out of it anyways. Flop, hey now, I'm just doing whatever kind of deals I want to partake in. Those whom I partake in deals with aren't limited to just people. At times, I take on unfavorable deals against the world itself. Barkeeper, I'm saying there's no profit in doing that, you softy. Perhaps because the barkeeper had been on quite familiar terms with him, he commented on Flop's actions with a speechless tone. Despite hearing directly from Flop why he had helped Subaru's group, it seemed his kind nature was a well-known fact to someone who knew him beforehand. While the barkeeper polished a glass cup, he shot a sharp glance towards Subaru. Barkeeper, he's a real softy like you've heard. But, don't you get the wrong idea here. This dumbass and his sister are softies that will help anyone regardless of who they might be. In turn, there are a lot of people that are indebted to them. Subaru, I don't have any intention of being an ungrateful bastard either, I'll pamper him back just as much as I have been pampered. Flop, ha ha ha, I shall look forward to that. The day I'm going to be pampered, that is. While fixing his bangs with a comb he took out of his pocket, Flop returned a candid response. Feeling saved by Flop's kindness and magnanimity, Subaru turned towards the inside of the bar, and asked which one is Rowan? Barkeeper, Rowan's passed out over there at the corner over there. Subaru, passed out at a corner? That doesn't sound like good news. While saying so, Subaru looked nervously at the direction the barkeeper pointed at, upon which, within the dim bar, and amongst several men that chattered drunkenly, he found a man who was slumped over at a table in the corner. It was a man in his 50s, his long and disheveled hair tied up sloppily, along with his weapon of choice, a katana sheathed by the waist. The table he had slumped over on was lined with several empty glasses. One can tell he really knocked himself out in every sense of the word before the sun had even set. Subaru, that's the strongest, you say? Barkeeper, there's no doubt he's got a terrible drinking habit, but he's a master of his trade. Though he's got a terrible drinking habit. Subaru, you mentioning that about him twice only makes me even more worried. Subaru received the barkeeper's warning about him having a bad drinking habit 2 times consecutively. Though he had been considered as quite the drunkard, beggars couldn't be choosers. Right now, what was most important was not his personal conduct or the toughness of his liver, but his prowess in combat, that of the person who possessed the ability to save the desperate Subaru from his impending doom. Subaru, hey, Rowan-san, could you hear me out for a bit? Rowan, nah. Subaru steeled his resolve and headed towards the table Rowan passed out on along with Flop. As he spoke to the collapsed man while shaking him by his shoulders, Rowan responded in a stupefied voice and raised his head. Face flushed completely red paired with a sleepy gaze, as well as facial features that would have been rather discernible if it weren't ruined by a reddened nose. Rowan, what's up, bro? What do you want from me? Subaru, this dude's wasted. Anyways, listen to me. I have a job for you, Reek. Rowan, oi, ain't you a rude one? After getting up wobbly, Rowan exhaled a drawn-out breath which Subaru had to turn his face away from. As the dreadful stench of alcohol wafted, it even created an illusion that his vision had somehow been warped. It was not something as simple as drinking during the day. There should be a limit to how heavy of an alcoholic a person was. Subaru, come to think of it, because there isn't anyone I already know to be a heavy drinker, this is my first time dealing with this type. Roswell and Otto too would only drink in moderation. The people in the Emilia camp who habitually drank alcohol were Roswell and Otto. Ram and Frederica would drink too, but only if invited. Besides them, nobody else drank. Subaru was also apparently of drinking age in this other world, but he had more or less gone until now without feeling the need to drink. Subaru, so honestly, I don't really have a good impression of drunks, but hey, this guy's really the best one here, right? I'm not playing around here. Barkeeper, what a coincidence. I don't have this place open to play around either. There's no mistake, it's him. Subaru, shit, you're serious. Receiving the barkeeper's reassurance, Subaru turned back to Rowan with a bitter look. Rowan was sitting sloppily in his chair and shaking an empty glass upside down above his head, desperately trying to taste any droplets of alcohol left with his tongue. Rowan, TSK, ain't enough booze. Oi, ya brothers, treat me to a drink, why don't ya? Flop, you want a drink?
Okay.
Barkeep, a drink for him. Subaru, wait a second, Flop-san. I really shouldn't be saying this since I've been saved by your kindness, but just for a little bit, keep your goodwill in your wallet. Shutting down Flop, who was about to treat someone just because they requested it, Subaru positioned himself in front of a displeased-looking Rowan. Then, he placed his hands on the table with force. Subaru, Rowan-san, let's get straight to the point. We won't be treating you to a drink. But, I can pay you the money you need to buy drinks. I want you to take a job. Rowan, a job. Subaru, that's right. I'd like you to be an escort. And also, starting right this very second. Getting close to the stink of alcohol, Subaru boldly laid out those conditions. Hearing his talk, Rowan stared back at Subaru with sleepy eyes. Rowan, your tone's pretty panicked. Your brothers are in quite a dangerous situation, aren't ya? Subaru, yeah, it's no laughing matter. What do you think? The amount I can pay, this is my limit. Flop, mister, that's. Widening his eyes in surprise, Flop attempted to stop Subaru's action. However, Subaru halted Flop, who was trying to restrain him, instead and assertively put on the table a bag, the bag which contained all of the money he got after selling the witch-beast's horn. As a precaution, he had not split and passed some amount to Rem. This was genuinely everything Subaru's group had on hand. There was no more money that he could pay beyond this. Rowan, whoa, this is. Subaru, this is everything I can pay with. What do you think? Will you take it? Rowan, Opening the mouth of the bag, Rowan went silent as he confirmed the contents with a quick glance. His face was still red, but the drunken look in his eyes from before was now gone, a look of serious scrutiny replacing it. Of course, an escort that could be hired at a bar, to show someone like Rowan, who worked as a knockoff mercenary, all of the funds that Subaru walked around with was a fairly large gamble. Having crossed national borders, Subaru was not well informed on the value of goods in the Empire. However, he felt that the value of currency was not so different from the kingdom of Lagunica. With the money Subaru had offered up, one could easily live a year just monkeying around. Rowan, my skills are first rate. I thought of saying that, but this amount up front, too. Subaru, I'll say this now, but I can't negotiate any increase in payment. Rowan, I ain't doubting ya. You've said you ain't playing around, it seems you're serious about it. Scratching his scarlet-turned nose with his finger, Rowan slowly stood up on the spot. He picked up the money bag Subaru had handed out and carefully kept it in his pocket. Rowan, I ain't giving this back even if you tell me to give it back. Subaru, it's a shame, but I won't tell you to return it. If you do your job right. Rowan, poor, a breath reeking of alcohol being let out by his laugh, Rowan accepted Subaru's job. Hearing his answer, the tension in Subaru's shoulders, present for all this time, faded away. His nervousness would not go away and uncertainty endlessly circled his insides, but Flop, mister, was that all right? That money was. Subaru, it's fine. It's nothing if it means we're safe now. I'm sorry for scaring Flop like that, and also thank you for introducing me to this place. Flop,
If you say it's okay, then I'm okay too.
Thankfully, we paid for the inn in advance. In terms of the accommodation bill, Subaru had already paid for it, including Flop and Medium's part, who they shared rooms with, under Subaru's group's name. It seemed like he avoided the dishonor of passing the bill off to them by not thinking ahead when hiring Rowan. Rowan, so, employer, how shall I address ya? Subaru, oh, right. My bad. I was in a rush. My name is Rowan, wait. Asked about his name, Subaru panicked as he thought he disrespected Rowan. And as he was about to name himself, Rowan stopped him. He thrusted his hand in front of Subaru's face and directed his sharp gaze behind Subaru, towards the bar's windows. Subaru, row, 1. Rowan, it's a weird feeling. Say bro, you were tailed weren't ya? Subaru, Rowan's low and quiet voice made Subaru swallow his breath. Beside him, Flop, confused, said what does that mean? But Subaru had a general idea on the presence Rowan had detected. It was not a what-if scenario, it was definite. The weird feeling Rowan had gotten was the being that tailed Subaru, the enemy that had attacked Subaru in the alleyway. The enemy who had killed Subaru 3 times had not given up on Subaru this time as well. Flop, just who are you being chased by? Subaru, I'm not kidding when I say this, I don't know, I just thought that if we stayed outside, they would come after us. That's why I hired you. Rowan, I see. They should have picked a better fight. It was a situation where they had nothing to work with, yet Rowan said that in a joking manner. However, even if Rowan's tone had a hint of nervousness and seriousness, there was no worry in his voice. That probably meant he had reasonable confidence in his skill. In reality, the drunkenness had disappeared from Rowan's eyes and the atmosphere he gave off was now that of a strong individual. Rowan, Rowan's specialized weapon was a singular katana sheathed on the left side of his waist. It was late saying this now, but to see a katana as a sword of choice was rare in this other world. Rowan's weapon was a distinct irregularity against the Western-style swords that were the norm. Looking closely, together with the atmosphere emanating from his disheveled hair, Rowan's appearance somewhat resembled that of a samurai. However, he lacked a certain intensity, so maybe a Ronin was a better description for him. 3 Subaru, Rowan-san, they are. Rowan, there's no need to be a scaredy cat. No matter who they are, if they're gonna stand in front of me, all that is needed is to cut them in 2. There's alcohol in my belly and my sword's in top shape. Subaru, so this isn't drunken fist but drunken sword? Can't say I've heard of that. Nevertheless, it did not sound like a lie and Subaru put his faith in Rowan's self-confidence. Moving around to the opposite side of where Rowan was glaring at the window, Subaru pulled on the sleeve of the Flop, who had still not fully taken in the situation. Subaru, Flop-san, let's have Rowan-san handle this. Flop, handling things and whatnot, I still don't quite understand the situation. What are Mr. and bodyguard Kun fighting with exactly? Subaru, that's something I still don't know yet. Faster than Subaru could reply with a statement which would only arouse Flop's worry, the situation changed. However, the situation did not develop in a manner in which the enemy had charged in from the front and Rowan had burst out for a counter-attack. We. Spilling those cries of pain, a man with a large build fell at the entrance of the bar. With that sudden occurrence, Subaru literally jumped up in surprise. However, the other customers in the bar who saw the man had a shallow reaction, as if they were used to the sight. The drunken customers besides Rowan, they probably worked doing mercenary-like activities as well. Those people simply stared at the fallen man with little reaction. The only people who rushed to the fallen man's side were Flop and the barkeeper. Only, the one who was actually worried about the man was Flop, and it was obvious on the face of the barkeeper that he just did not want his floor to be dirtied. Flop, hey, you. Are you all right? Get a hold of yourself. Large man, Fuga. Flop, Fuga? Is that your name? Get a hold of yourself, Fuga-kun. Subaru, No, Flop-san, that person's. Flop tried to get the fallen man up, but the man responded with a groan. It was not like the man was courteously introducing himself to a person he met for the first time. Adding on to that, a man entering this bar in this situation meant that large man, Fuga. Subaru, M. Flop-san. Get away. Flop was leaning down, endeavoring to get the face-down man up by pulling on his arm. Having gotten a terrible feeling, Subaru immediately pulled Flop back down onto the ground and got him away from the man. On the very next moment, large man, dash. The body of the man who was groaning and saying Fuga Fuga expanded, and for a brief flash, shone bright scarlet. Then, the expanded body of the man ruptured and a great explosion threw the inside of the bar into chaos. Customers, Gua-ah? Screams echoed inside the bar and red flecks of light scattered around the area. Right after, they became flames that burned and spread. Subaru came to the realization that the man who had blown up had been used as a human bomb. Subaru, Flop-san. Flop, fine mister. But, this is. Subaru and Flop, who had been juggled around by the blast wave, stared in shock at the state of pandemonium inside the bar. The reason the man's body had exploded was most likely because he had been forced to hold onto fire magic stones. Looking at his anguished face, the fire magic stones may have been inside his body. Those detonated, and fire scattered about. Additionally, that was not all. Customer, cough. Wah, what the hell? My eyes, my IES. Inside the overflowing inferno, one of the drunken customers who had gotten caught up in the mess covered his face and screamed out. Looking around, that man was not the only one who was screaming, the other men were doing the same too. Having been blown away, the men who were engulfed in the lingering smoke from the explosion at the center of the bar covered their eyes and nose, shouting in great pain. And then? ? It's no good if we stay in the bar. Everyone, hurry up and get out. Subaru, why? A man shouted while tears poured down his face, and several men, with their faces covered, rushed for the entrance all at once. Looking at the men jostling against each other, Subaru tried to raise his voice in an effort to tell them to stop. The man who had exploded, and the smoke accompanied with pain after that. Subaru felt like both of those had contributed to the disorder within the bar, and were attempting to guide people into escaping outside. However, even if Subaru were to raise his voice out of desperation, it would not hold the footsteps of those men driven by pain. As a result, Subaru, HK? A second explosion occurred, blowing away the men flooding the entrance altogether. The second one was larger than the first, and the men caught in its radius were unable to even protect each other as they were charred black, scorched from the front by the bursting flames. The explosive heat and the blast wave surged towards them, and Subaru was petrified by the gruesome scene. Nightmarish sights taking place one after another, it all seemed unreal. Subaru, is. Rowan, get a hold of yourself, client. It's gonna be troublesome for me if you collapse right here. Subaru, Whilst Subaru remained petrified and dumbfounded, he was seized by the back of his collar and was forcefully dragged to his feet. The person responsible for it was Rowan, who had his face covered with the sleeve of his clothes. He gestured for Subaru to keep a low posture, ensuring he would not inhale the same smoke that had tormented the other men, and Rowan, barkeep. We'll head out from the back. The front side's under watch. Barkeeper, got it. It's this way. Listening to Rowan's instructions, the manager nodded obediently as blood flowed down his forehead. Like that, Rowan made a sign with his hand behind the bartender, who was moving as if he were crawling across the floor, and slapped Subaru's back, shouting, "Go. Rowan, client, and the young man over there. Get moving right now if you don't wanna die." Flop, oh of course, I can't afford to die. Both my little sister and I are still in the middle of our journey. Subaru, fuck. Receiving Rowan's encouragement, Subaru and Flop pursued the manager ahead of them. While chasing after him, Subaru's mind was filled with confusion and rage directed at both himself and the enemy. Of course, there was anger towards the enemy who had committed such atrocious deeds. However, he was also angry with himself, as he had failed to recognize the threat level of the enemy, even though he had known the enemy was present. To begin with, the enemy had done something to cause a dragon carriage to go out of control in the main street. A considerable number of people must have been caught up in that. If that was so, Subaru should have been more earnest with his thoughts. He should have acknowledged the fellow as someone who did not pay any heed to the damage to their surroundings. Because of that, the men, who had only been at the bar, had gotten entangled in. Barkeeper, the back door won't open. Having arrived first at the back door, the manager cried out in front of the self-approaching Subaru. He was desperately trying to open the door, but it would not answer his panicked calls. Perhaps the damage from the explosion had bent the door out of shape, or... Flop, this is bad. The front entrance is already demolished. If this goes on... Rowan, arg, out of the way. A door like this is... In the bar, the vermilion flames were growing intense, and in a situation in which the black smoke was about to swallow them, Rowan had leapt out, almost as if he were thrashing out Flop's shout. And then, upon placing a hand on the katana by his waist, he drew and slashed it at the unopening door with great force, with nary a single flash of his blade. Subaru, oh! The silver gleam shot forward, cutting away the closed door with a slash. It was a sword skill similar to ear, one which Subaru knew. Despite performing a slash that caused Subaru to be mesmerized involuntarily, Rowan did not show his pride for it, and kicked down the remainder of the door. 4. Rowan, it. It opened. Everyone, keep low. Freeing the back door that had previously been sealed, Rowan called out to Subaru and the others behind himself. An enormous amount of confusion was spreading far and wide, but it looked like they would be able to get away from the inescapable situation that was the bar in flames, at least. Subaru had also understood that Rowan's judgment in battle, as well as his skills, were trustworthy. All they needed to do was to distance themselves from this place, and for their evil opponent. Subaru, Suddenly, Subaru held his breath. Something was nagging at the back of his mind. He attempted to predict the thoughts of his scrupulous, ruthless enemy. They had thrown a man-turned-human bomb into the bar, lured out the people inside using smoke-containing stimulants, and blew them away at once with the mana stones they had set up at the entrance. And then, they had obstructed the entrance, and utilized some method to seal off the back door as well. Subaru and his group had broken through that blockade, and were able to escape through the back door, but... Subaru, Rowan saw. Something is wrong. Subaru attempted to put his minuscule feeling of discomfort into words. If his opponent were a thorough one, then it would be impossible to think they would let up their offensive. In order to convey that eeriness, Subaru called for Rowan. There was no reply. Rowan, Leaning forward from the back door, Rowan's body teetered backwards, then fell. Subaru, Flop, and the barkeeper stared at the fallen Rowan, shocked. His head, specifically the area starting from his forehead and above, had been destroyed, and his eyes were hanging out, having been extruded. No matter who looked at it, Rowan had died, his head pulverized. Barkeeper, Gazing at Rowan's appalling state of death, the bartender widened his eyes, attempting to scream. However, he could not even do that. A single blow was swung with the other side of the flames, piercing through the chest of the manager who had taken a deep breath, viciously tearing apart the upper half of his body. Scattering the bones and organs from inside his body, the barkeeper rolled straight into the fire. The scent of burning flesh immediately reached Subaru's nose, but the barkeeper did not scream. He had been killed instantly. Beyond the flames and the smoke that filled the area, something gradually made its appearance. Stepping over the slashed, torn-down door, the silhouette of a man with damp cloth wrapped around his face had appeared. He had a firm grip on the long-handled axe in his hands, and Subaru understood that it was the weapon that had crushed Rowan's head and given the bartender an instant death. However, his understanding ended there. Flop, who in the world are you? Why are you doing this? Having watched the deaths of Rowan and the barkeeper just like Subaru, who was unable to move out of dismay, Flop spoke with a trembling voice beside him. Although he was swamped by fear, he was glaring at the silhouette among the flames with a solemn gaze. As if he were directing his animosity towards the villainous man who had massacred the people in the bar one after another with such viciousness. However, Flop, don't think you can get away with tea. ? Flop, while attempting to condemn the man's wrongdoings with a firm attitude, received a direct strike to his head from the man's axe. The man would not do anything meaningless, such as bashing him with the back of his axe without aligning the edge of the blade. He adjusted the angle of the blade, slamming it into Flop's forehead where his long bangs were draped over, and spilled the contents outside. Brain matter flew about, and Flop died as the crimson hue of his blood blended together with the red flames. His body crumpled into a heap while making a loud splash. Blood slowly flowed out, staining Subaru's bottom as he sank down onto the floor. No, Subaru's pants were already soiled by something vastly different. Out of fear, he had been unable to control his bladder. Subaru was frightened by the terrifying appearance of the man that held a blood-stained axe amidst the inferno. His soul quivered at his vindictiveness, his persistence, his dreadfulness. Subaru, why? It was an awfully foolish question. Flop had been killed unsparingly after asking a similar question. Of course, there was no reason for the man to be merciful only towards Subaru. He would likewise perish. He would be killed. Subaru did not possess the strength to draw back, nor the courage to crawl away. Right now, he was unable to take his eyes off the man. Even if gazing at the man filled his being with terror, he could not look away because that was equally as horrifying. Subaru, why? Why? Just like an idiot who only ever repeated what he knew, Subaru yelled out with desperation. The man did not respond despite hearing him shout. He slowly lifted up his axe, his face remaining hidden, and positioned it straight above the sitting Subaru's head. And then, Subaru, why? ? I won't tell you anything. Won't it be troublesome if you run away again? As Subaru shouted out with a bleeding heart, the man at last gave a reply. Listening to the man's tone and voice, which sounded as if he was only stating the obvious, Subaru's breath caught in his throat. He attempted to match the voice with a voice he had heard somewhere, and Subaru, bh. The axe swung down faster than he could do so, splitting his skull in a single blow. There was a small, hard sound. There was. Arc 7, Chapter 18, Battle in the Fortress City of Garrel. If he closed his eyes, Subaru could recall the scene in his mind. The middle of the dense jungle where an abundance of trees grew thickly, the muddy soil, and the atmosphere of the imposing men. The witch beast's roar that reverberated across as if to split that atmosphere apart. The fighting spirit that would rise and excite alongside the start of battle. And the intense malice that would be directed towards Natsuki Subaru due to his involvement in inviting the witch beast. That was an action Subaru himself had acknowledged and consciously decided to carry out, and had put it into practice. He had acted after placing a scale within himself, comparing what was important to him and what was not. It was an action done with the full determination and intention to cause harm. What would happen to people inexperienced with fighting witch beasts if they actually fought one? He did not know. They could have subdued it instantly. There was also the possibility that they could have become seriously wounded. He did not want to think about it much, but instead of ending there could have been those who lost their lives. No, he should assume there were. After justifying his own deed, he should at least acknowledge that fact. After all, he was the one who had decided and acted on such an action. Natsuki Subaru chose the side of the scale he desired, and put a plan into practice, where others may die. These other people were not witch cultists or sin archbishops, nor were they wicked people who would cause harm to others for bad intentions. He had attacked individuals who chose to take up arms just to make ends meet. They were merely following orders from their superiors. These were people who, under the right circumstances, he could have formed positive relations with. Therefore, this occurrence was justified, inevitable and natural. The consequences of Natsuki Subaru's actions must be paid for by Natsuki Subaru. Flop, mister, it's no good to have a scowl on your face. Subaru, flop, good fortune won't come to anyone who doesn't have the time to SMIM, mister. The instant after the bladed edge of the axe sunk into his skull, Subaru's field of vision became clear with a ring of a hard sound. What jumped out in his unclouded vision was the figure of Flop, prodding his brow with his finger. The pretty boy with his long bangs and slender face. Recalling the event that had come to pass a few dozen seconds ago, his head being split open, Subaru quickly covered his mouth and fell to his knees. The rising need to vomit. The link between all the malicious acts that had occurred to him, his heart beat like it was about to explode, his organs felt like they were being strangled. That, and the deafening ringing in his ears, tormented Subaru. The voice of Flop worrying for Subaru sounded far off, no sound properly registered in his brain. Subaru, Todd. Listening to the intense ringing in his ears and the screaming of his organs, Subaru's lips produced a short sound. That sound was the name of someone he became acquainted with in the Wallachian Empire. He was someone towards whom Natsuki Subaru had for the first time acted with purely antagonistic intent and he was the malicious assailant that had caused the great tragedy that occurred moments ago. Subaru, The flaming bar and the stifling black smoke. The reason the drunken customers had fallen victim to the axe one after another was because of an irritant in the smoke. It was probably a simplified tear gas of sorts with strong irritative spices mixed in. However, despite it being pseudo-tear gas, its effects were immediate. Using magic stones to cause a fire and sealing the entrance to lead the survivors to the back exit. Barring the back door and using the moment of relief after they broke through, an ambush was performed on the strongest survivor, and they were executed. Then, using a soaked cloth to protect himself from the smoke, he directly, with certainty, killed Subaru. His last words and voice, and above all else, the eyes he saw of the masked man indicated his true identity. That was Todd. The man that was supposed to have died in the Buddhan jungle. Subaru, no. That was simply unconfirmed information. The Imperial Army's camp fell into a state of ruin after the people of Shudrak's attack, under Abel's command. After hearing that there had been many casualties, over 100 casualties, fearing that more pain would be compounded upon him upon further words, he shut out any other information beyond that. After that, he had quickly taken Rem along, and decided to leave Abel and the rest. That was why he had not even tried to think about any survivors from the attack on the encampment. That included the attack Subaru chose to do himself against Todd's group, which was unrelated to the attack by the people of Shudrak. Subaru, if this is the nearest city to the jungle, of course any survivors would run away here. Having had their camp attacked, any Imperial soldiers who had escaped by the skin of their teeth would inevitably head to Garrel. Yet, that thought did not cross Subaru's mind, and so, he had nonchalantly stepped his foot into the city where enemies would be waiting. Plus, with Rem in tow. Subaru, enemy. That word that popped in his mind, he once again tasted the bitterness of that word on his tongue. Back when he was living in his original world, the term enemy was something that would only appear in manga or games. Even after being transported to another world, the target for that term only extended itself to adversaries like the witch cult and witch beasts. Meaning, this was his first time to call someone who was not one of those, an enemy. This enemy was one created by none other than Natsuki Subaru's own actions. Subaru, Brook. Making a harsh sound, Subaru strongly grit his teeth, biting on his cheek meat, utilizing the searing pain and taste of blood to grab his consciousness by the collar. He forcibly pulled himself back to reality. If that were not enough, he did not mind biting off all the meat inside his mouth. He had no use for constricted organs, loud ringing ears, trembling hands and feet, nor for a paralyzed brain. He could not be beaten down by malice and fear right now. Even if he was just putting on a bold front, until the situation changed, he could not take it off. Flop, mister, get a hold of yourself. Mister. Want to drink some water? Subaru, I'm fine. My bad, I worried Flop-san. The color of his face and the tone of his voice probably did not signal that he was fine at all, but Subaru told himself he was fine while slowly standing up. The shaking in his knees and the discomfort from his paralyzed organs still remained. However, he could not stay crouching forever. While Subaru was being spoiled by weakness, time was still marching forward, waiting for the right moment to strike. Todd's plan of attack should still be in motion right now. Subaru, hey Flop-san, can I ask you to do me a favor? Can you go back to the inn and get the medicine for my chronic illness from Rem? Flop, medicine? Are you under some bad sickness, mister? Subaru, yeah, my glossy ankle disease is getting pretty bad. One Flop, oh my. Haven't heard of that before. Being told a random disease name, Flop widened his eyes in surprise. Taking advantage of Flop's goodwill left a bad taste in Subaru's mouth, but he turned a blind eye to it, convincing himself that he had no choice. For now, Subaru had to prioritize getting Flop as far as he could from himself, as soon as possible. If Todd's aim was revenge and if Flop and Subaru were to split up, he would have no choice but to go after Subaru. Once Flop's safety was guaranteed, Subaru could focus on protecting himself. He had still not decided on what was the correct option to take though. Subaru, I can meet up with Rowan at the bar, leave it to escape the surprise attack, then. He had no other choice but to perform a rather haphazard plan. Given that he did not have the time to stop his legs and think things through slowly, he could only put into actuality the best action he could think of at this very moment, and hope to pick up a miracle as he went. Subaru, Rem should. When Flop returned to the inn to retrieve the medicine for the unheard-of disease, Rem should figure out that something abnormal had happened to Subaru. She should, he hoped. Once she figured that out, she would stop Flop from returning to this area, he believed. It was all a lot of wishful thinking, but that was the limit of Subaru's thought process at the moment. Subaru, Flop-san, please.
Flop, oh okay.
Wait here. Keep your chin up, mister. Hit with Subaru's genuine seriousness, Flop treaded the path back to the inn. Sending Flop off, Subaru decided instead to hurry to the inn. Getting the drunk Rowan sober as fast as he could, he would smack him with money and hire him once more. Rowan had fallen prey to the ambush, but in a straight fight, he would have enough strength to win. Subaru hoped for that too. He was depending on luck a lot, but he put his hopes on Rowan, pleading for him to be the strongest in Wallachia. About to start running with a praying heart, Subaru abruptly heard a hoarse voice from behind him. Seeing as this was an unpopular alleyway, the voice he heard could only belong to one person. The problem was, what emotions did the owner of that voice experience to produce such sounds, and what that consequently meant? He quickly realized that those sounds would by no means be leading to a good conclusion. Flop, you are. What followed the hoarse voice was the scream of Flop, who had gone the other way. Turning his head around immediately, Subaru found Flop flipped upside down at the street ahead. Fallen face up, Flop was clutching his right leg. A small knife had pierced through his thigh. The knife, which was buried deeply to the heel, took away the ability to run from Flop. Subaru, Flop-san. Hurriedly turning back from his running position, Subaru bit his lips as his feet skid on the ground. Then, without pause, he kicked off the ground and ran over to Flop, his leg injured. Again, his expectations had been suddenly subverted. He thought that if they were to split up, Todd would definitely prioritize Subaru and go after him. Yet, contrary to his calculations, Flop had suddenly been attacked. Furthermore, getting attacked at this place, and at this very moment, was beyond his expectations as well. Subaru, Flop-san. I'll bring you somewhere to treat that straight away. Holding various regrets and remorse, Subaru rushed to Flop's side. Flop was writhing in agony from the pain in his leg, but Subaru did not have the time to treat him right now. He had to lend his shoulder and take him to someplace with people. No, he could not let the situation develop like it had before, at the time he had perished after being run over at the main road. Even if he had to be forceful, he had to drag him to the bar. That was the best option. The fact that the knife had struck his leg was a silver lining. Because, as long as a major artery was not pierced, there would be no real danger to his life. Subaru, .. His thought process leading him here, a question abruptly appeared in Subaru's mind. It was good news that Flop's life was not in danger. Yet, how was that so? Seeing the method in which the massacre at the bar was conducted, the enemy's skill in killing was first-rate. In spite of that, the attack against Flop ended at his legs. Why was that? This was knowledge from manga, but this information was about a technique used by snipers in battle. Snipers, who would hide themselves to perform one-sided attacks against faraway opponents, when faced with a group of enemies, would purposely not kill their opponent and instead stay their hand after majorly injuring them. Then, they would lure out the ones who would try to rescue their injured comrades and strive to extend their hands of death towards them. It was a nightmarish method that took advantage of those who had a sense of fellowship, of those who could leave no man behind. Why did he remember something like this at this moment? That was because Subaru, the instant that he felt something was wrong, a dark light flashed in the alley next to the fallen Flop. Immediately after, a sharp, frontal strike smacked and blew Subaru away, who preemptively threw his hands up in an effort to protect his head. Subaru, ga? Eating the hard strike completely, the blown-away Subaru hit the back of his head hard on the ground. His vision went white and the ringing in his ears became loud again. While that was happening, he was pushed further back with momentum, rolling over once. Subaru tried to discern the true form of the strike, and the distance from which it was launched. Unable to completely block the strike, he stretched his hand to his forehead, where he felt a warm sensation. It was likely that his forehead was cut from the hard strike and Subaru, His right hand, which he attempted to use to touch his forehead, had been blown off at the forearm onwards, between wrist and elbow. Subaru, His right arm, which showed its jagged crosscut with white bone and pink muscle fibers, pumped blood out energetically in sync with his heartbeat. Panicked, he tried to stop the flowing blood by putting pressure on the wound, but the palm of his left hand was also cut down the middle, his crushed fingers each all facing a different direction. It was proof that he had unfashionably suffered an attack from the opponent. First of all, if he were to say that, running to Flop's side without any precaution had been a mistake. Mistake. Question mark, ahem. Holding the overflowing blood, Subaru fell into panic, triggered by pain and a sense of loss. A man holding an axe in one hand cleared his throat in front of that Subaru. He was a figure that appeared from the alley. A young adult who tied up his orange hair with a bandana. It was Todd. He was not hiding his face this time. The malicious eyes Subaru had personally seen at the bar. Subaru had not mistaken the true identity behind them for someone else or another. As expected, Todd had set an attack with the full intention to kill Subaru. Subaru, Yugi. The molars he was biting down on cracked and Subaru glared at Todd with bloodshot eyes. He did not know himself if the meaning behind that glare was anger, hate, or more shamefully, just a plea for his life. Nevertheless, Todd's response was cold. He, showing a face that did not present much emotion, traced the bladed edge of the axe which destroyed Subaru's arms. Todd, I need to make sure to properly sharpen this or it's no good, my bad. He said that lightly while reflecting on his actions. Subaru, car. Todd, all right. Opening his eyes wide, Subaru attempted to form words with his trembling tongue. However, Todd was indifferent to Subaru's words, and nonchalantly swung his axe upwards. It was as if he had no interest in Subaru's words or identity. You are? Todd, whoa. However, before Todd could swing the axe he raised up, someone jumped on his body. It was not Subaru, groaning in pain due to his destroyed arms. With this situation of Subaru having been rendered useless in a single strike, in order to protect him, a person jumped Todd. Flop. Taking a knife to his right leg, the good-willed merchant who should have been fighting against intense pain was grabbing onto Todd's back as if he were going to sink his teeth into him. He looked at Subaru over Todd's shoulder. Flop, mister. Run away. Run away right now. Putting urgency on his slender face, Flop's strong-willed expression jerked up as he was struck on the chin. The grappled Todd used his elbow to forcefully hit Flop. The young adult, being far divorced from violence, was easily peeled off. Then, facing the fallen Flop, Todd raised his axe. Subaru, shto. Todd, 1, 2 and 3. Subaru was not given the chance to stop him. Todd lightly exclaimed, and next, an intense, sharp sound of water splashing reverberated. Hit by Todd's elbow, Flop, facing upwards, received the blade of an axe to the face. The young man, having his entire face and head split in two, swiftly became a corpse. Blood flowing, brain matter spilling, his arms and legs twitching. Witnessing the alleyway steadily becoming soaked with blood, Subaru's mouth fell open in disbelief. Pain, confusion and rejuvenated fear. Subaru's normal thought process was stolen by nothing but those emotions. Just, what was the man in front of him? Subaru, I get. Todd, Subaru, I get that you resent me. I get it. Avoiding the blood from the dead Flop, Todd turned to face Subaru as he spoke to him. Subaru's tears and mucus actively gushed out in thick drops. Blood flowed from his broken molars, and additionally, he was covered in the blood spurting from his right arm. Subaru was in quite a horrible state. He had not wet himself this time, but that was no comfort of any sort. He had yet again let Flop die. He had devised a method in which he thought he could save him, but because of Subaru's inadequacy, Flop had died. He had let him die with a face unpresentable to his sister, Medium. Subaru, but everyone else. Everyone else. Don't bring them into it. There was a reason to resent him. It was hard to admit that it was justified, but it was a natural from what had transpired between Subaru and Todd. That was why it was inevitable that he would come after Subaru. But, to involve other people for that was against the rules. It was a cowardly act. It was far from just and fair. That was evil. Was that not evil? Subaru was at long last even starting to lose the mental faculties to verbally assault his opponent. Listening to his statement, Todd hummed in a small voice. Todd, what do you mean by resent? He spoke, standing in the bloody alleyway, as he craned his head in question, wiping the blood that had reached his cheeks. Taking in that naive-sounding attitude and answer, Subaru held his breath for a moment, but quickly a violent emotion he could not control burst out. With spit flying, he said, "Don't you dare play dumb. Subaru, ambushing us, setting traps. Relentlessly pursuing me." Relentlessly, he had relentlessly been pursued and cornered. No matter what actions Subaru would take, he would anticipate and stay one step ahead to kill him with certainty. Meticulously preparing and laying out traps. Going through that much effort to target Subaru. There was no point in feigning ignorance now. That was just being unreasonably stubborn. It was a desecration of Flop's death. Embarrassing Subaru, was this his way to vent his anger? Subaru, are you? Todd, I don't know what you're misunderstanding, but killing you isn't because of resentment or anything, obviously. I found a dangerous-looking guy in town. Of course I'd kill, no questions asked. Subaru, .. Todd, you kill a poisonous snake not because you resent it, but because you fear it. For that, you'd use anything at your disposal to kill it. Saying that it was nothing more and nothing less than that, Todd neatly picked off the bits of hair and skin that was stuck to his axe. Were those the fragments of Flop's destroyed head? Subaru could only stay still in shock. There was no lie in Todd's composed response and attitude. He even responded with a smile. Since the beginning till now, Todd's attacks against Subaru proved that he was serious about his words. Todd regarded Subaru as dangerous and could not help but kill him. That was why he would not listen to him, not let him do anything, and nor would he try to interrogate Subaru for any information. Also, he did not hate him for the deed done in the jungle. The only impression that Todd had gotten out of that was that Subaru was a dangerous being. As a consequence, Todd would unemotionally and dispassionately try to kill Subaru. "Todd, you are the same as me. I will not give you time." Saying that, Todd put his foot on Subaru's chest and kicked him. Unable to resist, Subaru fell down backwards, facing upwards. Todd straddled the fallen Subaru and raised his axe. Subaru widened his eyes. He looked for the correct words. Returning by death, he would find the through line behind various events. That was how Subaru seized victory. However, this strategy that worked even on Sin archbishops had moments where it did not work. That was when. Subaru, why? Todd, I won't wait. That was when the opponent was a cold-hearted cutthroat. Flop, mister, it's no good to have a scowl on your face. Subaru, HK. Flop, good fortune won't come to anyone who doesn't have the time to. What's the matter? Your face has suddenly gone pale? Upon seeing an axe coming down right on their head, surely most people's faces would be drained of blood. Without thinking, Subaru put his hands to his own face, cold from the lack of blood. Relief and fear churned within him, as the hands that felt that coldness confirmed the truth that he was alive and well. Subaru, damn it, again. What should he do? Subaru did not possess even the slightest idea. In regard to time, all the events that had happened to Subaru had transpired in only 20 minutes. Within those 20 minutes, Subaru had already lost his life 5 times. Even during the last round at the Pleiades watchtower, he had piled up over 15 experiences of deaths in search of victory, but then, there was confidence that progress was being made step by step. But this time, he had nothing. The corpses of Natsuki Subaru had accumulated, but he did not really feel they were contributing to his victory. If there was one thing that could be said, it was, "Subaru, even now, I'm being watched." Already, Todd was observing Subaru with Flop. Consequently, the moment he separated from Flop, Todd would mercilessly use Flop as bait. It would be a different story if Subaru had the ruthlessness to be able to use Flop as a decoy, but since he could not do that, if Flop were assaulted, Subaru would put forth every effort to save him. This was different from the time he had weighed the safety of Rem against the welfare of Todd and company. Flop had been kind to utter strangers, or rather, to Subaru's group. Subaru did not have it in him to choose an option that would leave him for dead. So, carrying out a strategy on his own apart from Flop was impossible. Simultaneously, the option for Subaru to return to the inn had also been snatched away. It was not clear at what point in time Todd had noticed Subaru's presence, but if he had been discovered on the way to the tavern, the location of the inn, Rem's whereabouts, had not been exposed. Yes, Rem's location had not been found out. That was quite believable. Supposing Rem's whereabouts had been found out, Todd would be sure to make use of Rem, and utilize her in order to kill Subaru more systematically. It was ironic that his faith in Todd's cunning conversely became proof that Rem had not fallen into his hands. Subaru, anyway. While biting his lip and covering his face with his hand, Subaru desperately turned his head. Time, somehow there was not enough time. If he parted ways with Flop, Todd would begin his offensive immediately. On the contrary, waiting for his offensive and counter-attacking, well, he was not the sort of opponent that could be beaten even if his first attack were avoided. Since Subaru had no weapons, he would have to eliminate his opponent's fighting strength in a single strike. No way. If they escaped to the main street, Todd would recklessly drive a dragon carriage and kill by running them over. Even if they avoided the rampaging dragon carriage, the chances that he would then take advantage of the chaos in the street were high. On top of that, the rampaging dragon carriage would drag in uninvolved bystanders. No way. If they chose some other route, each and every alley would be his hunting ground. North, east, south, and west, keeping an eye out in all directions was impossible. Even if they dealt with his first attack, in the end the plan to counterattack would be the same, and their lack of fighting power lay ahead. No way. Would the best thing to do after all be rush to the tavern with Flop, and before Todd could get ready to attack the tavern, prepare fighting forces to intercept him? The obstacle would be how seriously he could take the drunk Rowan, but right now this should be the plan with the highest chance of victory that he could think of. No other move came to mind. Subaru, fuck. What a troublesome opponent to have made an enemy of. In the case of Sin archbishops, they had the nice point of their reliance on their authority turning their strengths into weakness. Since by working out the mechanism of their authority, conversely the weak points of those guys would become evident. However, Todd did not have that. He would use anything he can. He had stated so himself. He did not rely on anything, and he did not take damage to the surroundings into consideration either. After killing Subaru, how on earth he planned to explain that to the people around him, even that was a complete unknown. No consideration had been given to what would come afterward whatsoever. In order to kill what must be killed, there was a fear of superfluous thoughts interrupting. Flop, mister? You all right? If something's wrong, going back to the inn would be. Subaru, no. Hell no. That's a bad idea. He responded with great force, and Flop stared in wonder at that voice of Subaru's. Having done that, Subaru seriously cursed his own mental fragility. If he displayed such odd behavior, Todd would end up becoming suspicious. If that happened, the valuable advantage of return by death would disappear. Beyond what he had already grasped, the only way Subaru could take advantage of Todd was his preconception that his presence was not known to Subaru. Ambush and trap, escape and counterattack, whichever means he utilized, Todd could not be made aware of what Subaru was aware of. Well, actually. Subaru, wait. Suddenly, as Subaru was desperately thinking of countermeasures against Todd, a thought crossed his mind. Todd did not stick to any one way of doing things, or even take damage to the surrounding into consideration. Still, he paid no mind to damage to the surroundings. That was not damage to himself. Rather, this surprise attack was because he wished to drastically diminish the damage to himself. Todd had stated it himself, with his own mouth. You kill a poisonous snake not because you resent it, but because you fear it, he had said. So he had said, then. Subaru, Todd. I know you're here. Flop, wah. Abiding by a thought that flashed through his mind, Subaru shouted at the top of his lungs. Startled, Flop jumped at the sudden occurrence. However, it was more than likely that Flop had not been the only one. Todd, who had been tailing and keeping a close eye on Subaru and Flop, should have been startled as well. Counting on Todd's moment of bewilderment, Subaru sharpened his glare, contorted his expression menacingly. While holding up the nastiest, most evil-looking demeanor possible, he swept his gaze around. Subaru, what a persistent bastard. Here I thought you had perished for good after all that went down, but it seems you managed to survive by some devil's luck. However, don't think I'll let you get away this time. I'll fucking kill you. Using the most threatening voice he could muster, Subaru spewed curses imbued with malice and hostility. In a way his voice would definitely reach Todd no matter where in the alleyway he was hiding, and so that the message Natsuki Subaru has caught onto your presence would be conveyed. Subaru, do you seriously think you can win in a fight against me? That's beyond hilarious. You make me laugh, ha 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 ha. Can't wait to see it again, the pathetic way you look running away, that is. Revealing his two trump cards of provocation and mockery, Subaru burst out in laughter at the middle of the alleyway. Thank God I don't have stage fright, thought Subaru, as this was the only time he was sincerely thankful for his shameless personality. If it were not for that, the tremble in his voice, the fear on his face, and the terror in his eyes would have been exposed. It was thanks to Natsuki Subaru's lousy personality that he was able to conceal those emotions. Flop, Mr. Subaru, shush. Flop-san, be quiet. Shutting up Flop, who had been completely dumbfounded by Subaru's sudden change, Subaru pulled him by the arm and began walking brazenly. Returning via the way they came was not possible. For starters, it had been confirmed Todd's hiding laid somewhere over there, probably. Hence, he stopped in the middle of his tracks, and while turning his head toward the depth of the alleyway. Subaru, oh yeah, you're welcome to come at me any time. I shall rip you to shreds, as you wish. He was not sure whether Todd would get it, but he added his middle finger as his last provocation. Doing so, Subaru was able to hide the pounding of his heartbeat while heading towards the end of the alleyway wearing an audacious smile. Subaru, honestly, that was a complete gamble. There was a chance that Todd would become enraged from Subaru's provocations, and jump into the alleyway whilst swinging his axe, which would not have been a completely unlikely scenario at all. However, Subaru trusted that it would not come to pass. Todd would not go into a fit of rage. That man was the type that would gradually search for the best move in a composed manner and carry it out. That was why the bluffs Subaru had been dishing out should be able to work on Todd. Having spotted Subaru in the street and developed an intent to kill, if Todd's train of thought were followed, he would have most likely come to the conclusion that Subaru must be eliminated because, to him, Subaru seemed like a ticking time bomb. Choosing a surprise attack as the method to rope in and grasp victory in his hands was just a means to the end. As long as it worked, then all would be well. If that was no longer suitable for execution, he would just move on to the next best option. Todd had not been particular with his methods. That was the difference between him and the Sin Archbishops. Subaru would use that adaptability of Todd to his advantage. Subaru, next up is. He carried out the strategy that had popped in his head in the heat of the moment, but the next steps had yet to be decided. If Todd's caution towards Subaru grew stronger, that would mean spare time until the next wave of attack existed. While the chance was in his hands, Subaru must make a decision between fight or flight. Choose fight, then it would be necessary to get Rowan from the bar involved. As long as no better alternative showed up, borrowing his strength would be the best bet. Choose flight, Subaru would have to go to the inn and grab Rem, then escape from the city. He felt bad, but he would have to ask Flop and Medium to come along as their safety were most likely in jeopardy. Then, in the case that they decide to escape from the city, the place Subaru can go to was Subaru, so that was why. Flop, Mr. Though he stayed on guard of the alleyway behind, but, in that instant, Subaru's eyes had become bloodshot. The fear toward Todd, remorse toward Flop, concern toward Rem, affection toward Emilia, longing toward Beatrice, all of those had, more or less, been forgotten in that instant. Forgotten, having grasped the feeling that had surfaced, Subaru firmly closed his eyes, then. Subaru, we need to get out of Garrel as fast as possible, before my bluffs are seen through. After deciding the next course of action, Subaru wasted no time. Even after he got out of the alleyway with his plan in motion, Todd did not make any moves. It must have been because he had become extra cautious due to Subaru's provocations, which proved to be effective. However, the effects of those bluffs could only last so long. Subaru, he'll definitely catch on soon. We have to get out of here as fast as we can. Their only option was to run away. Making up his mind, Subaru gave Flop a brief explanation and took him along, towards the place they had just left, returning to the inn which they departed from before he had met his demise 5 times. They dashed up the stairs. Then, after pounding on the door to the room occupied by Rem and the others, they rushed inside hurriedly. Subaru, Rem. Are you okay? Whoa. Medium, You were. What, so it was you guys? Had almost killed you there. The door left wide open, Subaru's neck was against the icy blade of a halted machete. Its welder Medium gave a sowie apologetically as she sheathed her weapon. Behind Medium, further inside the room, was Rem, who watched that whole exchange as she widened her eyes. Rem, what is this about all of a sudden? I thought you had left yet you came back so soon. Subaru, Rem. Rem, HK surprised by his sudden return, Rem began berating Subaru as the color of his face changed. But instead of stopping to hear everything she had to say, he rushed to her side and threw his arms around her. Her breath caught in her throat, and her shoulders shrunk in, with her slender body being embraced so suddenly. And then, Rem, please let go of me. Subaru, yeah, that was my bad. Got a little bit too carried away there. Rem, I understand that. From the looks of it, something serious must have happened. She calmly pulled him off herself once he had made sure she was truly safe. Subaru steeled himself for the rebuking that never came. Rem instead sighed for a good moment, let slide his behavior and then continued. Rem, well then, what happened? Subaru, I got spotted by a really bad guy. I managed to give him the slip, but that won't really help us for long. We can't stay here anymore. I know we just got here, so I'm really sorry but… Rem, so we need to leave the city, right? I understand. Louis-chan, could you please get our luggage? She had caught onto the fact that there was no time for an in-depth explanation. So she quietly accepted the current state of affairs. Of all things that could have happened, Louis really did as Rem told and heaved the luggage onto her back. Wait, something's off here. Subaru, why? Why haven't you unpacked? Even though we settled down at the inn. Rem, Subaru, wait, Rem, by some chance, did you? She remained silent under his inquisitive gaze. However, her silence was as good as affirming his exact suspicions out loud. Subaru, so that's why. No wonder you accepted my proposal to come here so easily. Flop, I'm sure you have a lot to mull over, mister, but now isn't the time, is it? Subaru, Flop-san, digesting the incomprehensible feeling of Rem's attitude, Subaru covered his forehead and Flop tapped him on the shoulder. The earnest countenance of Flop urged Subaru to action. He must not waste the time created by the precious once-in-a-lifetime great charade. Flop, my sister, we're leaving town with these three. I'm told there's a dangerous paramour after the mister. We gotta let Mrs. and niece Y get away.
Medium, okay big bro.
But, I already took off my boots. Flop, so put them back on, my sister. Shoes can be worn any number of times. That's their strength. Medium, oh. Amazing, big bro. You're a shoe genius. After hearing Flop's determined persuasion, Medium assented and rushed to put on her boots. Since it was an exchange between siblings, the outsiders did not interfere, but Subaru found that back and forth to be highly dubious, as he lifted Rem's body and held her. Rem, wait. At least put me on your back. Subaru, it's an emergency evacuation. And the wooden rack is in their ox cart. Flop-san. Where's the cart? Flop, at the inn's stable. And let me tell you, it's no exaggeration to say Boatcliff is our third sibling. A cute little brother that we can't leave behind. Medium, big bro. Boat-chan is a girl. Flop, a cute little sister. Louis, ooh. In spite of the pressing situation, every person coming along was incredibly boisterous, and Subaru hurriedly ran downstairs with Rem in his arms. Subaru, sorry about the noise. Please accept the fee for the room. Passing by the inn's reception desk, Subaru and company flew out the door without requesting a refund for not staying. They went straight to the stables, and found the ox cart tethered with their things inside it. Subaru, how's the speed of a fallow if running at full power? Flop, ha ha ha, I haven't let her run at full speed even once. Well, my sister, how fast do you think? Medium, I dunno, but probably faster than Big Bro. Hearing that unreliable answer, Subaru gave Rem a boost up to the back of the ox cart. Immediately Louis rushed in, and he tossed her up next to Rem, and opened the entrance to the stable. Flop and Medium got into the coachman's seat, and the preparation to escape was complete. And then... Rem, what is a paramour? What sort of explanation did you give Flop-san? Subaru, now's not the time. Flop-san, get Boatcliff running at full speed. Flop, I know what I'm doing. Run, Boatcliff. Subaru climbed into the back of the cart and Rem pulled on his sleeve with reproachful eyes, but without answering her question Subaru called out to Flop's back. Hearing that, Flop wielded the reins and struck the tough brave ox Boatcliff on the back. And so, the ox cart broke into a run. Slowly. Subaru, this is super slow. She's walking. Flop, Boatcliff. Run for me. Listen to your older brother, Boatcliff. Rem, it would appear she does not consider you her brother. Rem's words felt like the truth, but Boatcliff's running speed, no, its walking speed did not change. At this rate, it would honestly be much better if Subaru carried Rem on his back and everyone ran for it. And, just as Subaru's sense of urgency was growing in intensity. Medium, Boat-chan. Run. Or else, I'm gonna make you dinner. Boatcliff, moo. She pulled out her barbarian swords and hoisted them overhead, and Medium shouted while rubbing them together to make sound. Her smile encompassed her whole face, and perhaps sensing the truth in her words from Medium's behavior, the next second, Boatcliff let out a loud, deep sound and began ferociously running down the street. Subaru, you are. The intense acceleration and shaking caused swaying, and from the back of the cart Subaru let out a scream. Flying out of the stable, Boatcliff rushed onto the main street, and the feeling of drifting from the sudden change of direction caused Subaru to nearly be thrown from the back of the cart, but Rem had promptly grabbed his hand. Subaru, that was close. You saved me, Rem. Your hand is so smooth. Rem, huh? Subaru, don't let go so quickly. Naturally a superfluous thought leaked out, and with his hand released Subaru's head hit the cart. But fortunately, he settled without getting thrown off, and everyone remained on board the running fallow cart. Continuing on, the fallow cart speedily raced down the road as it headed for the city gate. It drew eyes as it moved left and right, dodging other dragon carriages, ox carts and canine carts. Subaru, once we pass the main road, we should reach the main gate where the inspection was. Rem, it does not seem like things will go that smoothly. Subaru, what? Wait, oi. Subaru widened his eyes on gazing at what Rem was pointing towards, up ahead of the speeding fallow cart. In their path stood men clad in armor, engraved with the national seal of the Sword Wolf. They were deployed in a way to block the main road. Imperial soldiers were attempting to obstruct their path. Subaru, it's Todd, isn't it? He changed plans and called for his friends. There was no sign of Todd among the Imperial soldiers that awaited them, but the reason they were obstructing Subaru's group right now was no doubt because of Todd's influence. Receiving Subaru's taunt at the alleyway, Todd figured he would be at a disadvantage by himself, and so he gathered his comrades. It was definitely a very logical and necessary decision on his part. Subaru hated how correct and appropriate his desi. ? You shits. Don't think y'all can get away. In place of the absent Todd, at the head of the deployed troops, stood a familiar face, a man whose right eye was covered by an eye patch. His features looking as if someone had painted roughness and wildness directly onto it, it was Jamal. He accompanied Todd and, without a doubt, the man on whom Subaru set a trap on in the jungle. Seeing that Todd was alive, it was no surprise that he was alive as well, but Jamal, you've got some balls sending a witch beast at us. You're fucking dead. Subaru, he simply hates me. It's kind of a relief that way. Watching Jamal shout in anger with bloodshot eyes, Subaru felt peace of mind, knowing that his attitude was more human. However, having said that, that did not mean that Jamal's existence as a threat was gone. Including Jamal, the lineup of Imperial soldiers were a plain threat. Just how were they going to break through? Medium, big bro, hold them reins tight. I'm counting on ya. Flop, no worries, give it to them sis. In the limited time Subaru had to make a decision, before he could choose his next action. The duo at the driver's seat, the O'Connell siblings Flop and Medium, gave their answer first. Subaru did not have the chance to stop her. Medium positioned her legs at the tip of the driver's seat and leaned forward, falling. Medium, hop. Kicking the seat using her feet, her body shot forward with the speed of an arrow. Machetes drawn, she flew in a straight line and plunged into the enemy's formation head-on. Medium, hiya! Clawing the earth with her heel, Medium forcibly stopped herself using the enemy line. She then swung her arms. Her machetes swept forward as it ravaged the air, generating an intense shockwave. The armored Imperial soldiers were blown back far and wide, spewing blood. Subaru, stro oong. Rem, is that how you compliment a girl? Subaru, what else am I meant to say? It is a compliment. Medium sans strong as hell. Despite Rem's cold-hearted comment on his honest opinion, Subaru exclaimed loudly at Medium's unexpected fighting prowess. Hearing Subaru's voice, Flop, sitting at the driver's seat, proudly scratched his nose. Flop, how's that? That's my sister's true strength. I'm utterly hopeless at fighting, so my sister and I cover for each other and… Subaru, crush your weaknesses, right? I understand now. Flop, you get it. As if Subaru's answer was to his liking, Flop's eyes shone brightly and he flashed his white teeth. This was second-hand information from Flop himself, but Subaru could confirm it to be true with his own eyes now. Medium rampaged on, overpowering the Imperial soldiers that were blocking their way one after another, forcefully clearing a path for the fallow cart to get through. Subaru, at this rate? ? Don't get so cocky, you shitty bitch. Medium, Yukian? Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, Subaru pumped his fists. It was at this moment. At that moment, a flash of a drawn sword assaulted Medium. She blocked the attack with her machetes but was sent flying as if she were paper. Medium was shocked by the attack. The man who sent her flying also wielded blades in both hands. It was Jamal. Jamal, we've already had our numbers reduced, I ain't gonna lose any more just from this scuffle. You'll hurry up and prostrate yourselves under my foot. Medium, kya. Wah. Big bro, this guy's strong. Subaru, for real. Angrily showering them with words of abuse, Jamal swung his dual blades and attacked Medium. She blocked the strikes, but Subaru could tell, even from an outsider perspective, that she was inferior in fighting strength. It was his first time seeing Jamal fight properly, but his skill was far higher than the impression Subaru had got of him before. It made Subaru think that perhaps, the Elgina he had set on Todd's group to beat them in the jungle had been beaten back by none other than Jamal himself. Subaru, this is bad, there's not enough distance. Thanks to Medium's hard fighting, the number of Imperial soldiers blocking their path had decreased. It seemed possible to break through by relying on the fallow cart's momentum and charging in, but that was only if Jamal, who was standing imposingly in the middle of the street, was not there. As long as Jamal was there, they could not hope to get away. Flop, sis. At that moment, Flop called out. The cornered Medium glanced in the direction of her brother's loud voice. Perhaps, he was about to yell out words of advice that would help turn around this impossible situation. Subaru hoped, but alas. Flop, you can do it. The advice Flop shouted out was unmistakably just telling her to believe in herself more. Hearing those words, Subaru's mind went blank. Even Jamal was dumbfounded. However, for Medium O'Connell, for a person with who was bonded through blood, the reaction was different. Medium, I can do it. Receiving her brother's encouragement, Medium roared, her machetes screeching loudly alongside. From her stance focusing solely on defense, she switched to a ferocious offense. A flurry of blades assaulted Jamal's entire body. Jamal, you think a desperate attack like that will work on an Imperial soldier? Medium, UGI. However, Jamal parried her ferocious blows with his dual swords, striking her with his own counterattacks. Medium grimaced from the pain, blood trickling out of the lacerations she had sustained on her arms and legs. Despite that, she continued to stay on the offensive by putting in the effort she could have used to defend herself instead, pressing ahead with preventing Jamal from moving away. Thinking of the possibility that Medium would stay there to pin Jamal to his spot, Subaru attempted to let out a desperate shout, "No, don't," and then, "Rem, take this." Subaru, "Whoa? Rem, what are you? Rope?" Right as he was about to shout, Rem had shoved the rope on the platform into his chest. It appeared to be quite long, also thick and sturdy, something worthy of being used to secure cargo to the cart. However, in front of the puzzled Subaru, who was unsure of what to do with the rope. "Rem, person with the eye patch." Rem called out as she stood up, carrying a crate that had been stacked on the platform, and then flung it towards Jamal with a gallant throw. Jamal whirled around, responding to the call with an "Ah." Once he saw the crate heading his way before his very eyes, he easily sliced the wooden box in half with an annoyed swing of his arm. And then, his whole body was showered with the spices that had been packed inside the crate. "Jamal, whoa. Wah. This is..." Jamal waved his arm around from the discomfort, his vision obstructed by the scattering powder. At that moment, Medium tried to take advantage of the opening that had been created, aiming for his back with her machete, but... "Rem, Medium-san." The fallow cart had arrived at Medium and Jamal's battlefield, quick as she could do so. And then, Subaru held the rope Rem had given him high above his head, throwing it towards Medium. Looking at it, Medium prioritized grabbing the rope over attacking Jamal. "Medium, I got it." "Subaru, I gotcha." The moment he heard Medium's voice, Subaru endured the added weight to the rope with his entire being. He thrust his feet into the loading platform, supported Medium's weight, and helped her return. Seeking to jump back onto the fallow cart, Medium took a step forward, about to make a jump with the aid of the rope. Subaru and Rem would retrieve her, and then they would break through the front gates, heading out. "Jamal," I said, "don't think you can just escape." The next moment, a furious Jamal cut through the cloud of spices, bursting forth from it. Like that, he set his sights on Medium's back as she positioned herself to jump away, ruthlessly attempting to bring down his dual swords on her. In a nick of time, Medium would be felled into a sea of blood from Jamal's strike. "Jamal, bah. Rem, this is payback for what happened by the river." Jamal's face was smacked by the wooden rack that Rem had tossed from the platform. The rack that had been handed out to the O'Connell siblings fell apart upon colliding with Jamal's face, having completely finished its role. Jamal was flipped over, and Medium returned to the fallow cart. She threw out her machetes onto the platform, and then proceeded to lie down with her arms outstretched. Medium, "Oh no, no, oh no. That was close. Big bro, that was close." Flop, "Oh, indeed, dear sister. You two also did very well, Mr. and Mrs. You saved us." Medium, "Really, really. Thanks. You saved us." Subaru, "No. Not at all. We're the ones who were saved." Medium, who had made her way back onto the loading platform, and Flop, who had cheered for that fact. However, the siblings' gratitude was misplaced. In this city, the two had continued to save Subaru and his group, right from the beginning and to the end. On top of that, he had gotten the siblings involved in his group's circumstances. How could he make it up to them? "Gate guard, halt. Halt. Hal. Whoa." Although a gate guard tried to stand in the way in an effort to stop the speeding fallow cart, he ended up leaping to the side in order to avoid it. The fallow cart did not let up its momentum as it passed the guard, heading for the front gate with Subaru and his companions on board. The cart would zip out of the city at once, whilst throwing the queue for the inspection process into disarray. What an outrageous situation! Subaru and company had only stayed at Garrel for less than 3 hours. However, they managed to drive past the inspection area, and passed through the front gate. Subaru wanted Boatcliff to do her best, since she would need to keep running in order to shake off the group's pursuer. And then, he would have to tell Flop and Medium about Subaru, Amidst the uncontrollable shaking of the platform, the cart blew past the front gate and exited the city. Subaru's field of vision opened up, and he was able to discern the wide plains and the horizon. It was just as the cart was about to finally make its escape, when a silhouette plummeted towards Subaru from right above the gates, an axe raised high into the air. Org. A single strike was swung downwards, descending upon the crown of Subaru's head as if it was slicing a piece of bamboo in half. The blow was one that Rem nor Medium, as well as neither Flop nor Louis, were able to react to. It was nightmarish, something that could not be guarded against if it had not been predicted. However, Subaru, I knew it. Subaru received the axe strike that rained down on him with the machete Medium had dropped on the platform. Subaru had guessed that the instant he and his companions had succeeded in their escape, the moment where they would let down their guard the most, would be capitalized, and a single blow would be driven into the target, Subaru's head. If it were Todd, that would be what he would do. The horrors Subaru had experienced 5 times over had assured him of it. Todd, I should have killed you, after all. Subaru, GHK. Todd forcefully pressed his axe further with malice gleaming behind his eyes, attempting to split Subaru open. It was a good thing for Subaru to receive the axe with the machete, but his hands had grown numb from the impact, and it was only a matter of time until he would drop the weapon. Neither Rem nor Medium would make it in time to the lock of weapons that was placing Subaru's life on the line. Even though he had managed to dodge a fatal strike, if things went on like this, he would be killed by 2. AAU. Subaru, whoa. All of a sudden, the force behind Todd's axe had grown weak. When Subaru glanced over to see what was happening with a frown, he saw Louis clinging onto Todd, her arms secured around his body. She shook her blonde hair loose, struggling desperately to put an end to Todd's act of violence. Todd, don't get in the way, kid. Louis, or. Shaking off Louis's interference, Todd mercilessly slammed his elbow into her face. Elbowed by him, Louis let out a shriek and fell over. Subaru, HK, son of a bitch. Witnessing that event unfold, Subaru gritted his back teeth as he exerted his strength to push back against Todd. Todd stumbled back from the sudden action, creating distance between himself and Subaru after the brief moment where their weapons had locked together. However, this was within Todd's range. He raised the long handle of his axe. The next blow was about to come. Before that, Subaru, you're watching, right? Do it, Kuna. Holly. Subaru shouted out with all of his might before Todd could unleash his axe strike. He was unsure of how far his voice had echoed across the plains. He was unsure, but Kuna, bye, Subaru. Don't forget, I'll be watching. Holly, yep tilde. The voices reverberated inside his skull, almost like a reply. In an instant, the sound of something hurtling through the wind pierced the air. And then, it flew straight across, absorbing itself into Todd's side. Todd, car. With a small cry of pain, Todd was sent flying at breakneck speed as his body jerked to the side. Unable to keep himself boarded on the platform, he was thrown off the fallow cart as he spun sideways, tumbling to the solid ground without managing to break his fall. He rolled twice, and then thrice, his figure growing increasingly distant. Subaru, ha. Ha. Rem, what just? Todd was now absent from the fallow cart's platform, having been tossed off. Subaru dropped to his knees as the machete fell on the spot, and Rem was propping up Louis, who had received an elbow strike, in her arms. Rem also had a confused expression on her face from what had just occurred, but Subaru had a sense of confidence, one which told him that they would receive assistance if they could make it past the gates. The origin of his certainty came from Subaru, that nasty fucking emperor. I'll make sure to punch you when I get back. Subaru spat out that venom as he sprawled across the fallow cart's platform, whilst picturing the face of the villainous man who must have known everything. Arc 7, Chapter 19, A Vexing Reunion. The man remained motionless, sprawled out on top of the stiff soil. He was neither dead, nor asleep. He simply closed his eyes, organizing his thoughts in silence as he adjusted his unsteady breaths. Assembling them, putting them together, building them back. Oi, you alive? Yeah, I'm alive. As someone called out to him overhead, he opened his eyes to see the face of a familiar man. He felt like the man was in possession of exceptional talent, since the boorish impression he gave off persisted even when looking at him upside down. Anyway, that was completely unrelated to resolving the current situation. What happened to those guys? They managed to pass through me, and ran away as fast as they could after they threw you out. You better do something about that. I can't help but feel pain whenever I look at it. That? You mean this? He sat up while scratching his head, glancing towards the side of his body, where the other man had pointed at with a finger. Just then, he spotted the thick arrow embedded into his body. If the arrow piercing his left side had been positioned slightly higher than where it was, then it might have pierced his heart. Although the injury had nearly taken his life, he had few strong emotions about it, not just about how it looked, but also about the fact that his own flesh had been pierced. Todd, it's not really as painful as it looks, all right? Though it'll be difficult to move for the time being. Jamal, dumbass. Who said they were worried about you? I said it's painful to look at. Hurry up and pull it out. Todd, you're kinda rough with wounded companions, aren't you? And hearing that from his frowning partner, he reluctantly grabbed the lodged arrow. The trouble with arrow wounds was that the arrow needed to be pulled out before the flesh closed around it. Fortunately, it had only been stuck there a short time, so he was able to pull it out in one go with some exertion. For the flow of blood, he pressed a torn piece of clothing on the opening of the wound and forcefully compressed it to stop the bleeding. Todd, so, here's the arrow just as you ordered. Now what do we do, huh? Jamal, if it's a deep wound, you should withdraw and rest. As for those guys that got away, I'll take some people along and crush them. We'll show those bastards ourselves that they're prey. Todd, that'd be a bad move, Jamal. Jamal, what? The man dictating the course of action from here, Jamal, was reined in by his hand. Todd understood why Jamal would want to pursue the fleeing enemies who had made fools of them to get payback. But, if they proceeded with a hasty offensive move, the ones who would be met with a painful experience would be those here. Todd, think about it. Why exactly did those guys brazenly enter Garrel? Considering what they themselves did, it's obvious we'd be in this city. Jamal, unless they're brainless idiots. Todd, they deliberately marched in. They went as far as to conceal an ambush outside the city. With a glance, Jamal looked at the arrow that had just been extracted and cleared his throat. Jamal, as an experienced military man, had the ability to perceive the direction from which an arrow had been fired and its accuracy, and was able to determine from how high it had been shot. Naturally, he would reach the same conclusion as Todd himself. Jamal, if that's right, their aim is, Todd, to lure out and hunt us Imperial soldiers who'd entered Garrel. If we abruptly chased after them with our entire military strength, or rather, if we pursued them with our small force, we'd be playing in the palm of their hand. Which of us would be the prey, I wonder? Jamal, .. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Jamal scowled in the direction their opponents had fled. On the inside, Jamal looked like he was being swayed by gut-boiling fury, but Todd knew that painful feeling all too well. That was something he wouldn't say. Rather than fury, it was admiration that had taken hold in his heart. Brazenly using oneself as a decoy, successfully taking advantage of unpreparedness to lure out a foolish opponent. He was certainly a formidable enemy, a child of war. Todd, I seriously fucked up, failing to kill you. While looking the same direction as Jamal, he softly muttered that, and then, he took a breath, as if he had pulled himself together. Todd, seems we'll have an opportunity for revenge. They'll come back, no matter what. Jamal, when that time comes, I'll show absolutely no mercy. Todd silently nodded in approval of Jamal stifling his anger. Then, for the time being he would confirm this battle as a loss. Moreover, Todd, Jamal. Jamal, oh, what's with those hands? Todd's legs were stretched out on the ground, both hands extended in his direction, and Jamal frowned. Todd tilted his head at the incomprehension. Just what it looks like, he continued. Todd, piggyback ride. Jamal, die alone. He shrugged his shoulders. Really, that was not a response of true friendship. Stepping strongly on the hard ground, Subaru marched forward with long strides. As he neared his destination, his restlessness increased and his ability to suppress the need to jump out from the ox cart decreased, and so, with the moment of arrival finally at hand, his body leapt forward with vigor. He felt like he heard voices trying to stop him, but they all went in one ear and out the other. Shaking them off, he headed straight for the target building. A wooden building, noticeably larger than the rest, located at the center of the settlement. Entering it, he drew the gazes of several people inside. And? ? So you have returned. Quicker than my expectations even. An arrogant man brazenly declared, sporting an Oni mask. Saying nothing towards his haughty attitude, Subaru charged straight forward. Letting the momentum carry him, he, without hesitation, peeled off the mask of the man who looked down on him. Letting his mask be removed with little resistance, the man's graceful features became exposed. Grabbing the collar of that unbearable person with his demonic face, Subaru pulled him up into a standing position. Next, he brandished his fist, ready to send his fist flying into that face and... Subaru, wait. Just as Subaru was about to punch him into oblivion, his drawn right arm was forcibly stopped from behind. A tall figure, who dyed the ends of their hair red. It was this settlement's clan leader, Myzelda, who had stopped him. Wanting to complain about her action, he opened his mouth, about to say now? Of all times? However, faster than he could object, Myzelda prefaced, saying listen. Myzelda, not the face. Anything else, I'll forgive. Subaru, or Abel, HK. Receiving her unwavering answer, Subaru, after a brief moment, delivered his fist directly into Abel's stretched torso. Subaru did not know if Abel had expected to be punched in the face, but, having been hit in a location he was not ready to be hit in, the man let out a cry of pain and took a few steps back. Not all of Subaru's pent-up anger was released by just that but. Subaru, don't think we're even now, shithead. Abel, humph, what a greedy man you are. The man picked up the Oni mask that had fallen to the side and put it back on, the man who always had something to say back, Abel. Having struck the man who was the source of his dam-level pent-up anger, Subaru harshly exhaled. For he had traveled for 3+ days, taking the path back, just for this one strike. Flop, look sis. Apparently, this is the village of the famous people of Shudrak. It's in the backwoods of the unexplored regions, just like the rumors say. What a find. Medium, whoa. Amazing, big bro. Look. Everyone's abs are ripped just like me. Ripped. Big bro, ripped. Flop, mega ripped. The siblings' voiced thoughts echoed throughout the settlement. They were seemingly easygoing, no matter where they were. The duo exchanging their candid opinions were the O'Connell siblings, Flop and Medium. Caught up in the flow of things, they had been invited into the people of Shudrak's settlement. They were in the middle of the plaza, sitting atop their ox cart, surrounded by the Shudrakians who had gathered in curiosity. Their fearless attitude appeared to be a constant even in different lands and environments. Acting like big shots, they showed not a single emotion remotely resembling trepidation, alertness or anxiety, even while drawing the eyes and attention of many. However, they should become more aware of the dangers and harms to one's life and body when interacting with others. It would be more normal and appropriate to be scared, because currently, they were being surrounded by a pretty much unknown, wild tribe. Abel, you have brought back rather noisy company. Were those people required for your journey? If so, the way you and I see value is different. Subaru, I won't deny we value things differently. There's a big difference in how you and I see things. Saying that attitude of yours is really something, isn't it? Abel, ho? Sitting on the floor of the meeting area, Subaru and Abel faced off against each other, much like how they had done a few days prior. Abel had received Subaru's punch of retribution earlier, but there was no inkling of repentance in the tone of his words. Never mind wanting an apology, he did not plan on giving one anyway. However, Subaru could not ignore his comment on the siblings. That was because Abel-san, we inadvertently got those people involved. They were kind to us when we were stuck standing outside the city. Just because of that. Abel, The reason for Subaru's anger was explained instead by Rem. Unlike last time, the meeting room had not been cleared out, and so members other than Subaru and Abel were also participating in the discourse. Next to Subaru was Rem, seated Caesar-style, and their fellow travelers, Kuna and Holly. Seated next to Abel were the sisters Myzelda and Tarita. 1. As a side note, on the topic of Louis, she was being looked after by the person closest to her in age, Utakata. She was currently, most likely at the ox cart in the plaza, with the Shirakian surrounded O'Connell siblings. In any case, with their assistance, we were able to return safely. In doing so, they are now being targeted by the city's soldiers. Abel, incorrect, I shall amend that. The ones targeting us and the two outside are not the city's soldiers. They are the imperial soldiers. The ones who serve this country have become your enemy. Rem and Subaru, From behind his Oni mask, Abel's cold words pierced through Subaru and Rem. Hearing his dry statement, Rem could only avert her light blue eyes tiredly. To be honest, that was the undeniable truth of the situation. Subaru understood that. However, understanding and agreeing with the truth were two different things. Subaru, drawing the badwill of the camp's imperial soldiers was my mistake. Their hostility is also the result of my choices and actions. Abel, that is correct. It is the fate you tied yourself to, even before you encountered the people of Shudrak. Subaru, I can't make excuses for that fate, because the one who made them an enemy is unmistakably me. But the one who had to pay for those consequences should have just been me. It was true that the majority of the fault fell on Subaru, but the problem here was Abel's attitude. From the start, he should have known the danger Subaru's group would be in if they entered Garrel. He should have noticed the possibility where they were attacked after coming into contact with the surviving Imperial soldiers. That was why? Subaru, you ordered Kuna and Holly, in advance, to wait for us outside the city. To help us if we were trying to escape the city from pursuers. Holly, for real, you guys were in quite a pickle, you know, Tilda. If me and Kuna weren't there, Subaru, your head would have been split in two by an axe by now, Tilda. Plunking down into a cross-legged position, Holly stated casually while stuffing her mouth full of Dangos. Unlike the person sitting next to her, Kuna, who held an uneasy expression, she did not comprehend the mood of the conversation. Of course, Subaru was thankful for Holly and Kuna's help. If not for their assistance, the possibility of his head having been split open back then was quite high. Subaru, using Kuna's eyes to keep watch and Holly's bow to support us. A long-range bow and arrow snipe, It's what you'd call a combo skill with both your talents. Kuna, no one told me that the situation was that crap though. Kuna's spiritless comment evidently showed that she harbored a sense of guilt towards Subaru's group. Saying that, however, the guilt that Kuna carried was invalid. That was because the words she had given Subaru before they entered Garrel that had been what had given him the hint he needed. Had she not advised him, the help that Holly mentioned would have been unattainable. However, Subaru, that kind of thinking only applies to Kuna and Holly. Someone like you, who foresaw the whole thing, I'm not going to be nice to. This was why he had made the first thing he did after coming back to be his strike of retribution on Abel. If Abel had shown any traces of self-reflection after receiving that, his feelings may have been different. But, mostly as expected, Abel showed no remorse or even any sign that he thought he did something bad. With his unchanging, arrogant attitude, he toyed around with Subaru's anger. Even now, the sharp stare behind his Oni mask showed no clouds of doubt. It was as if he was about to say, "So what of it? Subaru, oi, why don't you say something instead of shutting up?" Abel, "So what of it? Subaru, you actually said it." With the aggravating response he had predicted becoming reality, Subaru grit his teeth at Abel's words and sharpened his glare. However, Abel coolly let Subaru's accusatory stare slide and Abel, after returning with vigor and striking me, all you can lay out are dull words of abhorrence? First off, I warned you from the start, did I not? That it would not be an easy path. Subaru, GHH. Abel, latching onto the closest peace and safety you could find, understand that this was the penalty for not using your head. Out of all the actions any of those defeated soldiers could take, going to the city nearest their burnt camp had the highest probability of occurring. It is common sense. Subaru, then, you should have said that to begin with. Sitting with one knee raised, Abel's words poked unsparingly at Subaru's over-hastiness. Still, in the first place, Subaru understood his mistake and acknowledged it. He understood that it had been his lack of thinking and actions beforehand that had caused the unfortunate sequence of events to explode and unfold. However, Abel had been aware that danger lurked, and let it slide. His actions had directly benefited the enemy. If being allies or enemies was an irrelevant detail, then what he had done was equivalent to setting Subaru up in a trap. Subaru, you knew everything from the start. The chances of us encountering the Imperial Army's survivors, the chances of us having to frantically escape. How, in all that mayhem Rem would? Abel, Subaru, anyway. You knew everything. But you kept your mouth shut. Letting his mouth run off without thinking, words which should not be spoken almost came tumbling out. Quickly preventing himself from saying any further, Subaru concentrated his anger at Abel, avoiding to look at the face of the person sitting next to him, Rem. Subaru was getting worked up in his flames of anger. Towards that, Abel coldly, gazed towards him. Just how much of this world did this man see through with his penetrating gaze? And, for a person able to see through so much, for what purpose did he toy with Subaru and the others? Subaru, answer me, shithead. Why did you let us? Abel, to save myself from extra work. Nothing more, nothing less. Subaru, extra work? In response to Subaru's angry biting look, Abel let out a sound indistinguishable from a sigh. When Subaru blinked at his response, Abel gently rubbed the ground of the meeting room, and picked up the parched earth in the palm of his hand. Abel, fellows like you value what is seen with your own foolish eyes more than the words of the wise. The intensity of falling raindrops is more eloquent than anything that could come from my mouth. Subaru, Abel, thanks to that, you must feel it keenly. That for you, there is nowhere to run to. As he spoke, he sprinkled the dirt from his palm and scattered it. With just that action, Subaru felt an optical illusion of being terribly and clearly blocked in every direction was very much being thrust toward him. As the Emperor of the sacred Wallachian Empire, it was simple to manipulate others with skillful words. In front of the tough sly fox of an emperor, Subaru's complaint was no different from the cries of a caged monkey. So in reality, Subaru was just left at his wits' end. Subaru, ultimately, what is it you want to do? Abel, I have already told you my intentions. To regain what was stolen. To that end, the current empire is my adversary. It is your enemy as well. Subaru, You're telling me to cooperate with you? Abel, for the time being, I have explained I possess no reason to harm you. For the troubled Subaru, Abel's words seeped in like poison. Abel's art of conversation refused to allow for a clear answer to be grasped, and was endowed with cunning as if to mystify Subaru, but, on the other hand, it also felt as though he was attempting to test Subaru. Again and again, Abel did not make any assertions to Subaru, yet he continued to speak, telling him to think for himself, and choose what to take from it. This time as well, Abel was provoking him to rise to his level if he wanted to argue. Currently, Subaru could not rise to his same level of discussion. And His Excellency, the Emperor, was not so kind as to wait for Subaru to obediently rise to the occasion. Subaru, so, everything rests in the palm of your hand? I don't like it. Abel, Unfortunately, I hold only some people in the palm of my hand. It is because of the portion I could not control that currently, I am here, sitting upon the dirt. Subaru, In the reply to what Subaru had spitted out, Abel's self-deprecation was audible, his facial expression was not visible, and the tone of his voice also did not change. Still, it seemed like self-deprecation. It was unusual, no, it was the first time Subaru had heard Abel mock himself. And it was proof that he had accepted the undeniable reality. He had allowed his own subordinates to rebel, an uncrowned emperor, ousted from his throne. Deep in the jungle, sitting upon the dirt of the Shudrakian meeting place, that situation in particular was evidence that he had made a foolish blunder for which there was no excuse. Subaru, While fixing his gaze directly at Abel, Subaru deliberated quietly. Subaru still was unaware of Abel's true intentions, as well as his own or their own plans of action hereafter. He wished not to be taken for a ride by Abel's calculations yet again, and suffer similar misfortune. Actually, what the hell was Abel thinking? Subaru certainly didn't think that Abel would go so far as scheming to bring Subaru over to his side. That he would detect such value in Subaru did not appear plausible. In spite of that, if there was a reason for Abel to keep Subaru on hand, rather than Subaru's own self, it was an interest in other accessory. Mr. The people here are truly delightful and big-hearted. I'm impressed. Subaru, you were? Subaru gasped, right in the middle of his serious deliberation. Losing his footing at the entry to the meeting place, the figure of Flop appeared, his beautiful voice resounding through. In the middle of the meeting place, while he looked out over each face lined up. Flop, oh dear, I apologize for the late greeting. Apparently, it seems the people here are representatives of this village. Oh. Miss Kuna and Miss Holly look alikes too. Kuna, it is us. Holly, it is Tilda. Flop, oh right. I'm being rude. Smoothing down his hair with his hands, Flop briskly moved to the center of the assembly, and bowed wearing a friendly smile. Flop, allow me to correct myself, I'm Flop O'Connell. I do peddling with my sister Medium and Boatcliff. It seems for various reasons we ended up accompanying Mr., Mrs., and niece Y on an incident-filled journey to this position. From now on, everyone, I am in your care. Tarata, is he being polite or not? At Flop's vigorous greeting, Tarata wore a vexed expression. Then with a glance she peeped at the adjacent Myzelda's face. Tarata, sister, what shall be done? Outsiders are ordered to stay back. Myzelda, that's true. Well, he's a sexy man. I'll keep him in my room. Tarata, sister. Folding her arms, Myzelda decided on Flop's treatment by his face. My Zelda's judgment by exceedingly simple logic was easy to understand, but seemed troubling to Tarita, who supported her older sister as the chief. Of course, if that alone was the basis for my Zelda's judgments, Subaru would not have been able to remain in the village, so he thought there must be more to it. Subaru, right, my Zelda-san, there's one thing I want to check. Flop-san is my guest, or perhaps I should say I decided on my own to bring him along, but about making him undergo the lifeblood ritual. Flop, lifeblood ritual? By chance, could that be some kind of traditional welcoming ceremony passed down in this village? Certainly, I would love to have that experience too. Subaru, it's a traditional ceremony, but it's a bit rough to be called welcoming. Flop was looking forward to trying the ritual, but even he would likely become reluctant if he were presented with the possibility of being pitted against a witch beast. Subaru was afraid that there was a possibility that Flop's attitude would not change upon hearing that, but either way, he did not want to let it happen. Abel, I knew from the moment we were partitioned by this thin wall, but they are a noisy bunch. And now, the one who did not welcome that attitude of Flop's was the ruthless emperor donning an Oni mask. It was a stark contrast between the sunny warmth of Flop and the cold blood flowing through Abel. At least, the fact that Abel seemed to have no reason to like Flop made Subaru's blood freeze. Flop, oh my. What an unusual mask. Is he perhaps the head of the village by chance? I read somewhere that people who have special appearances have special positions. At the first chance meeting of the pair, Flop started by referencing Abel's striking appearance. Flop's conclusion from the conspicuous Oni mask was understandable, but it was difficult to deem Abel as one of the people of Shudrak. At any rate, the part about the Oni mask aside, he was culturally quite far removed from the other Shudrakians. Especially from visuals, his appearance was far too irregular. Abel, it is not a poor way of thinking, but lacks attentiveness and prudence. A moment ago, you spoke of your occupation as being that of peddling. Flop, oh, yeah. My sister's boatcliff pulls the ox cart that carries our goods, and we do trade all over the empire. We are nomadic siblings wandering with the wind. With his hand pressed to his chest, Flop responded as if singing. Outside the building, a voice could be heard saying that's my big bro. From the public square, even though separated by a thin wall, there was a deep bond between the siblings. However, even proof of such a wholesome relationship seemed not to be grounds to able to warm his utterly frozen heart. Upon hearing Flop's reply, Abel sniffed a small humph. Abel, Natsuki Subaru, you say you picked these up in the city. Subaru, don't go treating people like objects. To start, if I accurately express the state of affairs, a more correct representation is that we were picked up by Flop-san. Abel, the essence is what matters. I am not at leisure to concern myself with trifles. Nevertheless, I will first commend you for returning in this way. It was a great feat. Subaru, sure doesn't feel like praise. What the hell are you scheming? Frankly, Flop and Abel were a bad match in Subaru's view. For that reason, he had planned to ask Flop to wait in the square and introduce him when an opportunity arose, but Abel's reaction was unforeseen by Subaru. But then, Abel's interest was not in Flop's humanity. Naturally, it would not be the presence of Medium, who was known by the loudness of her voice alone, either. As such, the answer was clear. Abel, merchant, to what degree are you acquainted with Garrel? Flop, that's a good question, Mr. Chief. I'm proud to say I'm pretty well known in Garrel. At any rate, it's certain our lives would be over if we traveled too far. Since even peddlers have to get accustomed to travel coming and going from fixed places. Kuna, seems like a fine line between caution and cowardice, huh? Kuna let out an exasperated sigh at Flop's overflowing ever-positive self-confidence. But, listening to Flop's answer, Abel kept silent under his Oni mask. No, Subaru's ears picked up a faint sound out of the silence. It was a small noise from Abel's throat. Abel, how fortuitous. Quite the find, Natsuki Subaru. A peddler intimate with the city would likely happen to know a byway or two. Subaru, oi, Hold up, Abel. A byway? What are you suggesting? Abel, again you look towards another for answers? It would appear you fail to comprehend the purpose of my repeated interrogation. I lack the words to label such ignorance with. Subaru, every single bit of his manner of speaking was aggravating, but he had no retort for Abel's words. Natsuki Subaru was too isolated and helpless to actually break off the discussion here, and turn his back and leave. Therefore, he thought carefully, even if it was annoying. No, even without thinking about it, he had a pretty good grasp on Abel's intention. Just now, it was evident from listening to the interrogation of Flop. Subaru, Abel, are you seriously? Abel, even slow minds can happen upon the answer if utilized. As expected of your thinking. With trembling lips and stiff cheeks, Subaru looked back, and Abel's penetrating gaze from behind the Oni mask told of his cold-hearted plan. Then, Abel spoke, informing everyone besides Subaru. Abel, the walled city of Garrel shall fall. That city is necessary as our next base.